Howdy folks, gonna be getting started in about a minute. Alright, let's see, which button was I? This button? Oh no! I forgot to change the background. We can't have that. This is totally out of flavor. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. For starters, this is too big. Let's shrink this. Doing this on the fly, folks, because I am nothing if not a complete professional. Okay, let's Google this. MTG, all will be one, press kit. Media kit. Yes. Choose your language. English, please. Where are some good backgrounds? Social media assets. Perfect. Oh, WinRAR. Oh yeah, we're starting this off just absolutely the best. Extract. Downloads. Is that where that extracted to? Yes. Perfect. Okay. And now from here, haven't watched one of your set reviews before. Which formats do you mostly focus on? Honestly, it's different every single time because what I tend to focus on most is whatever the nearest upcoming format that I'm incentivized to care about competitively is, which in this case is primarily going to be Giraffe. Will be like 95% of the focus, and then 3% of the focus on Pioneer, and then probably 2% of the focus on just every arena format because I won't be able to stop myself. Yeah, no, I'm well aware what I'm getting into by doing a limited set review. That's why the stream title mentions 12 hours, and I wish that was an exaggeration. It'll probably be closer to like 8 or 9, but yeah, it's going to be a lot. All right, downloads, key art. This one? That doesn't look too good, though. I mean, it certainly got the title, but... Oh, I see. That's why it didn't look good. I mean, I like that where it is. How much bigger can we make that without making it go off the screen, I wonder? All right, that doesn't look awful. So what if I do a second one? Image. New source. This. Upload file. This one. Okay, but where did it go? Oh, I see. It's this. Yeah. And then we put that over here, and we slide that along to the bottom. Oh, wow, that almost looks professional. And not like I threw it together in 3 minutes on stream. Alright, we'll call that good. What do we think? Does this look readable? I don't actually have it in full res, so how do the cards up here look? All good? Slightly legible? I'm gonna go with slightly legible. Okay, so to go over the plan for the day again. We are going to be doing primarily a... Can they be any bigger? They can... I wanted to split the difference between them being legible and me not needing to open a billion tabs like the last time we did this, where we did the cards one by one, which took too long. I'd like to get it to the point where... Oh, I wonder, could I do... Does this work on the fly? What if I did it like this? I kind of feel like this isn't actually changing the size of the cards, is the weird part. Because I don't think 125 and 500% should look that different. Control A. I don't think Control A was what we were looking for. I'm Control plus mouse wheeling to change this font size here, but it's not actually changing the picture size for whatever reason. Oh, that makes the picture size go bigger, though. Alright, well, what if we just stretch that? And then... What do we think? Does that look like kind of reasonable? And then I can... Nope, undo that. Grab that. Cut that down. Cut that down. Make that bigger. Woo. Okay, that's going to be hard. Okay, how's that? Decent? We can probably make this a little bigger if we're willing to cover up the all will be one bit on the bottom. And I'm mostly willing to do that. Yeah, that still looks kind of okay. Yeah, okay. Alright, so let's begin, and no longer waste time trying to introduce the format. Nah, scratch that. I want to introduce the format. So we're mostly going to be looking at the cards here from a limited and primarily draft point of view. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on sealed this time around because that's not a part of the Pro Tour format. Which means I've decided we're going to start with uncommons, because those tend to give the best indication in a typical set of what the various color combinations sort of thematic archetypes are. And then we'll move on to the commons, because those tend to be less about synergy most of the time and more about just raw power level, and tends to more define what colors are good rather than what archetypes are good. But I want to be able to discuss those cards knowing a little more about the archetypes, hence starting with the uncommons and familiarizing ourselves with the archetypes, I think. White seems to be Teeth Tribal. You stole my joke. I was so ready for that. I was going to talk about this first card. It's the only joke I had already pre-planned. That, White's whole theme seems to be muscles and teeth. Dang. Alright, well, we'll have to do without comedy for the rest of this stream. That was going to be how I was going to fill the quota. So, with that said, eventually we'll talk about the rares and mythics. I'm not going to just skip those like I often do with limited streams, and that might be where we get more tangents into constructed, but rares and mythics tend to matter less for limited. Not in terms of like impact on game, but less matter in terms of like knowing them informs your ability to draft effectively. So, for starters, Swooping Lookout, single white for a 1/2 artifact creature Phyrexian construct with flying and vigilance. So, historically, one-drop flyers have not been great without some ability that makes them have more utility in the late game. Where this gets more interesting is that it's an artifact, and there are a number of artifacts matters themes in this set, and there are a number of pretty good equipment. And putting equipment on creatures with vigilance is quite a bit more interesting than equipment on creatures without vigilance. So I suspect that this might be a really interesting card that kind of works into blue-white's theme of caring about how many artifact creatures you have, or rather just caring about how many artifacts you have. There are a number of things that will pump artifacts that we'll get into later. So despite my initial reaction being that this card on the face of it doesn't seem particularly good by the standards of the average set, I would be pretty interested to see if there ends up being more mechanical synergies this time around than typical. Ooh, no, I need to not move that. Next up, Bladed Ambassador, 1 and a white for a 3/1, enters the battlefield with a oil counter on it, pay 1 and remove an oil counter, and it gains indestructible until end of turn, and notably does not get tapped by that. Interesting. This seems really, really, really good. So, it's a difficult sort of question to answer in a set review without actually playing the format and feeling out what the average stat line of a creature is. Different formats have different toughness breakpoints that kind of define what is capable of attacking and trading well versus not attacking and trading well. In some formats, 3/1s tend to be very good. In some formats, 3/1s tend to be bad. And partially that's defined by how many 4 toughness creatures there are and how many 1 power blockers that trade efficiently with it there are. This one gets very interesting specifically because it doesn't care as much about how many 1 toughness blocker or 1 power blockers get to get thrown in front of it because of the oil counter thing. Which, my first reaction when looking at this card was that, okay, it's kind of like all of those cards that are 3/1s for 2 that can discard a card to gain indestructible, but this one's kind of worse because you have to pay a mana cost. And if anybody else had a similar reaction to that, that's actually just totally wrong, and I really underrated this card at first. Because you don't have to discard a card. It's not card disadvantage to get indestructible. And there's a number of effects that can give oil counters, including proliferate, but that requires you to have not used the oil counter already. But even in red especially, there's a lot of effects that just give oil counters. So it's not terribly difficult for this thing to just be a really powerful, aggressive beater with a good stat line earlier that your opponent just never wants to block. Obviously, once they get something with 4 toughness on it, that's kind of awkward, but one of white aggro's general problems in this set, in the couple of matches that I've played thus far, has been that cheap combat tricks are at a premium because most of the best white cards are kind of centered around the 2 and 3 power range and the 2 and 3 mana cost range. And they all tend to get invalidated sort of quickly by a 4 toughness blocker as a theme, general trend. So cheap ways to get your creatures over or through 4 toughness blockers. This is the first introduction to that, I believe. Constructed or limited set review? You know what? Did I? It's going to be limited. But I will put it in the title to be more clear, because I should have done that to begin with. So overall, I've got to believe Bladed Ambassador is generally a pretty strong aggressive card, but It will be interesting to see how much white aggro is about poison and how much it's about life total damage, because obviously a card like Bladed Ambassador without any kind of toxic does nothing for the decks that care about trying to win via poison. But I also wonder how many of the decks that try to win via poison also just wind up accidentally winning by combat damage, or how much threatening both of them ends up being useful. We shall see. Either way, pretty good card, but also generally just sort of linearly aggressive. I think poison is an edge case, 3 poison counters is all most decks need. Yeah, so I guess we can kind of discuss that right now. There are a lot of cards that go from being medium bad or okay or decent as a starting point to very, very, very good if you get your opponent to 3 poison counters. And a lot of decks have an incentive to play some amount of toxic or poison, not necessarily to win via it, but just to get your opponent to 3 counters to make most of the cards in your deck significantly better. So, interesting to evaluate that, and cards that generally just have toxic on the basis of it's unclear whether any given deck or any given archetype is going to try to make toxic its win con, or if it's just going to make toxic a enabler for other cards that have payoffs. I don't know. I've definitely seen decks that were very capable of winning via toxic, but I don't know how common or realistic that will be. So, Infested Flesh Cutter. 1 and a white for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature token with toxic 1, and this creature can't block. Equip 2 and a white. I'm of the opinion this is probably just very, very good. Yeah, Lookout wearing Flesh Cutter sounds kind of crazy. That you just get a flying attacker that's making an army every single turn. Hypothetically, you get a 3-power blocker too, but you probably don't really want to block with that after you've invested kind of 4 mana setting up a creature. Basically, Infested Flesh Cutter is really strong, but a 3-cost equip means that if you're moving it around constantly, that's pretty expensive. So I kind of view Flesh Cutter as a card that's like probably closer to a 5-drop than anything else. But this fills the role that white kind of lacks on a lot of its creatures, of how do I make it so that my stuff can attack through a 4 toughness blocker in the late game when like your entire suite of aggressive early drops is otherwise getting invalidated, and plays nicely with combat tricks, which I think you're also sort of incentivized to play for similar reasons in low to the ground white decks. And so it also does that while giving you a swarm of creatures. Like, if you get into the point of the game where it's like turn 6 or 7 and you're mostly out of cards, then Infested Flesh Cutter, in the context of an aggressive deck, basically says, alright, well, every turn you get to suit up the might you made last turn and swing with it. And if they don't have anything with 4 toughness, you're just killing one of their creatures every turn for 3 mana. And if they have something with more than 3 toughness, then you're creating openings for combat tricks. And you're doing that at like no actual cardboard cost, you're only paying mana, which if you're playing an aggressive deck with cheap things, is probably the resource you're going to have way more of in the late game. Do Power Stones make any difference with equip costs? I don't really view this as being a card that you have a lot of incentive to play in Constructed. I think that it's too expensive and too slow for that. doesn't really do enough, methinks. It is slow, doesn't do anything until 5 mana. That's not wrong, but that's why I'm saying I don't know that I would view Flesh Cutter as the kind of card that you play before turn 5. Because if you just viewed this as a card that said 5 mana, ETB attach this to a creature, I think that would be a reasonable card for white aggressive decks. But I think you want to not fall into the trap of thinking that you should play this as like a turn 2, turn 3 curve out, rather than playing creatures in an aggressive deck. Ooh. Boop. It's been a while since I got to ban somebody. That's fun. I say somebody. Banning a computer is kind of like banning somebody, right? Next up, a Jawbone Duelist. Continuing the theme that white is about teeth and muscles. Which is just the weirdest little teeth. I guess a jawbone isn't really teeth, it's just teeth adjacent. I don't know. Flavor text says teeth. Good enough. 1 and a white for a 1/1 double strike toxic 1. Well, that's the kind of card that strikes me as being extremely good with infested Flesh Cutter or other combat tricks. So if this didn't have Toxic and was a common, I would usually rate it as being fine. I guess the trick with cheap double strike creatures is mostly the question of how good they are is related to how much incidental support that you're happy running but don't need to run do they have. Like, I don't know that I'd run Jawbone Duelist in just any white deck from any set, but maybe Jawbone Duelist is an excellent 2-drop in almost any white deck from this set? So it'll be interesting to consider that this exists. Uncommons mean you're not going to get too many of them. No +1/+1 counters in the set, only combat tricks. Yes, and that's worth noting. There are a couple of cards that function sort of like +1/+1 counters, in that they get +1/+1 for each oil counter they have. But because there is a theme in a couple of colors about rewarding you for how many oil counters exist among permanents you control, they decided to make those oil counters rather than +1/+1 counters. And otherwise, there are not a lot of +1/+1 counters because presumably that would be too good with Proliferate. Yeah, most of the equipment I've seen in this set is pretty decent, and will be interested. Like, Infested Flesh Cutter and Jawbone Duelist, I think would both be 2 cards that I would be very happy to have together. And we're also going to have a think overall, as we review this set, about how frequently good combat tricks show up. And combat tricks with double strike generally make me pretty happy. Jawbone Duelist will be an interesting one to come back around to, because I do think that it is a card that is kind of contextual based on other cards in the format. Ossification. 1 and a white for an enchantment aura. Enchant basic lands you control. When Ossification enters the battlefield, exile target creature or planeswalker and opponent controls until Ossification leaves the battlefield. So in the context of limited, that is just a sorcery speed, 2 mana, exile, anything. Well, not an enchantment or a non-creature artifact, but kill any creature without killing it for 2 mana. Seems probably like incredibly super excellent. Seems pretty good. I'm curious what ends up being a higher pick over this in the context of, like, there's a pretty strong argument, I think, that Ossification might end up being the strongest removal, unless there's something at similar mana costs that's instant speed. But it's always curious to see what, in a given set, whether the premium removal ends up being better or worse than the premium threats. Next up, Resistance Reunited. 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Equipped creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. There's the Smother that becomes Doomblade at 3 poison. There's 1 and a black instant exile target creature with converted mana cost 3 or less. And if your opponent has 3 poison, it just becomes exile anything mana cost 3 or less. That card's kind of amazing. Is Ossification better than Fateful Absence for Constructed? In the context of Constructed, it's kind of hard to say, because in different matchups, O-ring effects that your opponent can get stuff back from are of varying levels of utility depending on whether you want to permanently remove your opponent's access to a piece or just tempo them out, depending on if they can answer it. And not being instant speed kind of sucks. I would generally say I don't think Ossification is the kind of card that decks want to play in limited. In Constructed typically, but I also just hate sorcery speed removal with a passion. Is this my first look at the set? No, but it is my first comprehensive look at the set. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of cards that I haven't seen before, but I've seen many of them. But I have not tried to put them into a cohesive picture yet. Resistance Reunited feels kind of like I'm missing something to me, because this doesn't seem like a very good card, but it's an uncommon. I guess the base rate is, how badly do you want 2 mana +2/+2? The answer to that is typically you don't really want that, but this has the potential to be a 2-for-1 if you're using this to save a non-equipped creature, and then, like, indestructible on your other equipped creature makes it a 2-for-1. So a combat trick doesn't necessarily need to be super great on its base rate if it threatens to ever give you a 2-for-1. I have no capacity to actually gauge how likely that is. But sort of similar to the double striker from earlier, I guess we'll have to come back around to that to say whether or not we think that that's likely to be possible. Boros mostly being equipment themed? Yeah, I could see it. Especially, there's a mechanic in this set of equipment that when they ETB, make a creature and attach themselves to it, kind of like the old living weapon thing, but with a better token this time around. And that means that colors with access to that mechanic, I know it's in red, I don't know what other colors it's in, but red, white, if that's the colors that have those, will then tend to just have equipped creatures on average on curve more often, most likely. Howdy, Amazonian. Have we encountered a lot of toxic babies yet? I think we've encountered 1 creature with toxic thus far, having just started out. Which is our beautiful teeth friend up here. It's in all colors except black. Okay. So most of the white possible decks are going to care about this potential equipped creatures combat trick then. Blue and green only have 1 each. Okay, so white and red then largely. Okay. Pointed out during my set review that having blockers with 1 toughness is going to be pretty miserable because of all the mites and a few other cards that deal exactly 1 damage or give -1/-1. Interesting. Yeah. That is The removal that does 1 damage point is going to be kind of interesting for stuff like Jawbone Duelist. That will be something to keep track of. I mean, Jawbone Duelist doesn't necessarily care about blocking mites because of First Strike, but yeah. Normally, like a 3-1 blocker is pretty happy to, if you play like a 2-1, or a 2-mana 3-1 blocker would normally be pretty happy because you could just reliably trade it up into a 3-drop most of the time. If its job is to attack once or twice and then transition to blocking duty. But any time that you're dealing with a bunch of mites, that would not be a very good blocker at all. Next up, Veil of Assimilation. 1 in a white artifact. Whenever Veil of Assimilation or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gains +1/+1 and Vigilance until end of turn. Oh, that's really interesting, isn't it? So the base rate of this is pretty bad, because just it enters the battlefield, gives a creature +1/+1 and Vigilance. But mites trigger this, a lot of creatures trigger this, and if you're reliably giving like 2 creatures +1/+1 and Vigilance, that could be busted. This is another of those kind of things that I mentioned with Swooping Lookout. Just creatures randomly being artifacts could be very valuable. And Veil of Assimilation is the kind of card that gives you a lot of value for just randomly having your creatures be artifacts. Mind you, I have absolutely no clue what the thematic difference between whether a creature is going to be an artifact or not is. You know, I guess Jawbone Duelist and Bladed Ambassador are, like, not technically constructs. But then Annex Sentry kind of looks like a person. This is unclear. There's instant speed mites that turn into combat tricks with Veil of Assimilation. Yeah, that's true, although then you don't get the Vigilance value. It'll be very interesting to see what the threshold is for Veil of Assimilation being playable versus not playable. How many ways to trigger it you need, whether you want to be in an aggressive deck that's just jamming a bunch of 2-drops for it. I mean, that's probably where it would be better. Where it like starts getting your 2-drops up to the power and toughness necessary to swing through bigger creatures. But 2 mana for a permanent that gives a minor buff and then doesn't necessarily actually put a creature onto the board or trade with your opponent's stuff in any way needs to get a lot of value to make itself worthwhile. Curious. I guess multiple Veils of Assimilation stack in sort of a neat way. Hypothetically very good with the Double Striker, too. There's a lot of art with oil leaking from eyes. Yeah? I guess that kind of makes sense. Where else are you going to have the oil leak from if you don't have a mouth anymore? But that raises a more interesting question. How do you get oil coming out of your eyes before you get oil coming out of your nose or your ears? One would assume maybe the nose doesn't have any holes. Maybe that's the problem. Annex Sentry. 2 and a white for a 1/4 toxic 1. When it enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature and opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until Annex Sentry leaves the battlefield. Interesting. The oil is in the brain? Goes directly to the... Smart oil goes directly to the brain. Are your eyes closer to your brain than your ears or your nose? See, I don't know enough biology to answer these kind of questions. I guess they all seem sort of close to the brain. Yeah, Sentry just looks great. I mean, this is a very reasonable stat line. Hits that 4 toughness mark that I kind of think is probably important for blocking. Toxic 1 means that it gets to attack and threaten to turn on whatchamacallit. What's the name for the mechanic where you get a benefit for having 3 poison counters on your opponent? So that I actually know what to refer to that as. Corrupted. Okay, turning on Corrupted. There's a fair number of tokens, especially with the equipment that makes creatures when it ETBs, which if you get to annex entry a token, you probably generally feel pretty happy. And this is an artifact? Yeah. I would assume this is just excellent. Would never be unhappy with an annex entry in those colors. One has to imagine. Loses out on some of the Banisher Priest style effect of being able to hit bigger creatures, but I think that just means that you're more happy playing it on curve instead of holding it to answer their largest creatures. And the existence of Toxic and the good defending stat line means that you're probably very happy playing it on curve anyway. I think a lot of those equipments, you would take the equipment over the token? Maybe. I mean, I got the impression that a lot of the equipment with the ability to make tokens was more expensive than 3, but I also haven't seen a lot of them yet, so that might be a misconception on my part. Against all odds, 3 and a white for a sorcery, choose one or both. Exile target artifact or creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control immediately. Return target artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Huh. 4 mana, flicker plus reanimate something that costs 3. What makes this valuable? Stuff with ETBs. Okay, so base rate, most of the time I would assume you would not want to play 4 mana reanimate a 3-drop as a card in your deck, which means the expectation here is that you're going to get back a random 3-drop and then get 1 or 2 mana's worth of value out of flickering something that's in play. Yeah, the 4 Mirrodin triggers giving you an additional cat token. Oh, it's not a cat token, it's a rebel token. Oh, that's so much lamer. So, re-triggering any equipment to re-get a 4 Mirrodin trigger seems like it would probably be a big deal. How many of those do you need? I don't know. How many other common and uncommon payoffs are you going to get for Flicker? Unclear. I would assume this is not the kind of card that I would want to first pick, unless my expectations about power level really wind up shifting over time. It'll be interesting to be on the lookout for what kind of decks might like this card, because it's a sorcery, and that really limits a lot of the fact. Or really limits the ways in which you could abuse it. That's what my thought was going to be. We shall see. I don't know how to feel about that card immediately. My default reaction is this does not seem like enough value to want for 4 mana, but it really depends on how much value you can get out of flickering stuff. Hexgold Hoverwings. 3 and a white for an artifact equipment for Mirrodin. When this equipment enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token, then attach this to it. Equipped creature has flying. Creatures you control that are equipped get +1/+0 in general. Oh. Equip 2 and a white. So this is a 4 mana 3/2 flyer that has other benefits. Considering that I usually love 4 mana 3/2 flyers as a generic common, this seems really, really, really excellent. Yeah, this seems just generically really excellent with a lot of synergies, so rad. The interesting thing is this doesn't even need to be equipped to give the buff to your other creatures that are equipped. Which, yeah, that's just deeply cool, isn't it? We like that quite a bit. Porcelain Zealot. 3 and a white for a 2/3 creature Phyrexian soldier. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If that creature has Toxic, instead it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Huh. Once again, not an artifact. Absolutely incapable of telling whether something is going to be an artifact or not by the art. I guess that's technically supposed to be like flesh underneath. Is like the difference between whether something is an artifact or not just whether it has a skull? Because I feel like the existence of a skull is what's determining artifact or not so far. Huh. Anyway, is this card good? It definitely, on curve, lets you start pushing through with your other creatures. It's sort of strange that this wants your other creatures to have Toxic, but doesn't actually like do anything involving poison counters. In fact, all it really does is, I guess it makes your creatures harder to block. So like it makes a poison, or it makes a Toxic 1 creature more likely to put 1 poison on your opponent if they can't profitably block it. But like just increasing the stats doesn't increase how much poison it does. But so like in a sense, this is kind of saying kill your opponent's life total better if your creatures have Toxic. Mites do seem pretty good, yeah. But so in that case, does that mean that this is a grindy card rather than an aggressive card? Because the default assumption would be, okay, I'm curving out and this is the 4-drop that I play out so that my 2-drops start to attack through their 3-drops and 4-drops. And so that I'm less likely to have my creatures blocked and more likely to get damaged through. But for that purpose, I think the effect is kind of underwhelming for 4 mana. So maybe that's not really what it's supposed to do. Maybe it is supposed to be about the deck where you're just making a bunch of mites and trying to grind your opponent out by turning all of your free tokens into real threats and they just run out of cards before you. It's again in the last 4 points of damage by making your attacks better card. I don't know that it does that very well, though, since you have to do it at the beginning of combat before blocks. It really just makes their blocks more awkward, but I don't know that it actually gets damage through. Because, like, it still isn't very good if your opponent just has something with 5 or 6 toughness. +1/+1 or +2/+2 doesn't tend to make the difference there. Although I guess maybe you have something that's a 4/4. But again, I guess I'm just trying to think of, like, feeling out whether this card is good on curve or not is a little unclear to me. Might seem to be the black-white mechanic. Yeah. That'll be something to kind of pay attention to as we go through it. I am very curious to see how interesting this card is as a grindy tool. But my default reaction is I don't think this body with this stat line would be something that I was traditionally interested in an aggressive shell. Plated Onslaught. 3 white for an instant affinity for artifacts. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. This I have to imagine is like kind of excellent as far as overrun effects go. I do typically like overruns. There are a lot of random artifacts. If you get this down to 3 mana, which just means having 2 artifact creatures, then that's not too expensive. You have the equipment that does it. You have mites that do it. This feels like the kind of card that you're heavily incentivized to have in any white aggressive deck, and you're going to spend a lot of time playing around in the format. Does this count as 2 cards with teeth? If it has a bunch of mites that have 2 rows of teeth? How do you even use the higher row of teeth when the first row of teeth Stop. I guess maybe it's just decorative teeth. Maybe they're not supposed to be functional. There's a lot of questions about biology going on New Phyrexia. Which is especially strange considering that it's a plane where the biology is designed. Maybe they're two layers that are independent of each other. Oh, that could be the case. You can bite with one layer separate from the other layer. And maybe this back layer is already sort of descended but could be retracted more. They call it phyology. Alright, last white uncommon. Apostle of Invasion. 4 white white for a creature, Phyrexian angel with flying. Okay. Corrupted, as long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, Apostle of Invasion has double strike. Okay. Well, that went from, that doesn't seem very good, to, oh, that seems quite interesting very fast. How would the front layer physically bite without the back layer moving? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the front layer is just supposed to help them latch on. So like the back layer bites into something, and then you just keep biting, and then the top layer bites into something further forward. And just like extra grip. Oh, that way so you take an entire bite out of something and completely remove it and you're still holding on instead of like having just cut it off, right? Maybe. Which wouldn't make much sense for one single mite, but maybe that's synergistic with having like 4 mites attacking something at the same time? I have no clue. So this is interesting. I think this Apostle of Invasion is like our first example of a card that says get your opponent to 3 poison counters and then kill their life total. And it is very, very interesting that that is like a supported idea of, hey, your goal is not to kill your opponent with poison. Your goal is to get your opponent to 3 poison, and then 3 poison makes you better at making their life total 0. So rather than an alternate win condition, it's a support piece that threatens to be an alternate win condition some of the time. Because an 8-power flyer is a lot of flying damage. That's very interesting. That's really, really interesting. I will be so curious to see how that plays out in practice. Also, I think this wins the award for card with the least threatening image. Because on the one hand, this is very scary, but on the other hand, no hands? This seems like Gristlebrand's much less threatening younger sister. So like not hooks, just 1 spike. Low amounts of elbow. I feel like these arms needed 1 more joint to be scary. It's like 1 set of arms without a wrist. That's very limited range of motion, right? But she flies? But it's curved. Yeah? I feel like that's hard to get a good angle with. Huh. Maybe you can just kind of like point them forward and then do a dive bomb thing. I still don't really know how to picture holding the arms so that you could like get the spikes pointing forward though. I just want to hug. But the hug would be like, I don't know, I feel like that's not actually threatening. I feel like this art really underrates how important wrists are for being able to use your arms to point things in specific directions. She grows hands at 3 poison. Oh, you know what? Maybe that is what the idea is. Maybe it corrupted. She develops wrists and can actually make the spikes threatening. All right. Font of Progress. Moving on to the blue cards. Single blue for an artifact. Font of Progress enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. 3 tap, target player mills X cards, where X is the number of oil counters on Font of Progress. What if those are blades rather than hooks? I actually think that's better, but still not super threatening. Like, all of my impression regarding sword fighting is that like 50% of the range of motion of a human with a sword comes out of the wrist. And if you just don't have a wrist, it's so much less ability to like reach around and actually hit somebody who's attempting to stop you from hitting them. FYI, there's pretty much 0 incentive for self-mill in this set. Yeah, so Font of Progress is mostly about proliferating oil counters onto it and then milling your opponent for a late game. Which I would say sounds interesting, except that blue has like... It feels like very little removal, and a win con like this that's about mill, that's very expensive to start milling, that you really have to wait until like the late game where you have a ton of extra mana to get any use out of. I feel like that wants you to have a bunch of removal to protect yourself. That sounds hard to do in blue. I do not know. I do not know. Seems kind of weird. I don't know how much proliferating you can do while keeping yourself alive. And it's also kind of awkward that you want to play Font of Progress early so you can start proliferating onto it. Meaning that, like, Font of Progress is a pretty bad top deck in your mill deck on turn 8. And if Font of Progress is a bad top deck on turn 8, then, like, that probably bodes poorly for your entire deck's idea. Up also seems pretty decent for limited, yeah. The main problem I have with it is that it, like, is kind of expensive and not good if you don't have Corrupted online. So it'll be interesting to figure out how reliably Corrupted is actually obtainable. But it certainly seems like a good way to make your opponent's life total go to 0 very, very quickly once you've hit 6 mana and have Corrupted them. Wait, Corrupted is unclear. We need to sort out this flavor problem now. Is the idea behind Corrupted that your opponent is corrupted or that you are corrupted? Because I was kind of operating under the assumption that, like, oh yeah, corruption, you make yourself corrupted and then get access to more power. Because your creatures are the ones that are getting stronger. But is the idea that you're making the opponent corrupted and that somehow that makes your stuff better? How does that work? What's the flavor behind that? That's true. There are permanents that care about the number of oil counters your stuff has, and Font of Progress is a permanent that gets oil counters on it. But if you're not trying to win with mill, then other than that one benefit, Font of Progress is mostly useless. And I don't think many of the things that reward you for having oil counters really reward you enough that you're willing to just throw away an entire card. Understand it as a vulnerability. Okay. My understanding of the sleeper agent thing was that all of the Phyrexian sleeper agents are already completely Phyrexian, more or less, on the insides. So at that point, you would think you would already have won the fight. Like, I think turning your opponent into a sleeper agent is getting to 10 poison, not to 3. But I can understand it being like subconscious psychological tricks. That kind of makes sense. But, so, I don't think I'm super excited about Font of Progress. Minor misstep. Single blue instant counter target spell with mana value 1 or less. Interesting in some constructed formats. Not playable in limited. Atmosphere Surgeon. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 creature Phyrexian Wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Atmosphere Surgeon. Remove an oil counter from Atmosphere Surgeon. Target creature gains flying until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Well, that seems good. If there's a blue aggressive deck, it is a blue aggressive card. I'm pretty sure all the sleeper agents are unaware of the fact that they are sleeper agents. Maybe? That would imply that they weren't doing any sleeper agent stuff until the second they realized they were sleeper agents, instead of just constantly doing slightly sleeper agenty thingy. Huh. Once they're aware they're a sleeper agent, do they go full Phyrexian instantly, or do they continue being a spy? Wish I'd paid more attention to the Ajani story. Anyway, Atmosphere Surgeon. So basically, this is an aggressive card that wants you to be playing non-creature spells, but it itself is only a 2/1 for 2. That seems like kind of an awkward set of restrictions. Like, I don't think this is bad, but the restriction to activate only as a sorcery means that this isn't really ever going to be useful defensively. So how many synergies for oil counters do you have, and how badly do you want to be able to jump your creatures enough to play a Goblin Piker, which is not the world's greatest aggressive card? Yeah, I don't know what to say. We'll have to see what the stat lines on a lot of Blue's typical creatures are, or what kind of creatures you're likely to play in a deck with less aggressive blue creatures. Curious, curious, curious. Serum Snare. 1 blue instant, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand if that permanent had mana value 3 or less proliferate. There are a lot of cards that give proliferate as basically a freebie, especially in blue and green. It's very interesting to see what kind of cards will be more likely to just be much better than you would expect based on how much proliferate there is. Normally, a disperse is not the most exciting effect in limited, because throwing away a card to bounce something is card disadvantage for not enough tempo benefit. The Millstone blue uncommon, yeah, so it synergizes with random proliferate, yes. But I still don't know if that's good, because it still kind of leans into the problem of you have to play the Font of Progress before all of your other cards for it to gain the benefit out of proliferate, right? You don't get to play it on turn 8 and retroactively gain the benefit of everything that you proliferated from. What would really synergize with Font of Progress would be like the ability to move oil counters onto it off of other permanents, so that top decking it in the late game would still be, valuable. I don't know what to make of that. This set seems so much harder to evaluate from a limited standpoint than a typical set, because there are so many more moving pieces that are all kind of working off of synergy rather than just generic good stuff. That does exist. Okay, well, yeah, that will certainly make me interested in reevaluating the mill card. Thrumming Bird. 1 blue for a 1/1 creature Phyrexian bird horror. Why is this not an artifact? How is it not an artifact? I don't understand what makes things artifacts. A reprint? Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but also it doesn't make sense. It's biological? What part of this is biological? Do we see any single part of this that's biological? And once again, we have somebody with oil leaking from their eyes, but not their nose or their ears. Is this an ear? Does Tameo have ears? I need a lore expert. Does Tameo have ears? I cannot tell. I literally can't tell looking at any picture of Tameo if there are ears here or not. Why is every card so inconclusive? I need to know this. I don't know if we can go on before I figure this out. Wait, field researcher, is that maybe an ear? I can't tell. Moonfolk have ears, but they don't look like human ears. What do they look like then? This is the closest thing to an ear I've seen, but I can't tell at all if it's actually an ear. Long and floppy like a weird rabbit. Where? Where are long and... Wait. Is that what those are? I thought those were like ribbons hanging off the neck. Oh. I kind of see what you mean. All of the other arts have these floppy things coming off the back of the head down in front of the chest, and those are actually just completely gone here? Does that mean that they just got rid of... Oh, no, wait, is that what those are? In the back? They're just flying up. That still doesn't answer what this is, but I guess the result is not an ear. So Tameo not having oil coming out of the ear makes sense if that's the case. Moonfolk have bunny ears because rabbits are associated with moon in Japanese mythology. That tracks, that tracks, that tracks. So no human ears. Huh. Yeah, I just have to assume this isn't a human ear that the Phyrexians decided to graft on. So as for the actual creature, 2-drop flyer that does a bunch of proliferating if your opponent can't interact with it seems like it could be interesting in some contexts, but again, this is another one of those cards that's like hyper synergistic, and I don't know how valuable to assume that a single oil counter is, or multiple oil counters, rather. How much value is there to just continuously putting oil counters on something every turn? That's going to be different in the context of every single deck. 12-hour all will be one ear review stream. Hey, I set the limit to this one for 12 hours, so we have plenty of extra time to go on all kinds of terrible tangents. I knew what I was doing. I had a plan. I gave myself the freedom to do this. I feel like I'm going to so often with this set look at a card like Thrumming Bird and just say, seems like it could be good, but I don't actually have an honest impression yet. Which has me concerned that this will not be educational, but as I am nothing if not selfish, I guess I will reiterate that I don't do these for you folks, I do this for me. I want to learn how to play this set. You're all just along for the ride. So maybe I just need to be okay with that. Thrumming Bird becomes a real clock by itself after a single poison counter. That's true. Blue-green especially, with just access to huge amounts of proliferate and decent toxic creatures, and cards that just give your opponent poison without actually relying on creature damage, is a color combination that is so much more about actually getting to 10 poison than everything else. That does make a card like Thrumming Bird a lot more interesting. El Comisado, thanks for the resub. I continue to appreciate the support. This is the rare set where I feel like going commons and then uncommons would be useful. Wouldn't that just be telling if the one set that I decided to do it the other way around is the one where that was a bad idea? So Distorted Curiosity, 2 and a blue for a sorcery, draw 2 cards. Corrupted, the spell costs 2 less if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters. I mean, Divination is not a bad card in Limited, really. So, like, the base rate on this is acceptable. And the rate of 1 mana, draw 2 cards, like, I like that. That seems good. I very much want this to be good. One of the traps that I think you can fall into, especially with like blue-green, is this idea of just mucking around with non-creature synergies. Like, there's a 2 mana instant that draws a card and gives your opponent a poison counter, which is cute because like it gets your opponent the first poison counter so you can start proliferating it. And then you start playing all the proliferate cards. And then you start playing Distorted Curiosities as rewards for proliferation. And all of that is doing a bunch of stuff that isn't playing creatures, so you just don't block and your opponent kills you. And I wonder how much you can play cards like this whole blue-green proliferate theme while keeping a balance that involves interacting with your opponent, because those colors tend to have less removal and interaction to begin with. I don't know. I do not know. Reject Imperfection. 1 blue, blue. You know what? Going back to Distorted Curiosity, I think I do need to highlight here that I think Divination is so close to playable in the average draft deck anyway that, like, it does not take a ton of synergy to make this card exciting. What makes me concerned about it in the decks that actually want to turn on Corrupted is that I don't think that Distorted Curiosity replaces a creature. I think it replaces the cards that enable itself, which makes turning it online awkward, but again, the base rate is still something you're probably never going to be disappointed by. Or, well, you won't be excited by, but very few decks get worse if they have a Divination in them. Reckon they will make Jace say the line quoted in Distorted Curiosity. Free will was an illusion so perfect it fooled even me. I know better now. Yeah, that's... The Phyrexians are nothing if not corny, huh? Seems like you would need to have a big onboard early game plan so you don't fall way behind in Toxic or Corrupted. Yeah. And I guess the green creatures are pretty decent at staying on board early. I just don't know what a deck that's well balanced is going to have to look like. And that makes... I often find drafting decks where you need to have a balance between synergy and not dying to be like the hardest kind of thing to draft. Because you're just trying to keep so many more things in balance at once while drafting. And that is difficult. Anyway, Reject Imperfection. 1 blue, blue, instant counter target spell. If that spell's mana value is 3 or less, proliferate. I generally hate cancel, and I generally hate cancel with upside in Limited. I think that it's much worse than in Constructed, where you have a better idea of what turns your opponents are going to play things and what turns they're not. And in Limited in general, you have a lot less capacity to build a synergistic deck that holds cards up on your opponent's turn. Like, if I'm playing in a control deck and Constructed with cancels, then I also want to be playing 3 mana draw 2s, or 4 mana draw 2s at instant speed, so that if my opponent doesn't play something that I want to cancel, I didn't waste my entire turn and all of my mana. But that's harder to have cards that let you do that in Limited. Generally hate a cancel, never want to play a cancel. Tamio's Logbook, 2 and a blue. 5 and a blue, tap, draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each other artifact you control. My understanding is that cares about number of artifacts you control is a mechanic that's about, or that is the defining theme of blue-white, which is interesting because blue-white looks to be kind of like tempo-y aggro flyers, and this is more of a grindy control card? Does synergize strongly with mites, I guess. I mean, like, if you get this to the point where this costs 2 or 3 mana to activate, it's pretty reasonable. I wonder how much removal you have in those colors, because removal is typically the sort of effect that you want a lot of in these kind of grindy decks. The other problem is that mites might be good for getting artifact synergy, but they're not good for being grindy because they can't block. They're sort of inherently an aggressive mechanic. And this is sort of inherently not an aggressive card. I guess maybe you could try to be aggressive and mid-rangey at the same time, but I don't know. Seems like a weird card to me, and like it's doing things that are going in different directions. Some decks will certainly be happy with it, but I'm not sure if that would even be most decks. Blue-black Clear the Mind might be a thing. Is there a Clear the Mind effect that lets you shuffle stuff back into your deck over and over and over in this format? Printing literal Clear the Mind with Phyrexian flavor would be kind of amusing if they did that. There's a junk troller, and that seems sketchy. A wee bit sketchy. Trawler Drake. Tuna blue for a 0/0 creature Phyrexian Drake. And we look at the art and again say, ah yes, of course, this is something that isn't an artifact. The thing with literal engines, and no meat, and all metal, and just metal for a head, and wings that are made out of metal. Not an artifact. Trawling Drake enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. Trawling Drake gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on... Oh. Okay, interesting. So it's a 3-mana 1/1 flyer that permanently gets a +1/+1 counter every time you cast a non-creature spell, and also every time you proliferate. That seems really, really, really good, and it doesn't even take very much time to become amazing. I've got to assume that's amazing. Blue-red is spells. I don't know. There are a number of creatures in blue and red that care about non-creature spells, but also they both care about oil counters too. So it's like kind of a mixture of both themes. How would the ordering of a non-creature proliferation spell work? So if you cast a 3-mana spell that drew a card and proliferated, Trawler Drake would trigger in response to the casting of the spell, would resolve and get the oil counter, and then the proliferate on the actual spell would resolve. And so you could proliferate the oil counter. Which doesn't really matter for Trawler Drake because it enters with an oil counter on it anyway, but some of the other cards that trigger and get an oil counter when you cast a non-creature spell start out with 0 oil counters, so it's worth noting that those synergize well with triggering before resolving non-creature proliferate spells. Card seems excellent. I have to assume that's just like a very high priority bomb in almost any deck, and it does not take a lot of non-creatures to make that good. Howdy, Mary. Unctus's Retrofitter. What a name! Alright, who's Unctus? I need to know who this Unctus is now. I figured it out. Everything that changed from organic to Phyrexian, not artifact because of living metal and smart oil, but everything it made from 0 is artifacts. Everything that was originally organic and changed to Phyrexian is not an artifact because it's living metal and smart oil, but everything that was made from 0 organic material is an artifact. But Trawler Drake seems like it was made from 0 organic material. And Annex Sentry looks like it has a lot of meat. And yet Annex Sentry is the meat artifact. And Trawler Drake is the metal non-artifact. I think the real answer is that, like, art design and limited balance are two sort of separate departments, and the art design and the limited balance did not necessarily super communicate at all stages, because you have to start commissioning the art long before you actually finalize limited design. And I suspect creatures being artifacts or not is more of a balance consideration at the end of the day. Artificial meat. Oh no. The Phyrexians found the vegans and now they're working together and we're all doomed? I knew this was bound to happen eventually. We never should have figured out how to grow meat in labs. This is Unctus. Okay, I gotta see who Unctus is. Oh, it's just a person. I was expecting something a lot more interesting out of a name like Unctus. Anyway, Unctus is Retrofitter. Tuna blue for a 2/3 creature Phyrexian Artificer with Toxic 1. When Unctus is Retrofitter enters the battlefield, up to one target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/4 for as long as Unctus is Retrofitter remains on the battlefield. This card seems excellent. Like, a 3 mana 2/3 isn't garbage, and a 3 mana 2/3 Toxic 1 is also, like, not embarrassing. And the upside of this ability, turning things into 4/4s for a 3 mana creature, sounds excellent. And also, it doesn't say that it turns a non-artifact into an artifact creature, meaning that, like, you can use this to target the Swooping Lookout to just get a 4/4 flying vigilance, which sounds great. Unctus's Retrofitter feels like one of the most powerful on-curve options that we've seen so far, and doesn't even really require you to go hyper far out of your way to enable it, since, like, the base rate isn't just a complete blank whiff of cardboard. Also synergizes with Phyrexian Mites if you're really desperate to just have targets. I mean, a 4/4 that can't block is kind of sad, but it's also a 4/4 that can attack, which is kind of great. Card seems fantastic. Card seems absolutely stellar. Tamio's Immobilizer. 3 and a blue for an artifact. Tamio's Immobilizer enters the battlefield with 4 oil counters on it. Tap and remove an oil counter from Tamio's Immobilizer. Tap target artifact or creature. So basically, for 4 turns, remove their best creature. And then also do more than that if you manage to proliferate it all. That generally seems just very, very, very good. Especially because you get to switch to tapping down 2 creatures if you need to on one turn to push through a lethal attack. Or just keep switching to only immobilizing their best creature. Icy Manipulator is a fantastic card and has been in basically every set it's ever been in. That has the benefit of tapping down lands at times, which this doesn't, but also this doesn't have a mana cost associated with it. I'm going to assume this card's just very good and you're pretty much always going to want to play it anytime you're in blue. Transplant Theorist. 3 and a blue for a 2/4 artifact creature Phyrexian Artificer. Whenever Transplant Theorist or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. 2 mana, put target card from your graveyard onto the bottom of your library. Is this good? Is this bad? digs you through your deck, prevents you from milling out. Is 4 mana 2/4 a good stat line? I guess it's not garbage, but this doesn't really do very much. You need to be really, really interested in a I will never mill out, I will just answer everything you do forever sort of win con for this deck, or for this card to be interesting, I think. If you're self-milling, you can pretty quickly tutor every turn. Yeah, but if you get to that point, then you die the second they ever draw a removal spell for the Theorist, which is kind of concerning. Like, I've got to assume this isn't very good. You can sideboard it. But isn't it just, like, bad if you're not building your deck around the idea that you're going to do nothing but, like, play removal, answer their stuff, and then eventually win the game via mill? Like, hypothetically, you could build a deck around this, because cards like Clear the Mind have had a purpose, but part of the idea of building a Clear the Mind deck was that they couldn't just play a removal spell on your Clear the Mind. In Transplant Theorist, they can absolutely just play a removal spell on and kill you. Yeah, your 4-drop loots, but you can find 2-drops that loot. You don't need your 4-drop to be the card that loots. I really can't get over the fact that this just, like, doesn't have good stats, unless maybe a 2/4 actually is good stats in this set, but I have not yet gotten that impression. It sort of loots repeatedly, kind of, but, like, also not really. I don't know. A loot on ETB interests me a lot less than a loot you can control. Because, like, in my mind, once you're top decking, the strength of a loot is you top deck a land and then discard the land to draw a card. This, you have to draw a land, then draw an artifact, and you get to discard the land. I guess we'll see more with experience, but my default reaction is like 95% of decks, 98% of decks just do not want this at all, which leaves me not knowing how to feel about it. But I'd be interested in being wrong, because that implies that a really cool deck exists in the format. Watchful Blister Zoa. 4 blue for a 4/4 flyer, enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it, and when it dies, draw cards equal to the number of oil counters on it. So 6 mana 4/4 flyer that draws a card when it dies and synergizes with Proliferate. I mean, how good is a 6 mana 4/4 body? And how often does a 6 mana 4/4 body die? I feel like this isn't terrible, but I also don't know if it's super good either. It's very slow. Once you're at the point where you're playing 6 mana spells, this is not a very tempo-strong card. But if the goal is to just, like, 2-for-1 your opponent to death, I guess this is a card that is sort of a top end that does that. The trouble is, usually you don't want to be playing 2-for-1s at 6 mana, you want to be playing 2-for-1s at, like, 3 mana and 4 mana. So yes, playing a 6-drop expecting it to die seems suspect, which, that's not wrong. But the alternative is, if you play a 6 mana flyer and it doesn't die, you can sort of assume you're probably in control of that game anyway. The point where you're not in control of that game is when your opponent has a really wide board, swings out and kills you, and you don't have enough blockers. But, like, if you're at the stage where you're casting 6-drops and your opponent casts a bigger 6-drop, well, then Watchful Blister Zoa is a chump block cycler, but I don't know if a chump block cycler is worth putting in your deck as a 6-drop. I don't know. I mean, I guess the base rate is that I don't know if a 6 mana 4/4 is good, but the question is how many synergies to put more oil counters on it can you find? Because maybe if you put more oil counters on it, it's good, but still, it still has to die to get any benefit out of that. I don't know. I think this is closer to just a 6 mana 4/4 flyer than anything else. And I guess time will tell if a 6 mana 4/4 flyer is interesting or not. It's curious that I was almost interested in the 6 mana 4/4 angel that you have to jump through hoops to get double strike. And I don't like the 6 mana 4/4 flyer that you have to jump through no hoops for it to get card advantage when it dies. I guess it's because the upside of turning on double strike is a lot higher than the upside of drawing a card when it dies. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I have no clue. Bilious Skull Dweller. Single black for a 1/1 creature Phyrexian insect with Death Touch and Toxic 1. Nah, that seems really good. I mean, I'd be excited about if it was a common. At uncommon, it's certainly slightly less interesting. But, like, that's not really how card evaluation works. This seems like the kind of card that like, a 1/1 Death Toucher for 1 is very playable as a base rate. When your opponent has a cheap creature they don't care about, this isn't going to be reliable about getting through with Toxic, but at least a percentage of the time, this is going to be a nice way to get the first poison counter or 2, or hopefully 3. So, like, as far as being a Corrupted Enabler goes, it does that while also being a good card. So, like, at the end of the day, this is a good card because the base rate is good, and sometimes it will do more than the base rate. So it's impossible for it to ever be worse than just acceptable. But I do not know how reliable to expect it to be at getting in with Toxic. Specifically because if you played on your early turns, the opponent's probably also going to play stuff that they're willing to throw away because it's their early creatures. Do not know. But, I mean, again, it's literally impossible to trade down when you're playing a 1-drop. Except for the times that your opponent just trades off something that, like, drew a card, and then you're technically trading down, sort of. But other than that, Vat of Rebirth. Come on. There we go. 1 black for an artifact. Whenever another artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Vat of Rebirth. 2 and a black, remove 4 oil counters from Vat of Rebirth, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. Seems good. So you can't trade off a Might, thankfully, because those can't block. Otherwise, Skull Dweller would be a lot less interesting, but yeah, they knew what they were doing. Mights are not quite as omnipresent as that. Could Bilious see standard play? Probably not, but that's mostly just me thinking that I don't think there's a lot of rewards for Toxic in standard play, and a 1/1 Death Toucher just isn't very interesting in the context of standard. But maybe I'll be surprised and there's something with poison counters and proliferate somewhere, and then Skull Dweller is not like the world's most embarrassing way to attempt to get your first poison counter on the opponent. In the context of limited, Vat of Rebirth seems pretty worthwhile to me. Synergizes strongly with Proliferate. Synergizes pretty strongly with just having creatures and playing the game. It takes a while to get enough oil counters, but by the time you eventually ever threaten to get the second Reanimate with this thing, that's really, really powerful and grindy. I guess time will tell whether games tend to last that long or if this is more of an aggressive set, and Vat of Rebirth is slightly less interesting in an aggressive set, but gosh, I love grindy, dirtily do-nothing cards. And Vat of Rebirth is a very, very fun-looking, grindy, do-nothing, dirtily value card. I want that to be good. Drown in Ichor. 1 of the black sorcery. Target creature gets -4 until end of turn. Proliferate. Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. It being a sorcery is really limiting, but I think this ranges from medium bad to good, depending on how much value you're likely to get out of Proliferate in a given deck. If this just didn't say Proliferate, as it would in a deck where there's not a lot of synergies for that, 1 in a black sorcery, target creature gets -4/-4 would be like playable, but not super exciting. I mean, I guess that's not very different from a Lava Coil, which is still probably good. So, like, yeah, at times this is going to be worse than some of the common removal, but Drowning Ichor strikes me as the kind of card that you will never cut if you are in black, and with the right synergies could actively become kind of excellent. So I got to assume that it's at the very least a good, solid card. Necrogen Communion. 1 in a green for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature has Toxic 2. When enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control. Huh. Is that good? I mean, the incentive is like you want your opponent to kill the creature, or you're trying to, like, actually just kill them. What colors does that make this? Has the aura problem where it's bad in response to instant speed removal, I guess, but there's a lot of stuff that's bad in response to instant speed removal. It's good on the lookout. Yeah, so it's good on the lookout, hypothetically, but is it good in white-black? Is white-black a deck that's actually trying to kill your opponent with poison? And also, is it even good on the lookout? Because do you care if they kill the lookout and you get the lookout back? Necrogen Communion, to me, feels like the kind of card that would want to go on something with a valuable ETB. And then you start attacking with it, and you get to the point where your opponent has to block your toxic creature because they can't take more toxic damage, which, hypothetically, they're incentivized to do pretty early because, hypothetically, your opponent doesn't want to get to 3 poison. And this basically gets to 3 poison immediately, or at the very least threatens to turn on corruption the second you find a Proliferate card. So hypothetically, Necrogen Communion is kind of like a lure that reanimates the creature that you put the lure on. Except it's not quite that, because lure makes all creatures block, and this doesn't. This just forces a creature to block. I don't know. My default assumption is that this isn't very good, but maybe it's better somehow? Yeah, I mean, you could certainly just play turn 1 Skull Dweller, turn 2 Necrogen Communion, put 3 poison counters on your opponent, call that a day. I'm going to assume this is probably not good, but maybe with the right synergy could be okay, but I would probably shy away from it on average. It seems like you would need a lot of stuff to go right for it to turn into a good card. Scheming Aspirant. 1 in a black for a 1/3 creature Phyrexia Advisor. Whenever you proliferate, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Ooh. What does putting that on something with Toxic 1 do? Toxic stacks. So a creature with Toxic 1 and Toxic 2 will put 3 poison counters on your opponent when it does damage. Similarly, a creature with Toxic 1 and Toxic 1 and Toxic 1 will put 3 poison counters on your opponent if it does damage. Scheming Aspirant seems really interesting, because I don't think a 2-mana 1/3 is actually a bad stat line in this format, especially if you're trying to be defensive. There's a lot of 2/1s and 2/2s and 1/1s in the aggressive decks in this format, and this makes a lot of them have an awkward time. Like, in some sets, a 2-mana 1/3 doesn't do very much. I think this is one of the sets where a 2-mana 1/3 is not embarrassing. And in the meantime, this is going to hypothetically gain you a fair amount of life and lose your opponent a fair amount of life. How much random proliferate you manage to fit in your deck, I don't know. But, like, I don't think this has to trigger much more than twice to be pretty exciting. And I think you can build a deck that triggers this a lot more than twice. Should be cool. I'm excited to put this in decks, maybe not build around it and just have it randomly be good. Sheoldred's Edict. 1 and a black for an instant, choose 1. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Token, each opponent sacrifices a planeswalker. I don't think this is good. I don't know if it's bad, but I don't know if it's good either. Edicts in Limited tend to not be very good because it just kills their weakest creature, and even though this manages to kill their weakest non-token creature, I think that's probably still not good. Really? I'm sure there will be decks where this like is a card you play because it's not your 23rd worst card, but I don't think you're ever going to be excited by playing this. What are my thoughts on it for Constructed? Probably still not super interested. In Constructed, it's a little more interesting, I guess, because of the flexibility of it being a removal spell that hits planeswalkers occasionally, which means there are specific matchups that it could be useful in, and it's got merit as, like, a metagame consideration to tech for specific matchups. But I don't know if that ever ends up being good. It just winds up being, like, acceptable-ish and interesting. I wonder how often in like deep open run or normal trophy run you'll run into a bomb planeswalker. And I don't know. There are some bomb planeswalkers in the format, but I don't know. Is playing a medium removal spell because it's good against planeswalkers that interesting? I don't know. I don't know. I would default to it not being terribly exciting. Ambulatory Edifice. 2 and a black for a 3/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian Construct. When Ambulatory Edifice enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 life. When you do, target creature gets -1 until end of turn. This one's kind of interesting. A 3-mana 3/2 is never my favorite stat line, but some of the time this kills a creature when it ETBs, and that's happy. You even threaten to post-combat it after blocks some of the time. And some of the time you just straight up kill a creature with 1 toughness, I guess. I don't know how much to value it just randomly being an artifact, but I'm sure that is somewhat valuable. I'm going to need to play with this one to get a better impression of it, I think. My instinct is to say that this is totally fine and a card that you're probably always going to play and won't cut, but I don't know how much better than that it is. Next up, Chittering Skitterling. 2 and a black for a 1/4 creature Phyrexian rat. Corrupted, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw a card. Activate only if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, and only once each turn. What a strange card this one is. As that effect with no mana cost is crazy powerful once it's online. Assuming you have anywhere near enough onboard shenanigans to like mess with your opponent. Chump blocks that turn into card draw, anything that makes tokens. The trouble is, I feel like you need to do 2 separate things at once to make this card good. you need to be able to turn on Corrupted, and you need to be able to fuel it. Also, it's twice a turn unlike most cards with that text. Twice a turn cycle. Mites do both, yeah. Mites help get you to have your opponent corrupted and sacrifice well to this to turn into real cards. If you can build a deck that jumps through both hoops, I think you're very excited about Skitterling. What's really interesting to me about this card is that I feel like a 3-mana 1/4 is actually just a really good blocker in this format. So, like, this does actually do something defensive and meaningful even when it hasn't turned on Corrupted yet. But I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a hard card to draft around. That's not the same thing as saying that it is a card that is not worth drafting around, but it feels like it will be mentally difficult to figure out how to rebalance your priorities when you have a card like Skitterling. And I guess experience is going to be the determining factor in how capable of that we are. But that's definitely a card to keep our eyes on, I think. Feed the Infection. 3 and a black for a sorcery. You draw 3 cards and lose 3 life. Corrupted. Each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters loses 3 life. That feels like that Corrupted line of text is not super relevant. Until it is. But I'm never very embarrassed by a 4-mana draw 3 cards, lose 3 life. Other than the times where I'm at 3 or less life, but, you know, a 3-for-1 is still a 3-for-1. And generally, I like a 3-for-1. Very rarely would I ever cut a 3-for-1. Necrosquito. 3 and a black for a 0/0 creature Phyrexian insect with flying. Enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it, gets +1/+1 for each oil counter, and whenever another creature or artifact you control is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Necrosquito. So, 4 mana 2/2 flyer that gets bigger every time one of your things dies, and also benefits from Proliferate. I think this card's actually more impressive than I am used to evaluating this sort of effect on a large mana flyer typically is. And partially that's because of Proliferate, but also, like, it's hyper synergistic with mites and other random creatures that die. And I think most of the time that we've seen this kind of card, it's cost 5 mana instead of 4 mana. But, like, you gotta be pretty happy if you play a Necrosquito and then immediately attack and just, like, throw your 3/3 into their 3/3 and threaten to trade, right? Because then you're just dealing with a 4 mana 3/3 flyer that might continue to get bigger. I feel like that's got to be pretty decent, and that you shouldn't be embarrassed by Necrosquito. This feels like a card that you should be pretty happy with in your 4-drop slot most of the time. It doesn't take a lot for it to just be huge and completely invalidate your opponent's board. Ravenous Necro Titan. 2 black for a 6/6 creature Phyrexian horror. Be a 4/4 flyer then, wouldn't it? No, so it doesn't grow when your opponent's stuff dies. It only grows when your stuff dies. If it grew when your opponent's stuff dies, it would be, like, insanely good, I think. So 2 and black for a 6/6 Phyrexian horror. Corrupted. When Ravenous Necrotitan enters the battlefield, sacrifice a creature unless an opponent has 3 or more poison counters. Oh, that's interesting. It does grow when your opponent's stuff dies? I don't believe so. Yeah, whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield. So if you control your opponent's stuff, then yes. But Most of the time, no. Necrotitan is really interesting with mites as an easy sacrifice. Like, certainly it would be vulnerable to removal, but 4 mana 6/6, there's gotta be times where you're just excited to sacrifice one of your early creatures to play that. The 4 mana 2/2 flyer that can grow is a pretty dismal spot on the curve. I think I might disagree with you there. I think a 4 mana 2/2 flyer that grows is actually pretty decent. Time will tell, but I feel like that gets up to be a 5/5 or a 6/6 faster than you would expect a lot of the time, especially with Proliferate hanging around. Wait, I know people will throw 17 lands data at me to say that they disagree with stuff, but we don't have any 17 lands data for this set, right? I think. The set isn't available to draft yet, right? I mean, for other examples of this kind of creature? Yeah, but I don't think other examples are very comparable. Because, for one, other sets don't have Proliferate. Like, that's a pretty big factor. But we'll definitely see. I just have higher expectations of that than normal, I think, compared to the average set. Of the games I've played, the creatures that have oil counters that are similar to +1/+1 counters have way overperformed what I would expect other creatures at those stat lines to normally do. I wonder how reliably you would ever have Corrupted turned on by turn 4. I'm assuming the answer is generally never. Which means I guess I would view Ravenous Necrotitan as like more like a 6 mana 6/6, in that it comes down on turn 6 when your opponent's probably corrupted. And otherwise, it's like a 4 mana 6/6 that you try to sacrifice a cheap free thing to. I don't know how good a 6/6 is, though, whether or not that would feel worth it to you. I can't help but feel like a lot of the cards in black seem like they're closer to white-black cards than just black cards, because of how many different black cards feel like they're synergizing with mites. Well, time will tell. But I'm not really getting very much of an impression about, like, what black-red does, or what blue-black does, or what green-black does. I guess a lot of these corrupted cards kind of work with green-black in the sense that green provides a lot of proliferate effects that help you get to corrupted. Yeah, that's true. It's nice that you can play Ravenous Necrotitan without another creature on board in the late game. Nim Razor Paladin. 4 and a black for a 4/4 creature Phyrexian Knight with Toxic 2. When it enters the battlefield, return target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. I thought that was going to say to play for a second and was getting really excited. Slow, grindy, but kind of value. My default assumption is that this is fine, but not exciting. There's a lot of stuff with 4 power in this set that I would expect people to play at the 4-drop slot, which this kind of just trades with. If it was a 4/5, it would be amazing. I don't know how much to expect out of Toxic 2 on a 5-drop. Howdy, Brosaurus. I'm doing very well. Thanks for the wishes. Nimrazor Paladin feels like it's kind of a fine 5-drop, I guess. I wouldn't expect it to be better than fine, though. I wish they would stop making the black-white mechanic mana value greater than 4. It's so boring. Yeah? I mean, like, not putting it on cards that cost less than 4? Because I feel like Chittering Skitterling is sort of all of what the white-black deck is about. But I guess in a sense it's also kind of an effect that doesn't take place until later on. Oh, mana value less than 4. Oh, so yeah, all about 3-drops. I'm sorry, that's what you meant. Yeah, it does. They do come back to that pretty often, about like recycling your 3-drops as a theme, huh? Vat Emergence. 4 and a black for a sorcery. Put target creature card from your graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Proliferate. Okay. I guess it's fine. I don't think that's good, but I don't think it's bad. We don't have much in the way of discard outlets, and I don't know how much in the way of large creatures worth reanimating we have either. I guess it's a source of Proliferate, which could be valuable, but more often than not, 5 mana reanimates unimpress me in Limited. And I kind of feel like Vat Emergence is probably going to wind up in that same space, where it's just a little unimpressive to reanimate something for 5 mana. Yeah, there's the blue 4-drop that discards. But again, you need giant creatures to discard, and then you need to rely on finding your discard outlet. Also, usually that just is more work and requires more pieces to come together than the reward that it gives you. I would not be terribly excited to draft Vat Emergence early, I don't think. Unless there's some kind of rare or common that really changes that context compared to normal. Cacophony Scamp. Single red for a creature Phyrexian Goblin Warrior, 1/1. Whenever Cacophony Scamp deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. If you do, proliferate. When Cacophony Scamp dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. So that's certainly very interesting. A 1/1 that attacks as a 2/1 for the purposes of how blockable it is kind of interesting. And the second you put any equipment on this, that's sort of just stellar. I think this might actually be the rare aggressive 1-drop that's just fine in Limited. You don't get a lot of those that are 1/1s, to be honest. Yeah, I've got to assume this is probably just a card that you're never embarrassed to run if you're in red. Especially once you start putting pump spells or equipment onto it, which I'm going to assume is probably a theme of red because it always is. Have we seen much equipment yet? Not a lot. We've seen a couple of pieces at Uncommon in white, and that was it. Churning Reservoir. Single red for an artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on another target non-token artifact or creature you control. Non-token. How does the wording on that work? Non-token artifact or creature. Does that mean non-token artifact or creature that is token or non-token? Or does it mean non-token artifact or non-token creature? I don't know if that ever matters, but I'm always slightly confused by what that sort of wording actually means in practice. Anyway, 2 and tap, create a 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature token, activate only if an oil counter was removed from a permanent you controlled this turn, or a permanent with an oil counter on it was put into a graveyard this turn. I have to assume that means non-token creature, because the intent of the way that it was worded was to stop you from putting oil counters on the Phyrexian goblin tokens. Are there any token creatures that need oil counters? Not that I know of, but that isn't to say that they don't exist. I think it was to just stop this thing from enabling itself over and over and over and over, would be my guess. Either way, this is interesting. Produces chump blockers, has no restriction on when you can activate it, but for the most part looks like it's about enabling other oil counter synergies? Huh. Exuberant Fuseling. Single red for an 0/1 creature Phyrexian Goblin Warrior. Trample. Exuberant Fuseling gets +1/+0 for each oil counter on it. When Exuberant Fuseling enters the battlefield and whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Exuberant Fuseling. Oh. Okay. So a 1/1 trampler for 1 that gets more power over time. So red's certainly giving us a lot of reasons to want to do 1 damage to things, which I guess retroactively makes Ambulatory Edifice slightly more interesting now. I don't know if this is good, but it's kind of like a Ravenous Squirrel that comes pre-equipped with Trample, only it doesn't actually ever gain any toughness. That's really hard to evaluate how useful that is. I mean, you could get this to the point where it's like a 6-power creature eventually, and then attack with it and get 4 damage in or whatever. I guess, if this is threatening to trade with an opponent's 2-drop or 3-drop, it's not like you're actually out card draw. It's not like you're actually out cards as a resource at that point, because it still only costs you 1 card and 1 mana. Huh. This might be interesting in Limited. Might be interesting, rather. Red's giving us a lot of 1-drops that do not actually follow the usual trend of limited 1-drops being unplayable. How fascinating. I guess this also rides the same trend of getting to be very interesting with combat tricks, especially because it's already got Trample. Why do I say limited 1-drops are unplayable? Because by and large, creatures at 1 mana tend to historically not be good, and them being good and playable is the exception far more often than the rule. It's not to say that limited 1-drops aren't sometimes good, just that lots of them being good is kind of surprising. Gleeful Demolition. Red for a sorcery, destroy target artifact. If you controlled that artifact, create 3 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature tokens. Huh. The 3/1/1 Phyrexian Goblin creature tokens is interesting, but I actually think that's a lot less interesting than just playing a 1 mana destroy target artifact to hit your opponent's stuff. That is potentially very interesting in this format. I would assume you would always main deck this in sealed, but I don't know where that puts it as a priority in draft. Any proactive playable 1 mana spells are really interesting to me in Limited because they get you to the point where you can do 2 things in 1 turn earlier, and that's often where you start pivoting games. Very, very, very interesting, huh? Yeah, this can blow up your opponent's creatures a lot, although good luck figuring out whether your opponent's creatures are artifacts or aren't artifacts, since that seems kind of random. Like they just rolled dice when determining whether a creature was going to be an artifact or not. Yeah, I assume you always play this. I don't know when you draft this. This too will have to be something we evaluate over time. Hexgold Halberd, 1 and a red for an artifact equipment. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token and attach it to it. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature has first strike and trample. Okay. Equip 2 and a red. I mean, 2 mana 2/2 is not terrible. Having first strike and trample makes it play well with combat tricks, which again, I think you're incentivized to draft in aggressive decks. Re-equipping this thing is going to be kind of weird in that it's kind of rare for there to be equipment that doesn't allow your creatures to trade up. And first strike and trample are not keywords that really change your creature's ability to trade up. Like, putting this onto anything that's got 4 power sounds like a really good deal to me. But it's not very good if you're putting it onto things with 3 power. Huh. I assume you just always are very happy to play this because the 2 mana 2/2 is fine. I don't know what more... I don't know how much better than a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike and trample this is, especially when it doesn't have the first strike on defense. It'd be interesting to see how much the random equip synergies, or not synergies, how much the random equip value in the late game ends up meaning. 1 in a red for a sorcery, Nahiri's Sacrifice. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature with mana value X. Nahiri's Sacrifice deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures. Huh. Is that good? Does red have many toxic creatures? Not that I know of. Although I guess that would be more interesting with Hexgold Halberd. Similarly, Hexgold Halberd is really cool with Death Touch creatures, isn't it? Nahiri's Sacrifice seems like the kind of card that I normally would think is very bad, But I guess like part of the idea is that you're supposed to play a 5-drop and then sacrifice it and hopefully kill 2 things, maybe 3 things. My default assumption is to hate cards like Nahiri's Sacrifice and never touch them. So I guess time will tell whether that's warranted here or not. Interestingly, Nahiri's Sacrifice does not really provide reach because it cannot go to your opponent's face. If it could go to your opponent's face, I would like them. But this only hits creatures. I could see this being something I was very excited to sideboard in against a deck that had a bunch of 1 toughness creatures. Hypothetically. Are there any steal effects? Yeah, so like I guess red-black Sacrifice with threatens. If that's a deck, Nahiri's Sacrifice would be very reasonable in it. It's worth considering. We've not seen any threatens yet, but most of the time, if you want to play that kind of deck, it'll be because you want the threaten effects that are at common to be good. So we'll see. All of the 4 Mirrodin equipment are good sacrifices for this. Yeah, maybe? I mean, so far we've seen ones that were 2 mana, 3 mana, and 4 mana, and I don't know that I'd be terribly excited to sacrifice those just to try to get a 3-for-1 against tiny creatures. Because, like, if you're not getting a 3-for-1 with Nahiri's Sacrifice, I think you're going to be disappointed. Even just getting a 2-for-1 out of it is, like... Or even just getting a 2-for-2 out of it isn't really exciting compared to the percentage of time that you're likely to be getting 1-for-2'd by it. But, I don't know, maybe sometimes you're desperate for removal. We'll see. My default assumption is still not to be very excited, though. Furnace Punisher. 2 and a red for a 3/3 creature Phyrexian Warrior with Menace. Wait, I'm sorry. Is this just a 3/3 for 3 with Menace? Okay. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, Furnace Punisher deals 2 damage to that player unless they control 2 or more basic lands. Okay, which basically doesn't exist in Limited. So this is just a 3 mana 3/3 with Menace. 3 mana 3/3 with Menace isn't terrible. I'm generally always excited to play a 3 mana 3/3 with Menace. It's not really much other than that, which makes it kind of weird that it's an uncommon, but I mean, it's still good, so sure. Magmatic Sprinter. 2 and a red for a 3/2 creature Phyrexian Warrior with haste. Sounds good. When it enters the battlefield, put 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature you control. Sounds good. At the beginning of your in-step, return Magmatic Sprinter to its owner's hand unless you remove 2 oil counters from it. Oh. Okay. We got stuff going on here. Huh. So you can put the 2 oil counters on itself, and that'll make it not go back to your hand for 1 turn. Or you can just keep playing it to put oil counters on something else, and then bouncing it back and doing that over and over again. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? That's very interesting. I don't know whether that's good or not. I mean, a 3 mana 3/2 haste that returns to your hand the turn after you play it. I think that would generally not be good as a base rate. But this has more complicated synergies than just that. Huh. Interesting. That will be another one on the cards to reevaluate later. A 4-mana black card that grows would get out of hand really fast with the Sprinter. Yeah, if this is just put 2+2/+2 counters on something for 3 mana, also has haste and also returns to your hand. There's also a green, so there's, let's see, 3 cards so far we've seen that grow with oil counters. One we haven't seen. There's a green 1-drop that grows with oil counters. There's a blue 3-drop that grows with oil counters. There's a black 4-drop that grows with oil counters. That's very interesting. Am I making a list of the cards I need to revisit post-viewing the entire set? No, because it's not even necessarily revisit post-viewing the set. It's the kind of cards that I'm making note of that I will have to reevaluate after actually getting the chance to play with. Because cards like Magmatic Sprinter are too much about all of the moving pieces and synergies to judge, even in the context of just knowing what the other cards in the set are. You really have to see how easy it is to build a draft deck that actually comes together with them overall. Oh yeah, and the red 1-drop. Yeah. Ah, man, that's really, really, really interesting. Really interesting. Gosh, I'm excited to see where that goes. Rebel Salvo, 2 and a red for an instant, affinity for equipment. Rebel Salvo deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. That permanent loses indestructible until end of turn. Well, that's amazing. Doesn't go face, but kills basically anything. And also doesn't require the creature to be attacking or blocking or any such nonsense, and only gets cheaper over time. This seems like a hyper premium piece of removal, especially once you're playing equipment, but you don't even need to play any equipment for this to be a good removal spell. It's mostly just excellent instant speed removal. Seems fantastic. Awaken the Sleeper. 3 and a red for a sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. If it's equipped, you may destroy all equipment attached to that creature. 4-mana threatens are not typically the most exciting. It does destroy equipment, I guess. I don't know if that's particularly good, but it's something. It's not a common, which makes it kind of awkward for the red-black sack deck to reliably pick up copies. I feel like some decks are going to want it. I guess the good news is, even though it's an uncommon, it's so bad that if you are in the deck that wants it, you'll probably get it wheeled to you. But yeah, I'm never the biggest fan of 4-mana threatens, and this provides a lot less value than I think the typical 4-mana threaten does. But yeah, I mean, sometimes maybe blowing up an equipment will be good. The trouble is that because of the nature of 4 Mirrodin, I think a lot of the times the stuff that your opponent's equipment is equipped to is not going to be the creatures you want to steal anyway. But maybe that's not true. Who's to say? Urabrask's Anointer. 3 and a red for a 4/2 artifact creature Phyrexian Wizard. When Urabrask's Anointer enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them. Huh. So on its own, this is just a 4-mana 4/2, which isn't exciting. But once you get 1 or 2 other permanents with oil counters on it, this sounds very good. And red has not had any shortage of getting oil counters on things randomly so far. I feel like it is well within range of normality for this card to be excellent. Maybe at common, it's harder to get oil counters, and so that's less true, but my default reaction is this should be pretty good. Resistance Skywarden. 3 red for a 5/5 creature ogre rebel with menace and reach. Oh, Okay, that seems very good. That's a lot less text than you usually get on your uncommons, but man, that sounds good though, doesn't it? I love me a creature with reach, I love me a creature that's a 5/5 for 5, and I love me a creature with menace. Seems like a card you will never be unhappy to play. Oxida Finisher, 5 red for a 7/5 creature ogre rebel, affinity for equipment, and trample. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the second you get this down to 6, it's not embarrassing. And if you can threaten to get it down in mana cost below that, it starts to become actively very desirable. Seems pretty reasonable. Especially because your equipment tends to be the kind of permanent that does the least dying. So affinity for it is not that likely to get blown out. Evolving Adaptive. Single green for a 0/0 creature Phyrexian warrior. Evolving Adaptive enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. Evolving Adaptive gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if that creature had greater power or toughness than Evolving Adaptive, put an oil counter on Evolving Adaptive. I believe this card is excellent. Like, absolutely excellent. It is not terribly difficult to just make this thing a 2/2 attacker on 2 and a 3/3 attacker on 3, assuming you curve out at all. On turn 2, you just have to play anything that's bigger than a 1/1 and anything bigger than a 2/2 on turn 3, which is like almost every creature you could ever play. And then also synergizes with Proliferate, which is abundant in green, which makes it not terribly difficult to get the thing up to like a 4/4 or a 5/5, even once you've run out of creatures that are bigger than it. And all of that for 1 mana is kind of just amazing. The only downside is that it's sort of less impressive if you're playing it off curve, like on turn 5 or 6. But, like, that's probably worthwhile for how amazing it is if you get it early. I think that's probably just, on average, excellent. I've got to imagine Evolving Adaptive is the kind of card you really don't mind first picking in a situation where you don't get a bomb rare or good removal spell. Maybe it's worth picking over a good removal spell even. I don't know. But it seems very good. Incubation Sac. Single green for an artifact. Incubation Sac enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. 4, tap, remove an oil counter from Incubation Sac, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token, activate only as a sorcery. So this is a 5 mana 3/3, and then a 4 mana 3/3, and then a 4 mana 3/3, absent any synergies with Proliferate. That's notably kind of slow, but it is a lot of meat from one card. So green has some definite potential to be a very powerful, grindy engine. Interesting. Tyvar's Stand, not Last Stand. Single green and X, instant. Target creature you control gets +X/+X and gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. I'm pretty sure in the context of Limited, this card is just absolutely amazing. Like, very easy to underrate, but extremely good. Because this is a card that gets to threaten to be a tempo combat trick for 1 mana by saving a creature, when that's an option. And saving a creature for 1 mana is usually pretty tempo positive. But in addition to that, it also gets to just be +6 power to your unblocked creature in the late game to just be lethal. Like, cards like this that get to run the gambit from being good early game on curve, cheap and effective, and also stellar in the late game, I think are just limited, not like bombs, but something approaching a bomb because of how flexible and good it is in all kinds of different positions. I think that this is actually perhaps one of the first combat tricks I would ever be pretty okay first picking. I think it's close to that level of good. Be very interesting to see how this starts to look over time. Because I don't know that we really have anything directly comparable to this that I can think of to attempt to draw a meaningful comparison to. Armored Scrap Gorger. 1 in a green, 03 creature, Phyrexian beast. Somehow I've managed to forget how to say creature there for a second. Run this card over Tamiyo's Safekeeping in Standard? Yeah, I never really got the impression that Tamiyo's Safekeeping was actually a good card, personally. I never really understood why people liked playing it. Armored Scrap Gorger gets +3/+0 as long as it has 3 or more oil counters on it. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Whenever Armored Scrap Gorger becomes tapped, exile target card from a graveyard and put an oil counter on Armored Scrap Gorger. Well, as far as limited goes, this is a 2-mana 03 Birds of Paradise, which is excellent, and then at some point in the game becomes a 3/3. So this is just amazing. Yeah, seems just like that's an extremely good card. And something you would be extremely happy to first pick, generally, always. I mean, again, I'm saying first pick, assuming you got a bad rare. But as far as of your uncommons, both of these cards seem like very solid standouts for happy to first pick, better than any common in the set. Cankerbloom. 1 in a green for a 3/2 creature for Phyrexian fungus. Okay, I like me a 3/2 drop. 1 sacrifice Cankerbloom, choose a 1. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, or proliferate. That also seems very good. Not as good as either of the previous 2 cards, I don't think, but, still pretty reasonable. Infectious Bite. 1 in a green instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Each opponent gets a poison counter. So notably green being a color with a lot of proliferate, the first poison counter has meaning, but also Infectious Bite seems like the kind of card that you wouldn't necessarily play super early. But if you are playing something that cares about getting your opponent to 3 poison, this is a way to get the first poison without needing to stress about how you're going to get a creature to not be blocked. And also, instant speed punches are just generally pretty good. Seems like a very, very reasonable, exciting card to me. Art-wise, perhaps this is an explanation for why all of these characters seem to be bleeding oil out their eyes. That perhaps the oil is directly applied to the eyes seems to be the implication, which would explain the absence of nose and ear oil. I'm really not into the idea of spitting things through people's eyeballs into their brain, though. That is mildly weird. A little. Unnatural Restoration. 1 in a green for a sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Proliferate. This set has a lot of, hey, look, it's a old staple, but now the old staple has Proliferate on it. Does that make it good enough to play? Who knows? What a weird card. I should be evaluating the card itself, but I can't help staring at the art, which is so confusing to me, because it feels like the background and the body are in two different art styles somehow. And then the face is in a third different art style. And I'm pretty sure that's just a consequence of the low resolution, but it really looks like the background reminds me of that old animated Quest for Camelot movie. And then the body reminds me of like The Thief and the Cobbler. And then the face just reminds me of like it got cropped out of some kind of Akira 80s anime. It's so weird. This is what you get for being a faithless looting enjoyer. It is very reminiscent of that faithless looting, isn't it? But I stand by that faithless looting looked gorgeous in full resolution. If you don't reassemble me immediately, the mother of machines will notice my absence and this entire layer will face her wrath. So this is basically one of the white Phyrexians just being salty that their body got pulled apart by the foliage in the green zone. This is amusing. I have no clue if this card is good. My general assumption about regrowths in Limited is that they're not terribly exciting. But, maybe Proliferate's good. Maybe, maybe not. Hey, Infinity Wars TCG. Thanks for the raid. You join us reviewing a Magic set. How did your stream go? Yeah, straight up just yelling at nature. If you don't just let me go, my mom's gonna notice and she'll be really upset. Lost all the matches? Aw, delightful. We love losing. Losing means we learned things, right? We just desperately hold on to the belief that if we lost, we learned, and that nobody can prove otherwise. Otherwise, I would probably have a lot harder time streaming if I couldn't use that excuse whenever I was constantly losing. Sometimes all we learn is, oh, maybe this deck actually isn't playable. But that's learning too. Viral Spawning. 2 and a green for a sorcery, create a 3/3 green Phyrexian beast creature with Toxic 1. Okay, so my default assumption that anything that is a 3 mana make a 3/3 is good applies here, because this is 3 mana 3/3 with upside. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters and Viral Spawning is in your graveyard, it has flashback 2 and a green. What? What? It's a 3 mana 3/3 that can make a second 3 mana 3/3? Oh gosh, that's so good though. It's also really good with all of the blue creatures that trigger whenever you cast a spell. Since this is a spell, and sometimes it's 2 spells. Man. Green, how come you gotta be so good? Like, every green uncommon so far, other than Unnatural Restoration, was actively pretty solid. Expand the Sphere. 3 and a green for a sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put up to 2 land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you put fewer than 2 lands onto the battlefield this way, proliferate a number of times equal to the difference. So, is that good? How good is 4 mana proliferate twice? I mean, I guess sometimes that's lethal-ish. Mostly, I guess, how good is Explosive Vegetation in this deck? The fact that you can control whether or not you put the lands into play and you're not forced to means that you can always make this proliferate 2 if you need to, which means if you're actually like a toxic deck, this threatens to be a Lava Axe for 4 mana. But also, anytime it's not Lava Axe for 4 mana, it's Explosive Vegetation, and I don't know if Explosive Vegetation is a good card or not. I guess that will depend on the commons and how many 6 and 7 drops you have that you actually want to play. I don't know. But I mean, if you have enough creatures that get oil counters as +1/+1 counters, then I could see wanting to go turn 4 proliferate twice as sort of amazing. But I don't know whether to expect it to. I think the base rate on Expand the Sphere is probably going to be something pretty similar to Explosive Vegetation, though. And if your deck wants Explosive Vegetation, then you're willing to play Expand the Sphere. But how many draft decks ever want Explosive Vegetation? I don't know. Maybe not a lot. Perhaps not a lot. Venomous Brutalizer, 2 green for a 4/4 creature Phyrexian Knight with Toxic 3. When Venomous Brutalizer enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 and green if you do proliferate. This seems amazing because all 4/4s for 4 are good by default. This is a 4/4 for 4 with Toxic 3 and can also proliferate if it's in the late game and you have extra mana, which maybe that's not valuable, maybe it is. Who knows? Either way. There's literally no way you will ever convince me that a 4/4 for 4 is bad. It is, yeah, this is super cool art, right? It's a knight, except, like, it is the horse. But it still gets to be a knight. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. It's also got a big giant mouth on the front of it to eat things. I don't know. I think I'm a sucker for any, like... What would you even call this? It's like an oily version of... I'm trying to figure out a way to describe the color palette. It reminds me of like an oily version of stained glass. And I love me anything that's kind of like pastel-y stained glass. And this is like oily pastels. There's got to be a better term for that than oily pastels. But I'm going to go with oily pastels, and I like it. Not sure if there's a word for that. There's a word for everything artsy. If you're one of them people who actually knows how art works. But I am not one of those people who actually knows how art works. I am just one of those people who knows how art looks cool. Noxious Assault. 3 green for a sorcery. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Whenever a creature blocks this turn, its controller gets a poison counter. This could be interesting. Iridescent. Iridescent's close. But I think iridescent like also can mean like pearly, right? So it's not quite explicit, but it's also not wrong. I don't know. So Noxious Assault is really, really interesting. My original assumption was that this card probably wouldn't be super good. But now thinking about it, this triggers every time a creature blocks, not just every time a creature is blocked. Meaning if your opponent triple blocks something, they get 3 poison counters. It's weird how much Noxious Assault is like simultaneously trying to kill your opponent with poison and damage, and every instinct that I have says trying to do both of those things at the same time means doing neither of them effectively. But also this set seems like thematically balanced around trying to do both at the same time and not trying to do one or the other. So, like, if you've gotten your opponent to 5 poison counters, Noxious Assault makes life start to get really hard for them. If they're limited to, like, 3 blockers or else they're just dead to proliferate. Pearly is opalescent. Okay. Which is different from iridescent. I see. Go wide mites. Yeah, you could do go wide mites. Although I don't know if mites... Is green-white a thing, mechanically? I guess it is. I guess green-white is actually about going wide with tiny tiny toxic creatures, and Noxious Assault's really good in that, huh? If you use this with toxic creatures, it might as well be unblockable. For the purpose of putting a single poison counter on something, yeah. I guess it's weird to me that Noxious Assault seems like a card that's kind of bad if your opponent is on, like, 3 or 4 poison. Good if your opponent is on 0 poison, and you need to get to 3 poison. And then good if your opponent's on, like, 7 poison. But there's these weird middle ranges where, like, if they're at 3 poison, this doesn't seem very good. Strange. It's very strange. I don't know what to think about this. It'll be interesting to see what board states look like in practice to determine if this is an interesting overrun effect or not. Sylvok Battle Chair. 4 green artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +4/+4 and has trample. For Mirrodin. So it's a 6 mana 6/6 trample. Oh, wait, no. Okay. I forgot for a second that rebels are 2/2s. Do I have pre-access to the set? No. I do not. I have played some pretend games of the set, but I do not have any pre-access to the set. So in reality, this is just Colossal Dreadmaw with Equip 7. But my first reading of it was that it was a 6 mana 4/4 with trample, but it is not. It is a 6 mana 6/6 with trample, plus Equip 7. Seems good. I mean, everybody loves a Colossal Dreadmaw. I don't have access to the pre-access magic thing for streamers? No. I don't know how you get access to that because I have messaged people and applied, and I think of all of the times that I've applied, I've gotten it like less than 10% of the times. I have no clue. I don't blame them for it because, mind you, the people who've been in charge of that things have switched a bunch of times, and it's very easy to lose lists or to not have had people actually put properly on lists if they got added to the list at some point through, like, roundabout ways, which is presumably the couple of times that I did make it how I got on there because I got on by directly messaging people, but it's weird. Yeah, the impression I get is that the people who are running it are largely trying very hard to make something cool happen without a lot of support. So I don't really blame them for it. And I am appreciative of the times that I do make it as a result. So yeah, Sylvok Battle Chair. I'm going to just say Colossal Dreadmaw with upside, which is probably just good. Am I playing any pre-releases? I don't know, because I don't really want to spend a lot of time playing Sealed if I could play Draft. Whether or not I play any pre-releases will probably be related to whether or not it's available for Draft online at that point or not. Paladin of Predation. 5 green for a 6/7 creature Phyrexian Knight. Toxic 6. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. 7 mana is a lot of mana, but this is a lot of beef. Goodness gracious. Hey, Minsk PGW. Thanks for the sub. I very much appreciate the support. I mean, this is so much stat and threatens to kill your opponent instantly the second it ever is unblocked. And actually forces them to block it with real creatures because of the line of text. Oh, it's great, but also 7-drop. I don't know if this is good or not. But It is very much appropriate, I think, that the art for this card is a creature just going straight into the witness me pose. Because that feels like the appropriate thing to say whenever this resolves. I want this to be good so badly. I don't know whether it will be, but I absolutely want to be the player casting giant, amazing 7-drops. Cephalopod Sentry. 2 white and a blue for an X5 artifact creature Phyrexian squid with flying and power equal to the number of artifacts you control. I don't feel like I have any sense for how subtle Vorinclex is. I feel like Vorinclex is approximately as subtle as a 6/6. And here we have the uncommon mythic of the set. Yeah, 4 mana, absolutely massive flyer. I've got to assume that especially in blue-white, this thing is going to be huge. I don't know if I would say that this is like the idea of what I would typically have for an uncommon mythic, because you do get to answer this thing at some point. Like, it does die to removal. But when it doesn't die to removal, it's very hard to block, and it's basically impossible to trade with, because good luck getting 5 power in the air to trade with it. But yeah, it's good. It's very, very, very good. Voidwing Hybrid. Again with the, why is this not an artifact? This one was an artifact, because sure, this is something straight out of Mass Effect. But this not an artifact, huh? This thing that has approximately 0 flesh, as near as I can tell. Blue-black 2/1 creature Phyrexian bat. Flying with Toxic 1. When you proliferate, return Voidwing from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. That definitely seems fine. I don't know if I would consider that super good, though. This is actually really hard for me to evaluate. I mean, like, if you can cast this on turn 2, it's very respectable. And it starts helping you get to Corrupted. And with enough proliferate, it does sort of function as card advantage in a sense. The trouble is, I don't know that blue or black, I don't know how easy it is to proliferate in blue and black. Blue definitely has some cards that say proliferate. I don't know that I've seen a lot of blue cards that I thought were very great that proliferate, incidentally. There's the Divination, I guess? I mean, I would view this as very respectable if you're already in blue-black, but I don't know that I would, like, highly pick this very early on. Because I think that this card becomes quite a bit worse when you're not playing it on turn 2. Versus, I would say that I think that it's probably worse on average than Cephalopod Sentry, but also the relative strength of the various color combinations is going to have an impact on that in the long run. As to the relative performance of the two cards to one another. Char Forger. 1 black-red for a 2/3 creature Phyrexian beast. When Char Forger enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature token. Whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Char Forger, remove 3 oil counters from Char Forger, exile the top card of your library, you may play that card this turn. Okay. I mean, that's just solid. It's a decent amount of creatures and stats for 3 mana, and then eventually gives you an impulse draw if it sticks around long enough. I mean, the impulse draw isn't amazing, and it is a little bit of time before it actually turns online, but because the base rate of this is just 3 power worth of stats spread across sort of 3 toughness for 3 mana, everything else on top of that is mostly just juicy extra. So, like, yeah, solid on-rate 3-drop that manages to later on turn into card draw some of the time, sometimes more than one card draw. That's mostly just excellent, I think. Cinderslash Ravager, 4 red-green for a 5/5 creature Phyrexian warrior. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent you control with oil counters on it. Has vigilance. Whenever Cinderslash Ravager enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. Oh, that seems amazing. That does not seem terribly far away from... I mean, probably not first pick worthy, because it's putting you into 2 colors, but, like, this doesn't even really need a cost discount to be pretty good. But assuming you get this to the point where it costs 5 or 4 mana, you gotta be really excited. I mean, 1 damage to each creature your opponent controls seems really, really good in a format where your opponent's likely to have a lot of pests. Or where your opponent could threaten to have a lot of pests, and then sometimes will randomly have other 1 toughness creatures. And then, I mean, like, the base rate of a 5/5 vigilance is pretty reasonable, even if it never kills anything. And anytime you're playing against a red-green deck, you're going to have to be worried about blocking in a way that your opponent post-combats a Cinderslash Ravager. Yeah, seems like a very, very, very good card to have once you're in those colors. Slaughter Singer, green-white for a 2/2 creature Phyrexian cleric. Toxic 2. Whenever another creature you control with toxic attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So, something you can play on turn 2 that threatens to put 2 poison counters on your opponent immediately if they don't cough up their own blocker. And later on, makes all of your creatures with toxic attack better into potential blockers. Yeah, seems pretty amazing. The base rate is just not embarrassing in the slightest, so it does kind of... Slaughter Singer, very interesting with mites, but also very interesting in regards to Noxious Assault, in that it does very much seem like Green-White's thing is to say, I am going to threaten you with poison and actual damage at the same time. Not necessarily trying to go hard on one or the other, but like all of my cards are doing both at the same time. Which is weird, because that's not how I ever approach constructed Magic, but seems how the cards that go together in green-white decks just naturally behave in this format. It's curious. Very curious. Vivisection Evangelist. 3 white and a black for a 4/4 creature Phyrexian cleric with vigilance. When Vivisection Evangelist enters the battlefield, if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Oh. This is the first card that makes that white 4-drop flicker reanimate effect look really interesting. A little awkward that, like, you have to get to Corrupted in order to make that happen, but yeah, if you can get to Corrupted... It's weird that this is the first card that looks miserable if your opponent isn't Corrupted, and amazing if your opponent is. Out of all of the cards we've reviewed, I don't think we've ever seen one with this much of a disparity. I don't think this is a Mythic uncommon, because at the end of the day, this still is kind of just a 2-for-1. It's a decent creature that removes one thing. Mythic uncommons tend to be the kind of effects that, like, take over games when unanswered, in my mind. But, yeah, this is very good. I wonder how often while playing white-black you'll get to the point where you're at turn 5 and don't have your opponent Corrupted if things are going poorly. 5 mana 4/4 Vigilance isn't terrible, yeah, but if you're in a position where you can't make the opponent Corrupted, in my mind that's probably because they've got a better board state than you. And a 4/4 Vigilance is not the kind of effect that's very good when your opponent's board is better than yours. Serum Core Chimera. 2 blue and a red for a 2/4 creature Phyrexian Chimera, flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Serum Core Chimera. Remove 3 oil counters from Serum Core Chimera. Draw a card. Then you may discard a non-land card. Whenever you discard a card this way, Serum Core Chimera deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so just draw a card every time you put 3 oil counters on this. Then you can Lightning Bolt if you want to discard a card, but you don't have to discard a card. That seems really good. A 2/4 flying blocker seems like the kind of thing that slows down a game really respectably. And then the fact that this just, like, draws a card every time you cast 3 I don't know. How difficult will it be? 3 non-creature spells sounds like a lot of non-creature spells. So the question is, how often is this, like, cast 1 non-creature spell and proliferate twice to draw a card? Because that's probably a lot more reasonable. Plus all of the synergies with putting oil counters on things. Like Serum Core Chimera plus... Oh, no. Plus the 3/2 that puts 2 oil counters on something every turn, or the 1-drop that puts a oil counter on something every upkeep. That all sounds amazing. I gotta feel like, of the uncommons we've seen so far, Serum Core seems like it might be the best. But I might be overrating card draw too much. I do love card draw. But I mean, this is also a very good 4-drop defensive body. I guess by that logic, Cephalopod is also an amazing 4-mana defensive body, if needs be. By the way, Serum Core Chimera seems like the kind of stuff that I want to be doing in my life. Next up, Necrogen Rot Priest. 2 black and a green for a 1/5 creature Phyrexian Zombie Cleric with Toxic 2. Whenever a creature you control with Toxic deals combat damage to a player, that player gets an additional poison counter. 1 black-green, target creature you control with Toxic gains Death Touch until end of turn. Oh. Well, that is just all about making combat math for your opponent completely miserable, isn't it? Lines up pretty badly with all the 4/4s. Yeah, sort of. But, like, a lot of the time I'm not expecting my 4-drop to block my opponent's 4-drops. What I really want my 4-drop to do is stabilize me against a bunch of 2 and 3 drops. And if my 4-drop is holding off a 2-drop and a 3-drop, or like 2 3-drops, then I think it's doing its job. And this doesn't hold off 2 3/3s, for example, but it holds off a 2/2 and a 3/3 pretty well. Serum Core can draw 3 cards and then still lose the game. I am happy to draw 3 cards but lose the game. That is kind of like everything I want to do in life. There's no such thing as losing the game emotionally if you drew 3 extra cards. Bladehold War Whip. 1 red and a white for an artifact equipment with 4 Mirrodin. Equip abilities you activate of other equipment cost 1 less to activate. Equipped creature has double strike. Equip 5. Huh. So 2/2 double striker for 3. That's fine. But so much of the power comes from other equipment? I mean, that's got to just be pretty good. It's definitely more tied into its own mechanic than a lot of these other cards. And I guess that's not actually true. Although equipment is a little more limited than Toxic or oil counters or artifacts. You have to be more consciously doing the equipment thing to get synergy out of Bladehold War Whip, but I don't know. I'm probably underrating how valuable it is to just give creatures double strike for 5 mana in the late game. Double strike does work well with toxic, although I don't think there's a lot of toxic in red-white. There's certainly some in white, but not like any big toxic stuff. I think the fail state for Serum Core is just that it eats a removal spell and you've spent turn 4 trying to stabilize and failing. Yeah, but I mean, most anything you can do on turn 4 that's an attempt to stabilize, if you were not already stabilized, falls behind against a removal spell. And like aggressive decks that get to start playing removal spells on turns 4 and 5 are generally just decks that are doing well and curving out anyway. So War Whip seems pretty good overall. I do not think that there's anything negative about War Whip. Tainted Observer, 1 green blue for a 2/3 creature Phyrexian bird. Ah yes, when I look at this, I see a bird. Definitely. Totally. Somehow. I guess. This is just a Mutalisk with 3 heads, isn't it? Okay. Flying Toxic 1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2. If you do, proliferate. Ooh. That's a very interesting way to try to proliferate your opponent to death in the late game. Huh. Blue-green is going to be such a weird color combination to draft. Specifically because, like, the removal in blue-green is so horrible, and so much of the mechanics seem to be about doing dirtily proliferate stuff. And trying to do dirtily game plans while also having bad removal sounds like fundamentally very hard, and I don't know exactly what to expect out of it. But it's also like, it's doing what I want to do so badly, which is just dumb, dirtily things where your creatures are your removal. That sings to me mechanically. Prosthetic Injector. 1 for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +0/+2 and has Toxic 1, equip 1. That seems like, oh, wow. Huh. That's actually like such a crazy low amount of mana to give things +2 toughness. And the opportunity cost here is so low and lets you start fitting in multiple things. I wonder how often you get creatures with high power and low toughness, and Prosthetic Injector turns them into being able to attack in situations where otherwise they couldn't really profitably attack. Because if typically you wind up with creatures with more power and not enough toughness, then Prosthetic Injector seems great. But if your problem is that your creatures have low power, then Prosthetic Injector kind of doesn't do anything. I don't know. But this seems like the kind of card that has a lot of potential in the right situations. Mere Convert, 2 mana, 2/1 with Toxic 1, tap, pay 2 life, add 1 mana of any color. Oh. What a weird mana dork. You don't get to use this a ton because you have to pay 2 life, but acceleration early that turns into a toxic threat later on seems pretty good. I gotta assume as far as a colorless card goes, this is not an unexciting early pick while staying open. The joke is that it makes a Phyrexian mana. Okay, yeah, alright. I wish they could have leaned even harder in the flavor into that and made this ability cost a Phyrexian mana. So, like, hypothetically, you could filter black mana into any color or something, but most of the time you just pay 2 life. I feel like visually that would make the joke way cooler without actually like being a nerf. I mean, realistically, it's a buff, but also not by very much. Oh well. Atraxa Skitterfang. 3 for a 2/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian insect. Atraxa Skitterfang enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may remove an oil counter from Atraxa Skitterfang. When you do, target creature you control gains your choice of flying, vigilance, death touch, or lifelink until end of turn. That seems excellent. Wow. Give your creatures flying or death touch, or all of that is just good. Nothing about that is bad. I mean, like, the stats aren't amazing on curve, and you can't use it on your opponent's turn defensively, but still, it's good. I'm trying to debate how often you would rather play a 2/2 than like a 3/3 on curve, but I guess that's not really the point. Atraxa Skitterfang is a really cool card because you can play it on turn 6 and it'll still be good. So I assume you just never cut it. Didn't we just have the second best rare in the set with that ability? Yeah, sort of. But a 3/3 flyer is a lot better than a 2/2 not flyer. And also, like, a 5/4 in the late game is a lot better than a 2/2. Ickerplate Golem. 3 mana, 2/3 artifact creature Phyrexian Golem. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it has 1 or more oil counters on it, put an oil counter on it. Creatures you control with oil counters on them get +1/+1. Oh, hello. That seems very good. Yeah, this just seems like a very powerful card to take early and not be committed to any colors, although I think this is probably more red than it is any other color, specifically because there's a really good combat trick in red that puts oil counters on things. So, like, if you use that on Ickerplate Golem, I think it's like single red for +2/+2, put 2 oil counters on a creature, if I recall correctly. It's a common, so we haven't actually looked at it yet. Which just turns Ickerplate Golem into a 5/6 for the turn. Because then suddenly it's oil lording itself. And that just sounds amazing. Sounds really good. Yeah, this card seems rad, and something you would absolutely want to pick early. This isn't blue. Blue has non-creature artifacts that don't work with this. Yeah, blue has a lot of stuff that has oil counters but doesn't directly synergize with Ickerplate Golem, but blue does have some creatures with oil counters as well. Like, the 3-mana Drake is very good with Ickerplate Golem. Turn 3 Ickerplate Golem, turn 4 Drake means instead of entering as a 1/1, Drake enters as a 3/3, which is pretty cool. It's also very good with the 4-mana Mosquitoes. ETBs is just a 4/4 for 4 flyer. I gotta imagine there's just a lot of cards that are very fun with Ickerplate Golem. Oh, wait, hold on. What happens with the green 1-drop that gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it? If on turn 3 you have that thing with 2 oil counters on it and play Ickerplate Golem, what happens? What's exactly the wording on that thing? Okay, it's got an intervening if, so it really doesn't matter what the sequencing is. when the ability resolves, Evolving Adaptive will be a 3/3 because of the passive, so the trigger will fizzle at that point. So it'll stay a 3/3 and not turn into a 4/4. That's a bummer. Oh well. Ribskiff, 4 mana artifact vehicle 4/4 with Toxic 2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, crew 3. Oh. Wow, okay. That seems actually really excellent, especially defensively, since your 3-drop can crew it as a 4/4 blocker and a Drew card. Seems very good. Did Mirrodin have... I guess Mirrodin had Seas. Because there was Seachrome Coast. Where is this, then? Did they make a sea in the middle of Phyrexia? Yeah, it is very similar to Bomat Bazaar Barge. But as I recall, that card was excellent. I think it's the Dross Pit. Did they... So they made a sea? I mean, I guess if you're going to make a planet, you might as well make seas. Where do you get all that water? I don't know. I guess maybe you make water. Alright, well, let's do commons now. I guess maybe they drained the sea and then moved it somewhere else? Yeah, so Mirrodin is a hollow sphere, and basically all of these different layers... You know what, can we... Is the map common? We can pull this up. Yeah, here we go. Phyrexian Atlas. So it used to be that Mirrodin was just this hollow core with one big ring on the outside with 5 suns around it. And Mirrodin itself was like this outer layer looking outwards. And then it turned out that you could go onto the inside of the hollow sphere and look up and walk along the inside where gravity was reversed. So it was like 2 halves of the same thing. And there was like mycosynth towers or something growing out towards the center sphere, which is where Memnarch was or something, I think? I don't know. But either way, Phyrexia decided, all that hollow space was a bunch of waste. Let's re-invert the gravity and make a bunch of layers, each dedicated to a color. So you got the, what is it? Black layer, red layer, green layer, blue layer, white layer? It's hard to tell black and blue apart. But, yeah, so you got this giant furnace, something, giant forest, something, giant bone cathedral, something, and then another something, and then the core that is apparently just a bunch of tentacles, because why not? And also the surface, but I don't know what the surface is anymore. A lot of very unclear things. But presumably they drained the sea that was on the surface and moved it somewhere else, because they could. Yeah, so the white layer is the fair basilica, then the surgical bay. Oh, a bay, literally. Okay, so this is where they put the water. Why they moved the water? I mean, I guess they moved all the metals. Is water really that much harder to move than metal? Probably not. The Dross Pits, the Autonomous Furnace, the Hunter Maze. Wow, that's really beautiful. Where's the sunlight coming from in the middle of the everything? Who knows? But it's pretty. I have no idea what this giant burning thing is, but it looks cool. Anyway. So, white 1-drop. Crawling Chorus. Single white for a 1/1 creature Phyrexian Horror with Toxic 1. When Crawling Chorus dies, create a 1/1 colorless Might artifact creature token with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. I guess if you have enough synergy with toxic creatures and you really, really want to go wide, this isn't terrible. Notably is not an artifact until it dies. For the overrun that cares about artifacts. My default reaction is to be very unexcited by 1-drops, but maybe there's enough synergy for going wide that you don't care. I mean, this is pretty good with a green-white uncommon that makes it attack as a 2/2 on turn 2, I guess. That dies and makes another 2/2 attacker. Sinew Dancer. 1 mana 1/1, 3 and a white, tap target creature. Corrupted, single white, tap target creature. Yeah, that seems great. 1-drops that tap things usually turn out to be pretty stellar. And this is medium okay without corrupted and very good once you hit corrupted. I mean, I'm definitely willing to admit that there are good 1-drops. Crawling Chorus does not hit any of the benchmarks that usually make me revise my opinion on whether a 1-drop is good or not. But it's worth pointing out that the vast majority of the 1-drops that were printed in this set thus far, I have said, oh, actually, this seems like a good 1-drop. Zealot's Conviction. Single white for an enchantment aura with flash. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, enchanted creature gets an additional +1/+0 and has first strike. Oh, that's very close to a very good combat trick, isn't it? Ooh. If white is all about aggressive, low-cost creatures, then effective, mana-efficient combat tricks are going to be all of what I'm about. And Zealot's Conviction seems like one of those pretty okay combat tricks to me. Complete Devotion. 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If that creature has Toxic, draw a card. That seems great. Like, very good. I would prefer combat tricks in general for tempo purposes to be 1 mana, because I think that kind of tempo is how aggressive decks typically leverage combat tricks to being something good, to let them play more creatures while winning combat against more expensive creatures. But if this kills their creature and draws a card for 2 mana, that's great. It is a question of how reliably you can do that, but still, seems pretty great. Duelist of Deep Faith. 1 and a white for a 2/2 creature Phyrexian Soldier with Toxic 1. As long as it's your turn, Duelist of Deep Faith has first strike. Seems very good with equipment, and pretty good with combat tricks. Duelist of Deep Faith, notably, seems like it has a lot of synergy with Zealot's Conviction. Like, the corrupted first strike bit of text is no longer really applicable, but that doesn't really matter very much. If, like, on turn 3 you attack with a Duelist of Deep Faith, Zealot's Conviction to eat their 3-drop, and permanently have a 3/3 first striker, and then still have 2 mana left to play whatever with, that just seems very good. It seems very, very good. Incisor Glider. 1 and a white for a 1/3 artifact creature Phyrexian construct. So notably the Teeth Kite is an artifact, for whatever reason. Flying. Whenever Incisor Glider attacks, if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, including the Incisor Glider. That's amazing, right? Like, that's just crazy good. seems really, 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 really good. The base stats are not even terrible, but once it gets corrupted, it's just an anthem every single turn in addition to being a 2-mana 2/4 flyer. That seems kind of absolutely nuts. Extremely, extremely good. Hey look, more teeth. Mandible Justicar. 1 and a white for a 2/1 artifact creature Phyrexian Cleric with lifelink. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, Mandible Justicar gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So if you trigger this, it attacks as a 3/2 with lifelink, which is, I guess, fine? I guess if blue-white really, really, really wants to have creatures on curve that are artifacts for total artifact density, then this is fine. But, like, on its own, I don't feel like a 2/1 that occasionally attacks as a 3/2 with lifelink is super great. It's not bad as a 2-drop, but it's also not the most aggressive, right? I don't know. Compared to the other 2-drops we've seen, I'm not as impressed. Could be okay in the right deck, specifically blue-white, but I don't think that it's just a generically good 2-drop. Planar Disruption. White and a 1 for an enchantment aura. Enchant artifact, creature, or planeswalker. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. So far, we've not seen a lot of sacrifice effects, so I'm going to assume that this is one of those sets where pacifism is premium removal. Also, the fact that this hits planeswalkers is probably very relevant in a set with a lot of planeswalkers as far as limited goes. So, seems like an excellent card. Charge of the Mites, 2 and a white for an instant. Charge of the Mites deals combat damage equal to the number of creatures you control, the target creature or planeswalker, or create 2 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Mite artifact creature tokens with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. This seems like a blue-white card to me. The removal is fine, but not very exciting at this mana cost. The creating 2 tokens for 3 mana, 2 mites does not feel worth 3 mana to me. What seems interesting with this card is the ability to trigger 2 artifacts, ETB triggers, at instant speed. Which... Ooh, chat. Let's be nice. No being angry. Otherwise, I'd actually have to pay attention and keep things sorted out. Flensing Raptor. 2 and a white for a 2/2 creature Phyrexian bird with flying and Toxic 1. When Flensing Raptor enters the battlefield, another target creature you control with Toxic gets +1/+1 gains flying until end of turn. Huh. So a 3-drop flyer with Toxic that's probably going to do a good job of getting in for Toxic on the next turn, and also gets your 2-drop with Toxic in, that gets you pretty close to Corrupted all on its own. This seems like one of the higher value cards you could possibly pick in a deck that wants to be doing Corrupted stuff, but also requires you to play a lot of 2-drops with Toxic. I like the Toxic stuff too. I think that it's really interesting the rate that they put Toxic on cards, which is that almost every card with Toxic has half as much Toxic as it does damage. So Toxic and poison counters are weirdly rated to almost always kill your opponent at the same time, unless you're doing proliferate stuff. Which I kind of think means that in almost every color aside from green and blue, you're probably playing Toxic for Corrupted, and Toxic to kill your opponent is probably unlikely to be relevant, unless your opponent starts gaining life. Which is really interesting to me. Notably, the exception to that is stuff that has 1 power but has Toxic, which means mites mostly. But I kind of expect that most of the time, Toxic won't really result in games ending any earlier than your opponent would hit 0 life total in a typical limited game anyway. Which, I don't know how to expect that to play out, but I think it will be interesting in that it will probably not be comparable to any implementation of poison counters we've seen in the past. But maybe it'll be very different depending on what colors you're playing. Like I said, green and blue look like they're going to be approaching poison counters very differently than every other color combination. We've not seen a lot of life gain in this set, notably. There's some random creatures that can gain or grant lifelink, but by and large, not a huge amount of it, and not on, like, game-winning late-game cards like we've seen in some other sets. Gold Warden's Helm. 2 and a white for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +0/+1. Equip 1 and a white. So 3 mana, 2/3 artifact for those purposes. And +1 toughness later on. It seems very reasonable. Not good, but not bad. Very much a common. Interesting that the equipment theme, this should have been obvious already, but this is the one that really makes it very obvious to me. It's interesting that equipment with 4 mirrored in white specifically overlaps between the blue-whites and the white-red decks, where you care about equipment synergies for white-red and you care about artifact count for white-blue, and this lets you trade off a 2/3 while still keeping up your artifact count. Oh, yeah, mind you, this is not good. We're at the commons, so we're not necessarily evaluating every card on the basis of being good. But it's interesting that those 2 archetypes specifically find this card to be less bad than other archetypes. Leonin Lightbringer, 2 and a white for a 3/2 creature rebel with ward 2. As long as Leonin Lightbringer is equipped, it gets +1/+1. That's a very interesting way to have a creature that can have equipment put onto it and be at less risk of getting blown out by removal spells. So like if you put a Gold Warden's Helm on this, it turns into what? A 4/4 with ward 2? That's probably still not really worth the 3 mana 3/2 base rate, given that that's not something... The ward 2 doesn't really matter if it's not a creature your opponents want to kill. But I guess at this point you're just evaluating the situations in which this is a curve filler you're forced to play, and how often is it not embarrassing. And that seems kind of specifically just the scenarios where you are playing a bunch of equipment with it. Otherwise, a 3/2 seems not good. Vanish into Eternity. 2 and a white for an instant. This creature costs 3 more to cast if it targets a creature. This spell costs 3 more to cast if it targets a creature. Exile target non-land permanent. How excited are we for 6 mana exile target creature? How often does it ever matter that you can naturalize for 3 mana? I guess a big part of how interesting Vanish into Eternity is a question of how many rares and mythics are non-creatures that you have to answer or lose the game. There is, at the bare minimum, I'm aware, the 3 mana mythic sword. It's like Sword of Escape to the Wilds, that you kind of just have to remove or you're probably going to lose, which is something. Is Vanish good sideboard tech against equipment? I don't even know if it's actually good against equipment. Do you really want to pay 3 mana to get, like, 1 for zeroed if you're still leaving behind a 2/2? Like, I would be willing to do that for 2 mana, but 3 mana is really expensive to be trading down on tempo like that. Yeah, true that this also hits planeswalkers, and there's a lot of those, so that makes it slightly more interesting. Yeah, it's true. You can block the equipped creature and then kill the equipment. I wonder. I mean, I view this as a card that if it's playable, it's probably playable in the main deck because you value flexibility in removal, but I don't know whether or not to value flexibility in removal. At the expense of tempo. We'll see. I will be right back before we continue with Indoctrination Attendant. Okay. Indoctrination Attendant. 3 and a white for a 3/4 creature Phyrexian Cleric with Toxic 1. When Indoctrination Attendant enters the battlefield, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. If you do, create a might. Huh. I mean, a 4 mana 3/4 isn't an awful blocker in this format, it feels like. Maybe the aggressive decks actually play enough combat tricks that that's not true, and the creature that it makes is not capable of blocking. Returns any permanent you control. So that is potentially very interesting with recycling ETBs. Whether that means, like, if we have some kind of prophetic prism effect that's just a non-creature that draws a card on ETB that you don't mind picking up, or even picking up something like Flensing Raptor could be interesting, potentially, in the late game. Yeah, that's true, you can just play 2 indoctrination attendants as an engine to make 1/1s. That's potentially not awful. Pick up equipment. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, maybe this isn't terrible. Reset oil. Huh. Now what colors would that be good in? Blue is mostly the color that, like, starts with oil and then uses it up. Red's mostly about gaining oil and not really using it that much of what we've seen so far. Green is about gaining oil. Yeah, the icy manipulator is the big one that stands out as, like, wanting to be reset. I agree. An indoctrination attendant is probably reasonable in a blue-white deck since it involves making an artifact. And non-creature artifacts are probably the kind of things that you're most likely to want to pick up to re-trigger ETBs on anyway, which are probably most at home in the blue-white deck. I could see scenarios where this isn't terrible, but I've also seen a lot of 4-drops that I want in this set, which means that the level of competition from uncommons for Indoctrination Attendant is probably going to be pretty high. You can only play so many 4-drops, to my immense disappointment. Orthodoxy Enforcer, 3 and a white for a 2/4 creature Phyrexian cleric with vigilance. Orthodoxy Enforcer gets +2/+0 as long as you control 2 or more artifacts. So another one of those cares about mites, sort of a blue-white hybrid card. This has some interesting things going on with perspective here. Because they look a lot taller than the people in the background from this perspective. It kind of almost looks like they're, like, ceiling-sized. Oh, and the 2 little mites are tied to their waist with little strips of possibly flesh, possibly fabric. Kind of unclear which is which. It's cute. Why do these little triangle arm spikes seem so familiar? What? Is there, like, some game or anime or something that came out at some point that has something like that? Because that feels so familiar, but I can't place why. I got, like, this explicit mental image of a character, like, bringing both of them together and slamming their arms together with 2 triangle spikes like that. But I have no context other than that motion as a mental image. Oh, that's gonna bug me. Either way, seems kind of medium if you can't enable it, and actively, like, fairly solid if you can. But if you have to jump through a lot of hoops to turn your 4/4 into a 4/4 vigilance, I mean, I am a lover of 4/4s for 4, but also I don't know if it's that great if a percentage of the time it's not a 4/4 for 4. No, I don't think it's Full Metal Alchemist, because I got this mental image of it being, like, on one on each arm. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think Orthodoxy Enforcer is hyper exciting to me, but if you need 4-drops, it feels like an okay 4-drop in a deck that has access to a fair number of mites. And I want to love every 4/4 for 4 that ever gets printed. Basilica Shepherd, 3 white for a 3/3 creature Phyrexian angel with flying. When Basilica Shepherd enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact tokens. Oh. Okay. So there's a synergy for ETB re-triggering of sorts. And also a very good blue-white artifacts card. Oh. I don't know that I would say white as a color is single-mindedly aggressive. I think a lot of the color combinations with white are incentivized to be very aggressive, and I think that the strongest white cards want you to be aggressive, in the sense of like Zealot's Conviction and Complete Devotion seem to me to be, and Incisor Glider, seem to me to be largely aggressive, but I do think there is the potential, depending on what the 2 and 3 drops and other colors look like, for a more grindy, like, white-black deck. And I think that there is notably something interesting about using the cards that a color is not broadly incentivized to use. Because if Basilica Shepherd is, for example, the kind of card that 80% of white decks don't want, because it's not a good aggressive card and 80% of white decks are aggressive decks, that means that if you find the 20% of white decks that want the grindy cards that the other decks aren't competing for, then you also get pretty good access to it, because all of your other drafters that are forcing other players out of white don't want the Basilica Shepherds, and then you can get as many Basilica Shepherds as you want, if that is the sort of thing that is likely to happen. So if Black-White wants Basilica Shepherds to have a ton of bodies to sacrifice, then that is potentially a way that makes a non-aggressive Black-White deck more interesting to draft. But also, yes, I do not think the Basilica Shepherd is good in a typical white deck, necessarily. Mirrodin Bardiche, 4 and a white for an artifact equipment with 4 Mirrodin. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has Vigilance, equipped for 4 mana. So 4/3 for 5 with Vigilance. I think that's actually kind of interesting to me. This seems like one of the cards that is an okay 5-drop in a otherwise really lean aggressive deck. Because giving creatures +2/+1 and Vigilance to threaten to trade off in the late game when you're running out of stuff to do with your mana. +2 is usually enough power to make it so that you're not getting invalidated by a big chunky blocker, which is most of what I want my late game in white to be doing. I think the counterpoint to your point is that people don't want those cards because they're worse, so you're building your deck with worse cards than other people. I think that's the wrong way to look at it, because cards aren't just... Much of the time, cards aren't better or worse as a general concept. They are better or worse for specific archetypes. So if white has a strong incentive to be aggressive, because most of the best cards are aggressive white cards, then that means that most of the other draft decks at a given table that are drafting white are doing so with the intention to be aggressive. But that means that there also is creating a niche. If you can find a deck that has uses for the non-aggressive white cards, then proportionately you are more likely to be able to get those cards. But again, that more is restricted by whether or not there is a deck that has that purpose than, like, that's not something that's just going to happen in every set where a color is aggressive. It's mostly about whether or not the deck that actually has the use for those dregs exists. But if you can find a deck that has use for the dregs that other decks don't want, then you can end up with an archetype that's very consistent. And consistency in drafting, not consistency in gameplay necessarily, but consistency in the ability to be in that archetype and have all of the pieces come together because it is underdrafted as an archetype and not as a color. Finding those kind of things can give you a lot of edges in a format. I also think the Basilica Shepherd is pretty good as the top end of an aggro white deck. Maybe. I'm more skeptical of that, but it could be that that is the case. That maybe that is a card that aggressive white decks want. I think that it is much less of an appealing 5-drop in an aggressive deck to me than this Mirrodin Bardiche, though. And I'm also not entirely sure if aggressive white decks actually want top end like that at all when they would probably prefer to play cheaper spells, but I don't know. Time will tell. Aspirant's Ascent. Single blue instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+3, gains flying, and toxic 1. 3/3 flying for 5 has been a playable card in most draft formats, though. Yeah, but it's a question of when you want to pick those up. Because there's a difference between playable because you're likely to get it 13th pick and you're fine with that being your 23rd card, and playable because you like pick it early and actively desire it. So if you can pick up a 5-drop, pick 11 or 12, that's a very different story than the kind of 5-drops that people usually play while picking them as like the 13th or 14th card out of the pack. All you have to do is prioritize it slightly higher than the other players drafting white, and you're likely to get a lot of them if it's something that a specific deck wants a lot of. Notably, the thing that I'm thinking of is that black 3-drop uncommon, the 1/4 that lets you sacrifice stuff to draw cards. That seems like the kind of card that is just absolutely built to go with Basilica Shepherd. But I'm not sure that I would like be extremely excited about Basilica Shepherd outside of that synergy. Is why I keep bringing up this example of like a hypothetical black-white deck that wants to do things with white that are not necessarily the same aggressive direction that the rest of the black-white deck wants to go. Or the rest of the white decks, not black-white specifically. Aspirant's Ascent seems pretty interesting to me, because blue has a lot of stuff with Proliferate, and this is both kind of an effective combat trick, because 1 mana +1/+3 has the potential to just be a removal spell some of the time. And this is a flexible card that does a lot of things okay. It pushes through damage by giving something flying. It gets the first poison counter on your opponent in a color that has access to Proliferate and kind of cares about corruption. So this can like do the last 6 points of damage to your opponent. It can get the first poison counter on your opponent. It can be a low mana way to tempo your opponent out as a combat trick. How good is doing a lot of different tiny things efficiently versus doing one thing well? I don't know. This card is very interesting to me, though, because the idea of doing a lot of different minor things efficiently seems very good. The question is, how desirable are some of these things? How desirable is Toxic 1? How desirable is Flying? But the base rate is, I feel like giving a creature +1/+3 for 1 mana has a lot of potential to be totally acceptable. And so all of the other effects, I think, are subsidized by that. I think blue needs its card to be card efficient, though. Well, I mean, if this is a combat trick, like if +1/+3 means you kill their creature and your creature doesn't die instead of the reverse, then this is very efficient. Well, it's mana efficient. I don't know if that's card efficient. It's tempo efficient. But like, I don't know. This seems to me like a set where I want to like combat tricks. And that seems like a pretty okay combat trick at the bare minimum. Glistening Seer. Single blue for an 0/3 creature Phyrexian Advisor. Glistening Seer enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. Tap to remove an oil counter from Glistening Seer, scry 1. I'm not excited about this unless there's some really meaningful synergy with oil counters. What makes tricks better or worse in a draft set? So when combat tricks are good, they are generally good because it is a format where you're incentivized to care about tempo. And defining tempo, or when you care about tempo, is literally the hardest possible thing to do in Magic. But I would say it is like this. In sets where it is harder to gain an advantage through resources, in the sense of it is harder to get 2-for-1s, then instead you attempt to gain your advantage through deploying your creatures faster than your opponent and removing their creatures for less mana than they spent on those creatures. So far, this does not seem like a set where it is easy to get a 2-for-1, which makes me think it is a set where combat tricks are valuable, because you start to care more about tempo and less about resource efficiency. Streets of New Capenna was a weird exception, where instead of it being hard to find a 2-for-1, finding a 2-for-1 was the easiest thing in the world and you never ran out of things to do. So combat tricks wrapped back around to being valuable because combat tricks were the way that you got a tempo advantage when neither player ever ran out of resources. What were the other sets that really favored combat tricks recently? I know, what was the name? Dominaria United combat tricks were very good in. Ravnica Allegiance combat tricks were very good in. Rivals of Ixalan combat tricks were very good in. But yeah, I would say any time where you can play a lot of aggressive creatures that do not have a ton of answers to your opponent just playing one big creature, combat tricks tend to be a very powerful way to get out from under the invalidated by 1/4/4 problem that aggro has. RNA was less combat tricks and more removal and Blade Brand. RNA was kind of weird because combat tricks were not what you wanted to do, but combat tricks were a lot of the times for specific decks the correct thing to do because you had to fight card advantage and removal through speed and efficiency. It appears there's less instant speed cheap removal, which makes combat tricks better. Cheap removal does punish combat tricks, but especially early on, combat tricks tend to be more about, like, I play a 2/2, they play a 3/3. My 2/2 attacks, I use a 1-mana combat trick to kill their 3/3, and then play another 2-drop. And that's like the turns 2 and 3 tempo advantage that you get from cheap combat tricks on curve with both players tapped out. Instant speed removal is more of a way that counters combat tricks in the mid game rather than the early game, which is, I think, where cheap combat tricks tend to shine the most, is in the early turns. They still function in the mid game, but largely you want to play them early game, or the biggest reason why you want to include them in your deck is because of how good they are in the early game. On turns 3 and 4, mostly. So anyway, Glistening Seer, I don't really like an 0/3 that just scries for 1 mana. Yeah, it's like defensive, I guess, is the idea, but I don't know that I'm that excited about an oil counter scrying nonsense. You'd need to really have a lot of rewards for having permanents with oil counters on them before I think that I would be excited about Glistening Seer. If this like had 1 point of power and invalidated might attacks, I would be so much more into it. But with no power and not invalidating any mights, it just seems meh. Also, these legs, I cannot imagine how painful to stand on those would be. I do not even want to think about it. Bring the Ending. 1 and a blue for an instant counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Counter that spell if its controller has 3 or more poison counters. I don't really like counters in limited, and I don't think this is like better in a way that makes me care. Don't like. Escaped Experiment. 1 a blue for a 2/1 artifact creature, Phyrexian Beast. Whenever Escaped Experiment attacks, target creature and opponent controls gets -X/-0 until end of turn, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Doesn't seem particularly interesting to me, specifically because 2-mana 2/1s aren't great and aren't good at attacking, and this ability does not seem like it makes it particularly better at attacking. Especially because I can just block with the creature you didn't target. I'm going to go with no. Experimental Augury. 1 and a blue for an instant. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Proliferate. I mean, Anticipate isn't garbage, and Proliferate is cool. I would view this more as like the kind of card you're probably happy to play on turn 5 or 6 with enough Proliferate synergies. I guess. Certainly not something you want to play on curve rather than just playing a creature. I don't know. I can't tell whether this is a trap or good. A trap in the sense that, like, it's certainly not good early, but you don't have to play it early. So how valuable is Proliferate in the late game where you're potentially putting poison counters on your opponent? And like blue-green, again, is one of the colors that I think is kind of better at actually killing your opponent through poison. But blue is bad at removal, so like how do you stop yourself from dying before you get to that point? I don't know. There's certainly potential here, because the base rate of Anticipate is not garbage, but it's really not tempo-y either. Ichor Synthesizer. 1 and a blue for a 1/3 creature Phyrexian Wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Ichor Synthesizer. As long as Ichor Synthesizer has 4 or more oil counters on it, it gets +2/+0 and can't be blocked. So eventually this turns into a 3/3. Early on, it blocks as a 1/3. A 1/3 is not terrible at blocking the aggressive decks either. I gotta feel like this actually isn't that terrible, especially with enough sources of Proliferate. Because, like, this feels like it strikes a decent balance between being good early, not being terrible later. Like, I'm not really viewing this as a card that cares about the can't be blocked that often, unless you're playing a really controlling deck with a bunch of removal, which I don't think blue is very good at doing. So for the most part, I'm kind of viewing this as a defender. It's a 2-mana 1/3 defender that eventually turns into a 3/3 defender. And, like, you probably just need a certain amount of blockers in a blue deck a lot of the time, so that's fine. I don't know at what point you're supposed to plan to pivot from being defensive to being aggressive with this kind of card, though. 4 counters is a lot, but you gotta remember that a lot of the spells in this set that you are incentivized to play have Proliferate on them randomly anyway, so in a way this is kind of like 2 spells. I would assume this probably turns on like turn 5 or 6. Blue-red spells is pretty aggressive, yes, which is weird because I'm not sure if this is a good card in that kind of an archetype to play on turn 2, or if you would rather play an aggressive card on turn 2. But if you're not playing this on turn 2, I don't know if it's good. So, like, if you're playing this card, it feels like what you're saying is you want to spend the first 4 or 5 turns setting up and then pivot to being aggressive. And maybe this is just fine with that. I don't know. And this is a weird card because it feels like it straddles the line between multiple different strategies, and it just requires a little bit of a push to go from being kind of medium in a strategy to being good. And I don't know. It's kind of a running theme with this whole set, I guess, that like because all of the cards are so deeply synergistic, it's really hard to tell at a glance whether they're going to make it or not. And how often, like, is Icar Synthesizer the kind of card that's like a 7 out of 10, 60% of the time, and a 2 out of 10 the rest of the time? And at what point in the draft can you tell whether it's going to be one or the other? I don't know. I really, really, really don't know. Kind of have to see how that develops over time, I think. So I'm pretty okay playing this on 5 as long as I have 8+ cantrips. But I don't want to play a deck with 8+ cantrips in a format if it turns out that like there's a bunch of aggressive white decks running around. I mean, like, I don't hate Icar Synthesizer against that. I just hate the 8 cantrips you want to play to make Icar Synthesizer work as an aggressive card. I also don't really want to play an aggressive deck with 8 cantrips, because cantrips are just so inherently anti-tempo. I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of, Malkator's Watcher. 1 and a blue for a 1/1 artifact creature Phyrexian drone with flying and vigilance. When it dies, draw a card. So something that's extremely good against 1 toughness creatures, something that works for blue-white's artifact count, something that replaces itself and turns into sort of a 2-for-1, something that works very well with equipment that blue-white is also sort of supposed to be about, because put +2 power on your flying vigilance creature, you're pretty happy with it. So, but how often does your opponent like play a 2 toughness creature on turn 2 and then your Watchers is kind of just irrelevant? I don't know. This feels like the kind of card that's either going to be amazing or really underwhelming a lot of the time, and it seems hard to figure out which it's going to be. So many cards like these two that are attempting to be defensive for the early turns, a lot of the question is just how effectively do they end up being defensive or not. Prologue to Phyrexia. 1 on a blue instant, each opponent gets a poison counter, draw a card. So a way to get your opponent's first poison counter on them that works with Proliferate, but if the job of Prologue to Phyrexia is to get your opponent your first poison counter, then you're kind of incentivized to play it early, I feel like. And if you're playing it early, then you're not developing the board, which feels like a very, very bad idea, especially because most of the cards with Proliferate that you would follow this up with also don't develop the board, other than some of the green cards. So I'm not actually sure where this is supposed to be good. What color combination wants this? And when can you actually afford to play it? Yeah, I think the idea is that you're supposed to use this plus Proliferate as a win con, but that sounds like a bad idea to me. So I don't know where you're supposed to play this where it's actually good. I think it goes in blue, black, or blue, red. Black? I guess I just struggle to see positions in which this card is better than just playing a creature. It's so... because like the vast majority of the time where your opponent already has anything other than the first poison counter, this card is so much massively worse than Experimental Augury, and I already didn't think Experimental Augury was super great. But Prologue to Phyrexia is basically just like a very, very, very bad card unless you are desperate to put the first poison counter on your opponent. And I just can't think of any position where I would be so desperate to put the first poison counter on my opponent that I would be willing to play some number of this card and be excited about it. because the implication then is that you're not developing the board, and that just sounds so terrible. I feel like this card is going to be awful way more often than it will be decent. And I would try to avoid it a lot unless you really had a plan for what you were doing. And I don't know what that plan for what you're doing looks like. Yeah, this compared to the blue combat trick, I think is a pretty good example of like, this card seems like a much better way to get the first poison counter on your opponent, specifically because the other things that it does has a lot more merit and are tempo positive. Whereas Prologue to Pheresis is like so restricted to wanting you to use it early and being so bad to use early. I think I'm pretty unexcited about this card. I definitely feel like it will be very, very overdrafted early on. Chrome Prowler, 2 and a blue for a 3/2 artifact creature Phyrexian cat. That has the... Did we know there were cats on Mirrodin prior to this? Anyway, flash, when it enters the battlefield, tap target creature and opponent controls. Yeah, but all the Leonin, but that's like not cats, right? Like, that's what I mean. Did we know there were cats instead of big fuzzy huggable cats? I don't know if we've ever seen Leonin and cats on the same plane before. Leonin keep normal cats as pets like Goofy and his dog. That's strange to consider. On Mirrodin was cats? Really? Scryfall. Advanced. Sets. Mirrodin. Search. 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 Why are you not searching? Tag cat. Flavor cat. And no success. All right, I give up. Oh well. Anyway, Chrome Prowler. Maybe the first cat, maybe comes from another plane. Unclear. Is this card good? It's an artifact, so there's that. Which doesn't really make sense, actually. I thought we decided that things were artifacts if they didn't get created out of original organic entities, except this is clearly originally an organic entity. Unless there are no cats, but Phyrexians coming from another plane know what a cat is and decided, oh, we need these, so let's make a fully robotic one because we absolutely need cats. This is an artifact, despite being a person. So once again, we must conclude we have no idea what on earth makes something an artifact or not. Completely inconsistent. Oh well. Look up Kemba, those are cats? No, Kemba's a Leonin. Like, creature type-wise, that's a cat, but this is very clearly a cat and not a Leonin cat. We have no clue what the status of cats is. It's true, it might be impossible to complete a cat, so they might have to construct all their cats from ground zero. That could be the case. The Kemba tokens, I think, are pretty much just implied to be a Leonin. Because all of the 4 Mirrodin stuff... No, the 4 Mirrodin stuff makes rebels, not cats. So, 3 mana 3/2 with Flash. I don't love 3 mana 3/2s typically because of how easy they are to trade off with 2 drops, but... I mean, I guess this is flexible. Tapping down your opponent's blockers to get in for damage with a toxic creature is interesting. Tapping down their attackers to buy yourself an extra turn seems kind of interesting. This blue-white artifact count is potentially something we care about. I mean, this feels like it's not bad, but it also feels probably worse than a 3/3. Oh, that's true. Tamio ear count. So we don't see any ear here. These are the rabbit ears. Rabbit ear now equipped with spike. So like that's something. Also implies the ears are prehensile. Also, those are way, 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 way longer than they used to be, I think. They're like long enough to hit the ground, which I don't think was the case previously. How do I feel about robot cats? Robot cats seem pretty good. I mean, they're at least like still cat, and cat's pretty good. I think robot cat's gotta still be pretty good, right? I mean, I don't know whether robot cat would be considered better or worse than regular cat, but a robot cat's got to be better than a robot. And robots are pretty alright. So, like, by that logic, it implies that a robot cat is at least better than alright. So overall, pretty positive. Unless you meant how did I feel about that card, in which case I still don't really know how I feel about that card. Arcbound Slasher is a non-Phyrexian cat from Mirrodin. That's sort of true, but that's still not a biological cat, is it? But you know what? Mirrodin was originally populated with a bunch of beings from different planes by Karn, or by Memnarch? I don't remember which of the two brought all the other stuff to the plane. I think it might have been Memnarch. So maybe Memnarch failed to find any cats and was really disappointed by that, so started making cats, and the Phyrexians continued the trend. But either way, we definitely have robotic cats established as canon on Mirrodin, even if biological cats are unclear. Eye of Malcator. 2 and a blue for an artifact. When Eye of Malcator enters the battlefield, scry 2. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, Eye of Malcator becomes a 4/4 Phyrexian Eye artifact creature until end of turn. Interesting. Okay. So completely non-defensive, incredibly aggressive artifact stuff, which has a very, very strong implication of saying, hey, blue-white wants to be aggressive. Scry 2 is a really interesting addition to this kind of effect because it so much improves the ability to enable the eye. Like, you get to scry towards more artifacts to keep attacking with your 3/3. Or to keep attacking with your 3-drop 4/4. Very interesting that this, like, cannot block the turn it comes into play, but attacks as a 4-power creature. Assuming that this comes into play as your turn 3 play. Could be very interesting if a blue aggressive artifact deck exists and is the kind of aggressive deck that wants to play out an attack on curve every turn. but also is a very linear sort of card. Gitaxian Raptor. 2 and a blue for a 1/4 creature Phyrexian bird with flying. Gitaxian Raptor enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. Remove an oil counter from Gitaxian Raptor, and it gets +1/+1/-1 until end of turn, and no restriction on the number of times you can use it. So my impression has been that 3 mana 1/4s are actually pretty decent defensively, and this one flies. This actually feels like a very good card to me. Just as a curve filler if your purpose is either being aggressive or not, because this can attack as a 4-power creature once, potentially more times with more oil counters. Actually, Gitaxian Raptor in a blue-red deck, because there's the single red pump spell that gives +2/+2 and 2 oil counters, I believe, which, how much damage is that? That's just like actually +4 power, right? Which makes this thing attack for 8 the turn that you play that? Huh. Yeah, that seems like it's got a lot of potential. I'm mostly interested in this card just as, like, if a 3 mana 1/4 flying blocker is very good in this set, then this card is very good. Which is kind of a tautology, but you know what I'm trying to say. I guess this kind of brings up an interesting question to compare it to Eye of Malcator, which is a card that can't block versus a card that's very good at blocking. And the question is, how much does the existence of Corrupted encourage you to have good blockers, especially when you're on the draw? How bad is it to let your opponent get the first 3 poison counters on you? How desperate are you to block them? And does that make cards like Eye of Malcator a lot worse than they would normally be, and cards like Gitaxian Raptor that do the blocking duties better than they would normally be? I think that effect definitely exists to some extent. The question is, what is the magnitude to which that extent exists? I don't know. But I do like this birdie. And once again, why is this bird not an artifact, but this cat is? The world may never know. But I will continue giggling about it every time it comes up. Mesmerizing Dose. 1 blue for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Mesmerizing Dose enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature, then proliferate. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So as far as cards that are just traditional cards with proliferate stapled onto them goes, this feels like probably the best one. Because 3 mana removal spell that's like 3 mana enchantment that taps a creature and stops from untapping is not like the best removal spell in the world, but it's fine. And in blue, you're usually willing to play however many number of them you get. Stapling proliferate to that seems actively pretty good, but I don't know how many mesmerizing doses you're ever likely to get in a given draft, but yeah, I mean, I have to assume this is just a very good card. And all of the stuff with random proliferate is probably the best of them. Gitaxian Anatomist. 3 and a blue for a 2/5 creature Phyrexian wizard. 5 toughness on a 4-drop. That makes for a better blocker than normal. When Gitaxian Animist enters the battlefield, you may tap it and not block. If you do, proliferate. Okay, so 4 mana 2/5 blocker if that's what you need, or 4 mana proliferate if that's what you're desperate for. I guess the modality is interesting. I'm going to assume this is generally not ever a card you're super interested in at 4 mana, though. 2/5 is so close to an interesting stat line, but just barely not there, I don't think. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe actually blue is like crazy interested in a 2/5 blocker, because it just so happens that like most creatures plus a random combat trick don't actually get up to being 5 power. Or maybe it turns out that they do, and then that's just not a good card. Meldweb Curator. 3 and a blue for a 3/4 creature Phyrexian wizard. When Meldweb Curator enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. That doesn't sound like a very good card to me. I mean, almost close to a good stat line, but not. And then, yeah, you rebuy an instant or sorcery, I guess, but you don't actually draw a card with it. You just put it on top, and then you eat a draw step, and that doesn't sound particularly good. If it put into your hand, it would be amazing, but putting it on top of your deck is just like sort of meh. What quality of card are you rebuying with this? Like, it's not terrible if this finds a removal spell, but it's also not really tempo positive, and it's not resource positive either. Is there a control build that gets there with Proliferate? Maybe. The biggest problem is that most of the colors with Proliferate are not the colors with removal, which makes it sort of challenging to build a control deck, in my opinion. Not impossible, but structurally tricky. I guess the question is, how decent of a body is a 3/4 for 4? And at what stage in the game can you actually play this? Because 3/4 for 4 isn't garbage if played on curve, but also how likely are you to have a thing in the graveyard to rebuy at that point anyway? The black removal spell, the 2 mana that exiles a creature of CMC 3 or less, is probably like the best thing you could get back with this. I mean, this isn't bad. I just don't think it's very good either. But it's not the kind of card you would be embarrassed to play. The main problem I have with it, I think, is that there's a lot of 4-drops in this set at Uncommon that I was really excited for. Maybe blue ends up being a color that doesn't have enough 4-drops, and then this is fine. Is just, on average, the typical set, and I don't see anything that makes me think this set is going to be different, the 4-drop slot is the most competitive slot because you have the fewest... You have the lowest capacity to play a huge number of cards in the 4-drop slot relative to the typically large number of cards you wind up with in the average draft that want to go in that slot, which tends to mean that cards like my Meldweb Curator, that to my mind are kind of just like on the border of being playable at 4, just tend not to make it very much. Mary! Thanks for the resub. I continue to appreciate the support. Yeah, there's also the uncommon -4/-4, but it's a little harder to use the sorcery speed -4/-4 removal spell. Specifically because, like, as far as sequencing goes, if you're on the draw, the 2 mana instant one you can use to kill their 3-drop. If you want to use the 2 mana 2-drop removal spell, you have to kill their 2-drop. And you have to be on the draw, and it's like totally useless if you're ever on the play, because you don't want to play it on turn 3 either. But, yeah. I don't know. There will be times you play this, and I guess I wouldn't be embarrassed at that. I just would typically want to play better 4-drops than this. Meldweb Strider, 4 and a blue for a 5/5 artifact vehicle with vigilance. When enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it, remove an oil counter from it, and it animates. Ooh, okay. So this is just blue getting access to a 5/5 blocker for 5? Don't even have to be able to crew it? And it's got vigilance? Oh, that seems pretty decent. I feel like I kind of like that. I feel like that's... Blue doesn't usually get good creatures at common, and this kind of feels like almost a good creature at common. Wow. Okay. I dig it. I think the thing that I dig the most about this is you don't even actually have to use the oil counter on blocking. You just have to threaten to be able to use the oil counter on blocking, and then you don't even need to use it. Here's more of those arm pincer triangle things, which is making me wonder if there's a video game boss that had them that I was thinking about earlier, that like puts them together as like a shield in front of them. If that was what I was thinking of. Maybe? No, it's not, because I specifically have the arm motion in mind of them being the other way around, 180 degrees, and then smacking together. Still don't know what that is that I'm thinking of. But anyway, I like this card a lot, actually, for a common. And it's not usual that blue gets, like, exciting 5-drop commons. Quicksilver Fisher. 3 blue for a 4/3 creature Phyrexian Drake with flying. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card and then discard a card. Yeah, I mean, it's an okay effect. And a 4/3 flyer is not underwhelming for 5 mana. That's totally fine. Also, interestingly... Wait, what? It no longer needs to eat, but old instincts are put to use ridding the surgical bay of spies. So, the Mercury Seas are in the blue layer, but they're suns? Implying this isn't the surface? Does each layer have its own suns now? Is that what we're to take away from this flavor text? I would have assumed otherwise, that this was on the surface. What with the suns? But no, this is just 2 yellow suns, actually. There is literally a blue sun. There's 1 sun for every color. But this is 2 yellow suns in what the flavor text implies is the center of the planet? Huh. I don't know what to make of that. Oh, yeah, I guess you could imply that's a red one and a white sun. Maybe their orbit takes them through all the spheres? Is that possible? I thought that, like, it was an entire circular planet, or spherical planet, with the suns on the outside and one big shell going all the way around. And then the layers were inside the shells going inwards, which just, like, means they don't have a sky. Or so I thought, at least. Weird. Either way, this seems fine as a curve topper. Not exciting, but definitely fine. Vivisurgeon's Insight. 3 blue for a sorcery, draw 3 cards, proliferate. Seems amazing. I love draw 3s. Draw 3s are the best, and will never be bad no matter what the mana cost or restrictions applied to them. Card says draw 3, then card is good. We still kind of have the weird question of, like, draw 3s like this tend to play better with defensive cards and removal. So I kind of wonder if this is, like, more of a blue-black card. Proliferate, to me, sort of screamed do things with green. But maybe you're just supposed to mostly ignore the proliferate and be happy about having a 5-mana draw 3 and then just play colors that actually get removal anyway. I always assumed all the planes were flat, otherwise we wouldn't call them planes. So my understanding is planes are actually more like little pocket universes, because a plane can actually have multiple stellar objects around them. Hence why planes have access to suns. And I legitimately actually do not know whether I'm getting this confused with lore from Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, now that I'm thinking about it. Because there is so much, like, design overlap between the two. But, like, obviously we have suns and moons, and you can reach them, meaning a plane is not just a planet, meaning that a plane could possibly have multiple planets on it? But I don't know that we've ever seen a plane with multiple planets on it. It's also slightly unclear if planeswalking is traveling to different planets that you could physically reach via actual travel with, like, a rocket ship and a lot of time. Don't know. Some planes are. Do we have an example of a plane that actually has multiple planets? Reachable? The plane of Ravnica is entirely filled with the city of the same name. But that's not actually true, right? Because the city on Ravnica, it's explicitly a point of lore that the city has been growing. And that the Gruul are people who lived in the wilds and were displaced by the city growing. And the city can't be growing if the city is everything. I mean, maybe the city recently finished growing and encapsulated the entire planet that it was on. Toroidal. Here's an interesting word. Ravnica's a Taurus. Oh. Maybe? But either way, it's explicitly a storyline that Ravnica did not occupy all of the space as a city originally, and has over time occupied more space. There's also the question of the Ghost Quarter on Ravnica was originally like a separate dimension, so like multiple dimensions might occupy this same plane. It's all a little unclear, isn't it? Anyway, 5 mana draw 3 seems good. We like it. Annihilating Glare. Single black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, pay for or sacrifice an artifact or creature. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. It's another one of those effects that feels like it's at its best home in black-white with random tokens to sacrifice, but maybe also is at home in a color combination that just has other random artifacts sitting around that it doesn't mind sacrificing. And also 5 mana sorcery speed, just kill something isn't bad either. So, not embarrassing. Duress, however, pretty much always embarrassing. Never wanted to play Duress in any limited format ever. Don't expect that will ever change. Whispers of the Dross. Black for an instant. Target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Proliferate. Is that good? Is that good? Is that good? It's a combat trick, sort of. Proliferate's cool. How many 1 toughness creatures are there? I don't know if this is good or not. It's wildly unclear. I do not know how valuable Proliferate is, and I do not know how valuable -1/-1 is. If I cannot judge either half of this card independently, I have absolutely no clue how to judge them together. Potentially becomes more interesting if your deck is desperate for Corrupted, and if your deck has creatures with oil counters that get buffed by it. If you can't judge the rules, judge the art. I mean, this is cool looking art, but isn't it actually, like, the fact that it's cool art sort of underwhelming in a sense? That, like, this big giant demon person breathing out, like, glowing clouds of liquidized metal is giving somebody -1/-1. Like, that context turns this art into somebody who's not cool trying way too hard to be cool and failing miserably as a result. You know? I don't know. I don't know. It's just a whisper. Imagine if they use their real voice. Yo, gosh, can you imagine? They might actually give somebody -2/-2. Oh, scary. Anoint with Affliction. Likely the best common in the set. 1 in a black for an instant. Exile target creature if it has mana value 3 or less. Corrupted, exile that creature instead if its controller has 3 or more poison counters. I think this is, like, by a very wide margin, likely to be the best card in the set. Followed by, or best common in the set, followed by the white pacifism. But I think this edges it out because instant speed is just way better. I don't even think you really need to be able to turn on Corrupted for this card to just be excellent. The fact that you can just makes it go from excellent to very excellent. I don't know that this is actually the Phyrexians, right? Are the Steel Thanes, like, demons? Where the Dross... I guess the Dross pits are the black layer of the planet, but didn't Dross exist before Phyrexia? The Mephidross, or Dross for short, was a swamp on Mirrodin. Where the Thanes now dwell. Who are the Thanes? MTG, Mirrodin, Thanes. Was one of the 7 Steel Thanes. Okay, the Steel Thanes is the name of the Black Phyrexians. Or rather, is the name of the leaders of the Black Phyrexians. And do not appear to be in existence that existed prior to the Phyrexians. So yes, this is in fact presumably Azaxazog, the Demon Thane? Judging by this looks kind of like a demon. We're going to go with that. So yes, Phyrexians into ASMR, canonical. Glad we have that established. Blightbelly Rat. 1 in a black for a 2/2 creature Phyrexian rat with Toxic 1, and when it dies, proliferate. I feel like this is actually going to be a more annoying creature to play against than you might expect originally. Is Gix a Thane? Gix predated this new Phyrexia. Gix was from old Phyrexia, which, as far as I know, New Phyrexia was basically nobody from Old Phyrexia is involved in New Phyrexia. New Phyrexia was like corruptive oil got onto Mirrodin, and then all of the current occupants of New Phyrexia were occupants of Mirrodin that got Phyrexicized, I guess is the term, completed by that oil or by other individuals who got corrupted by that oil. I don't remember where Karn got the oil from originally, though. Probably just mucking around somewhere that shouldn't have been. Anyway, Blightbelly Rat, probably not good, but also probably not embarrassing to play on curve purposes, and probably going to annoy your opponent kind of frequently when it threatens to either give them the 3rd poison counter by dying or by attacking and dying anyway. Xantha's Heart. Okay, Xantha. Search Xantha. Xantia, maybe, was a newt created in the 4th of 9 spheres of original Phyrexia. Boo, traveling with Urza, blah, 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 blah. Sacrificing, blah, 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 blah. Urza would later use Xantia's Phyrexian Heartstone as the personality core for Karn. That seems like just a generically bad idea, Urza. Nothing about that sounds like it was likely to be a good idea. Doodly doodly doo. Doodly doodly doo. Doodly doodly doo. Karn turned Memnarch. Blah 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 blah. Quest for Karn. Dark oil leaked from his heart. No. Okay, yeah, so the Phyrexian oil got into Karn when Karn was made from the Heartstone that Urza used to build Karn, but it was when Karn lost his spark that made the oil actually capable of doing anything. Okay. So basically, everything is a problem because Urza was an idiot. That tracks for my understanding of all of Magic's lore. I see no reason why this would actually be different, so I'm willing to believe it. Fleshless Gladiator, 1 and a black for a 2/2 creature Phyrexian skeleton, corrupted, 2 and a black, return Fleshless Gladiator from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, you lose 1 life, activate only if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters. Seems like it could be interesting with the black rat that lets you sacrifice stuff to draw cards, or the 3-drop that we're about to get to that lets you sacrifice things to get of it, +2/+2. This is an interesting card, I think, compared to like the average Sanitarium skeleton or whatever. Because mostly those are very bad rate creatures that have grindy synergies when you keep returning them over and over and over and over. But this is like a 2-mana 2/2, which is not an exciting stat line, but is actually like fine to just play it and trade off, as opposed to things with 1 power that just don't manage to get traded off. So, like, the best case scenario for this is a little weaker because it's kind of hard to enable Corrupted, but the base rate of just being a 2-mana 2/2 is kind of more acceptable than we're used to for Fleshless Gladiator styles. Which is all to say, maybe this card isn't awful? I don't know. Maybe. Offer Immortality. 1 and a black instant, target creature gains Death Touch and Indestructible until end of turn. So a medium acceptable combat trick for a medium acceptable amount of mana. A thing doesn't die, their thing dies. It's kind of like a removal spell, but sets you up to get 2 for 1 if they have an interactive spell in response. And also requires you have a blocker to set up with. I don't know that I'm excited to play this, but I also don't think that I'm crazy unexcited to play it. The main problem is the same as all 2-mana counter, or all 2-mana combat tricks, I guess is what you would call this, which is that it's not necessarily super easy to use a 2-drop to gain the ability to double spell on early turns, but this also potentially does a little more as a defensive combat trick later on, so maybe that subsidizes it a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. Pestilent Siphoner, 1 and a black for a 1/1 with flying and toxic 2. Not an artifact for whatever reason. Seems kind of probably bad. You have to be really desperate for Corrupted, I think, to want to play a 2-drop that is never going to trade off with anything relevant. and also gets invalidated by all the 2/2 flyers that are just running around in the set. Speaking of which, Bone Picker Scourge, 2 and a black for a 2/2 flyer. Windrake's never that bad. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counter, Bone Picker Scourge has Death Touch and Lifelink. Well, that just seems excellent. I mean, this isn't great if you don't turn on Corrupted, but all you have to do is turn on Corrupted eventually, and then this is a Flying Death Toucher that also randomly has a lifelink. And a Flying Death Toucher in the late game seems really, really, really good. Will I be playing in the arena free access? No, I will not. Cutthroat Centurion, 2 and a black for a 2/2 artifact creature for Phyrexian Warrior. Why is this one an artifact? That's very clearly a person. I don't understand. But I enjoy not understanding. Sacrifice another artifact or creature. Cutthroat Centurion gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. I mean, this doesn't seem garbage. Doesn't require anything to turn on. And if this is like... This seems really good in black-white, where you're likely to have a lot of mites randomly floating around. Threatens to block pretty decent. Attacks, I guess. I don't know if it's like a good attacker, but I mean, you can activate this at instant speed, and that's kind of cool. I'm going to go with not terrible as my verdict for that card. Infectious Inquiry. 2 and a black for a sorcery. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Each opponent gets a poison counter. This seems like Prologue to Phyresis, except instead of being bad, they made it good. Like, it's the same story, right? It's a card where most of the value is giving your opponent the first poison counter that you then probably want to try to proliferate onto. Except instead of being a bad cantrip that costs too much, it's a divination that costs the correct amount. Do we think those are shoulders? Yeah, probably. This is some very cool watercolor-y art going on here, huh? Do I follow MTG lore? I like to. I don't think that I follow it, like, hyper successfully or comprehensively, but I do like the lore and try to pick up of it as much as I can. Think draw 2, take 2 black is super context dependent? I mean, if I'm not down to play a Sign in Blood, I think I am not playing Magic correctly. Not the same thing as playing Magic, like, to win the most, but greatness at any cost, etc., etc. Sign in Blood is a 2-drop? Yeah, I just mean cards that say draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Always like them. I think my... the reason that I like this card so much more than Prologue to Phyresis is that Prologue to Phyresis is a card that says, hey, play me on turn 2 and then build a game plan around playing me early, but isn't good, like, on turn 6. And so the opportunity cost of, like, planning to play this card early on is that you're not playing creatures. Whereas Infectious Inquiry is not really saying, I'm only worth playing if you're going to use me to boost your proliferate spells. Infectious Inquiry is saying, hey, 3 mana draw 2 is an effect you already wanted. How about if I make it so that if you happen to be at 2 poison already, now they're at 3 and your stuff is enabled. It's not really asking you to set up proliferate. It's just saying, here's a good card with poison stapled on, which is the difference between Infectious Inquiry is really cool on turn 6, whereas Prologue to Phyresis is really bad on turn 6. Because, you know, drawing 2 is very, very, very functionally different from drawing 1. I do not think Infectious Inquiry is a card I'm very excited to be playing on turn 3. And I think that that will probably hold true for this format as well. But the reason that I'm more excited about this card is specifically because I think it is a fine card when you are not playing it on 3, which is not true of Prologue to Phyresis. Next up, Stinging Hive Master, 2 and a red for a 3/2 creature Phyrexian Warlock with just the coolest hat? Would you call this a hat? I mean, that's definitely 2 arms, and the rest of this is a Dalek. That's the right name, right? It's been like a really long time since I've watched Doctor Who. Yes, that is probably the correct word. Felt like I was forgetting a letter in there. Either way, this is a really cool trash can straight out of Doom with arms, and I respect that aesthetic. Anyway, 3 mana, 3/2 creature Phyrexian Warlock with Toxic 1. When Stinging Hive Master dies, create a Might. Okay. So I'm not normally super interested in 3 mana 3/2s, but this has sacrifice synergies, and it's pretty good at attacking into your opponent's 3-drop and saying, if you want to trade your 3-drop for my 3-drop, I get value, or you get a poison counter. And the first poison counter being so much more valuable than every other poison counter. So on curve, this seems like kind of reasonable. The body's a hive. All right. Are we to assume that that's a Might crawling out of the body at different holes? Question mark? Wait, is this a robe that they're pulling aside to open up the holes? Oh, that has some really unsettling implications if that's the motion that's going on here. Oh dear. The old watch salesman stereotype. Lovely. Chris, just curious, how often do you think we will win with Corrupted and Limited versus with Poison directly? I don't think... I think it'll probably differ by color. Like, blue and green, I think, are more likely to win by poison than combat damage relative to the other colors. But, like, white, I don't actually think will win via poison that often. And green, I don't think will win via poison that often. Or rather, green and white. But I view green and white as the color combinations that will, like, probably a weird percentage of the time win by combat damage and poison at, like, the same time. Because they have a lot of 2-power creatures with Toxic 1 and 4-power creatures with Toxic 2 and, like, similar rates to that, where they're probably going to be doing about as much damage to face as they do to poison at the same time. And I don't know what... I guess I would say that, like, regardless of whether it's win via combat damage or win via poison first, a lot of the time I think it's going to be relatively simultaneously. Wish there was more life gain in the set to make poison have more of an impact. I think that's looking at it the wrong way around, right? It's not that life gain would make poison feel more impactful. It's that poison would make life gain feel bad. And I know that sounds like kind of an irrelevant psychological sort of... what's the right word to describe it? Irrelevancy? But that actually has a pretty big impact on how players perceive things. And player perception is weirdly important, but also completely not based on anything practical, and is just based on feelings. And if you can manage to make the player perceive good things out of irrelevant things, then that's great. But perceiving things like, it feels bad that my life gain doesn't matter against poison, is just ultimately a net negative to player experience. Because I don't think the players who are doing poison are likely to feel good about the fact that they invalidated lifelink compared to the opponents thinking that they feel bad that their lifelink wasn't relevant. So I think they mostly did a pretty good job kind of avoiding that by and large. There are still some lifelink things, but definitely not a lot. Vraska's Fall. 2 and a black for an instant. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker and gets a poison counter. Edicts are generally bad. Poison counters I don't think are worth that much. And Edict for 3 mana sounds incredibly bad. Seems pretty garbage. Don't think I ever want to play that ever. Sheoldred's Headcleaver. 3 and a black for a 2/4 creature Phyrexian warrior with Menace and Toxic 2. What a weird stat line. It's like pretty good for turning on Corrupted and awful for everything else. It's like saying, yeah, you have to block this with 2 things. I can't kill either of the things you block it, but yeah, you sure have to block it. But also, it's bad at being defensive and it costs 4 mana. This seems also pretty bad. Testament Bearer. 3 and a black for a 4/1 creature Phyrexian warrior. When Testament Bearer dies, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. That seems very, very, very good. I like this a lot. It's a 4-drop that trades off with other things, including other 4-drops, and then replaces itself. Like, I would not be terribly unhappy to have 3 of these and just have playing them and trading them off being my game plan for how you outgrind other decks. I would almost be interested in this card if it was a 3/1. I probably wouldn't, but it'd be close. But as a 4/1, this trades with so many actual real cards. Seems rad. Quite good. Think there are enough 1/1s running around that it's going to be a lot worse than it looks? Yeah, but most of the 1/1s that are running around can't block it. And for the most part, I'm excited to trade this off as a creature on blocking duty, not a card that I'm like looking to attack with that optimally. And sometimes there will be, but yeah. Presumably, if your opponent has 1/1s, you can just find a 2/2 to block them with. That's my thought. Gulping Scrap Trap. 4 and a black for a 4/4 creature Phyrexian horror. When it enters the battlefield or dies, proliferate. Not the best stat line for a 5-drop, but 4/4s aren't awful, and there are probably synergies that you can get out of the double proliferate, especially if you have the ability to sacrifice it. Anytime you can represent proliferate at instant speed, I think that's going to be pretty valuable, and this is one of the things that does it on board with various sacrifice outlets. Cruel Grimnarch. 5 and a black for a 5/5 creature Phyrexian cleric with Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you gain 4 life. If you're desperate for top end, I guess this exists. Like, it's a pretty decent stat line. 5 toughness is sort of hard to kill. Death Touch means that its power is irrelevant. And it's either a 1/1, or it's either a 2/1, or your opponent is Hellbent. And if they're Hellbent, you gain a bunch of life. Seems like moderately okay stabilizing top end, but probably not like crazy exciting ever. Free from Flesh. Single red instant, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, put 2 oil counters on it. I think this card's actually very, very good, and is like the defining card for a lot of archetypes in my mind. To the extent that, like, I would not be surprised if this is a card you could play 4 of in any red deck and be happy with. Yeah, I don't think Grimnarch is bad. I just think it's hard for a 6-drop to be excellent. But, I mean, if your objective is to outgrind your opponent, I think Grimnarch is not a bad piece of top end at outgrinding your opponent. I also suspect that, like, if you're playing Cruel Grimnark, you're probably either losing to Flyers or Go Wide, and I don't think Cruel Grimnark answers either of those things. But as long as the rest of your deck does, then Cruel Grimnark is a good top end that, like, answers your opponent having a 7/6 or whatever. Hexgold Slash. Single red for an instant. Hexgold Slash deals 2 damage to target creature. If that creature has Toxic, Hexgold Slash deals 4 damage to that creature instead. That seems excellent. Shock rarely ever goes face in Limited, or at least very rarely compared to going at creatures, so... Instant speed Shock that blows out opposing combat tricks and doubly blows out opposing combat tricks by killing things with Toxic up to 4 sounds delightful. Am I the only one that feels Wizards really missed out on giving oil an inherent downside, like use it too much and your board state overheats and your creatures die sort of thing? What would the fun of that be, I guess? But also, Phyrexia is all about, like, more machines, right? What would the flavor of more machines being bad be? I think the main reason you really couldn't do that is it sounds like allowing your opponent to proliferate your oil counters being negative being something that's way too complicated and feel bad for Limited. Sawblade Scamp. Red for a 1/1 creature Phyrexian beast with haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Sawblade Scamp. Tap, remove an oil counter from Sawblade Scamp. It deals 1 damage to each opponent. Wow, red has a lot of actually pretty decent playable 1-drops in this set. That is going to be a weird sort of Limited experience. So this card's kind of interesting because it's not quite a Thermo Alchemist, because you can't just activate this every single time it untaps naturally. It's more like that 2-mana 2/1 that anytime you cast a non-creature spell deals 1 damage to your opponent. But also, if you play it on turn 1, you just get to attack and not use the oil counter. And it doesn't start with an oil counter either. So it has to start to get the 1 damage in with face. I feel like this actually isn't very bad, but I don't know if it's very good. Unclear. But also could be very interesting in blue-red with Proliferate. It starts getting in more points of damage. But it doesn't untap when you cast stuff. Huh. So it's still ultimately limited to 1 damage per turn. I don't know what to think about that in the long run. Axiom Engraver. 1 and a red for a 1/3 creature Phyrexian wizard. Enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Tap to remove an oil counter, discard a card, draw a card. Okay. I mean, that seems just very good. I like being able to discard lands in the late game, and I like 1/3 blockers for 2 in the early game. So that's most everything that I'm kind of interested in. Not very good aggressively, but probably good in like a blue-red spells deck that doesn't necessarily want to be attacking early, but wants to keep up card flow. Barbed Batterfist. 1 and a red for an artifact equipment with 4 Mirrodin. Equipped creature gets +1/-1, equip 1. Huh. Now that's weird. A 2-mana 3/1 with like the lowest equip value of any equipment we've seen thus far, but works with the non-creature spells theme while also actually playing spells. Which I was going to say is kind of one of my concerns about cards like Sawblade Scamp, is that the encouragement to play non-creature spells can be difficult to get up to a good massive, because it means not playing creatures. But cards like Barbed Batterfist that actually just give you on-creature, non-creature, make a creature... No, on-curve, non-creature, make a creature spells go a long way towards making this kind of effect a lot more palatable. and 2 mana artifact 3/1 that leaves behind an artifact and leaves behind an equipment for various affinity for equipment synergies. Maybe that actually makes stuff like Barb Batterfist pretty good rather than medium like the innate equipability would make me feel like normally. Huh. Very, very, very huh. It's true the Barb Batterfist doesn't have to pay the might tax for equipping, since it can't be equipped to mites. But it's also just like the equip cost is kind of based around the fact that I don't think that the equip is very good. I'm kind of thinking that most of the time Barbed Batterfist is going to be like, play this as a 2 mana 3/1 and then never equip it for the rest of the game. Like, you will occasionally find a reason to equip it, but I feel like that's going to be what you do for the first 7 turns a majority of the time. Blazing Crescendo. 1 in a red for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So, an amazing combat trick that draws a card. That seems very good. Seems very, very, very good. I like when my combat tricks are 2-for-1s, and this seems like a lot of a 2-for-1. Cool. Seems good. Shrapnel Slinger. 1 in a red for a 2/2 artifact creature Phyrexian Beast. When Shrapnel Slinger enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, destroy target artifact an opponent controls. Oh. So, like, bare minimum, this is a sorcery speed shatter, which isn't embarrassing. And then it gets better than that with sacrifice synergies. And even better than that with a threaten effect. That's gotta be really, really, really good. Really good. This seems like a really high tier common to me, as far as 2-drops go. Quite a bit of flexibility there. I mean, not like amazing, but you're never going to be embarrassed to have it in your deck. Thrill of Possibility. 1 in a red for an instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards. Okay. That sure is a card that exists and has existed in the past. Bladegraft Aspirant. 2 in a red for a 2/3 creature Phyrexian warrior with menace. Equipment spells you control. Cost 1 less to cast. Activated abilities of equipment you control that target Bladegraft Aspirant cost 1 less to activate. Okay. I mean, that certainly seems very, very reasonable if you end up with enough equipment in your deck. The base stat line isn't the most exciting, but sure. Flavor-wise, this feels really weird. Wait, why is this a Phyrexian? I feel like this card absolutely should not be a Phyrexian. Isn't every equipment spell in this set flavored as a Rebel card? Other than the sword? So what's the point of the flavor card? What's the flavor point of the card that synergizes with all of the equipment spells being a Phyrexian? Because the Rebels and Urabrask aren't, like, super aligned. They're just sort of antagonistic to one another, but less so than the other colors. Weird. I guess the Phyrexians steal everything, but this isn't a Phyrexian that steals equipment. This is a Phyrexian that makes it easier to play Rebels. Phyrexians don't seem like the type of things to like music either. Well, bear in mind, flavor-wise, it is like a point that the red Phyrexians are very different from every other Phyrexian, because red is the color of impulse and freedom and individuality. And so, like, there's an interesting trend where the red Phyrexians are inherently inconsistent. Their own nature kind of goes against what all of Phyrexia is, which is that, like, in a sense, all Phyrexians are multicolored white because it's all about unity and oneness. Literally, all will be one. So, red is the color that is inherently against that. Which, you know, that's a cool kind of thematic thing to explore. But still leaves this card kind of confusing. Hard to tell exactly what it's going on with. But I dig the frog legs. Frog legs are cool. Forge Hammer Centurion. 2 and a red for a 3/2 creature Phyrexian warrior. Whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on Forge Hammer Centurion. Whenever Forge Hammer Centurion attacks, you may remove 2 oil counters from it. When you do, target creature can't block this turn. Huh. Weird? It's not bad, but the stat line isn't great, and it takes a little bit of a while before you can enable this. I mean, I'm going to assume this isn't bad, but this also doesn't seem good either. Kuldotha Cackler. 2 and a red for a 2/3 creature Phyrexian Hyena. I was going to say, that doesn't seem like a Hydra. Phyrexian Hyena with Trample. Whenever Kuldotha Cackler attacks, it gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them. Ooh. Okay. It's got to be relatively trivial for this to attack as a 3/3 trampler on turn 3 then, and sometimes it'll get bigger than that. I'm kind of on board for that. That seems pretty reasonable for a 3-drop. I guess the downside is that it's not very impressive if you never manage to have any oil by turn 4, but that seems like it would not be terribly difficult. Volt Charge, 2 and a red, instant. Volt Charge deals 3 damage to any target. Proliferate. Seems great. Like me a 3-mana deal 3 to anything in limited, and Proliferate seems like the kind of thing that is mostly going to be free and good. Chimney Rabble, 3 and a red for a 3/3 creature Phyrexian Goblin Warrior with haste. When Chimney Rabble enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature token. So 4 mana 3/3 with haste that also comes with a 1/1. That seems reasonable if you're being aggressive. Although it's kind of weird that, like, I want to hold up instant speed combat tricks, and a 4 mana 3/3 haster does not really play well with holding up combat tricks, but I like a 4 mana 4/4, and this is kind of like a 4 mana 4/4 where part of it has haste. So probably not embarrassing in aggressive decks. Hazardous Blast, 3 and a red for a sorcery that deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control, and they cannot block this turn. So blow a bunch of mites up, and also get to attack for a bunch. So, like, try not to die on the backswing and get a bunch of damage through. That's probably not garbage. I don't know if it's good. It's always kind of hard to rate, like, your opponents can't block this turn effects, since they tend to be so all or nothing. Guess it'll be a matter of telling how many board states just get blown apart by 1 damage to everything. Volshock Splitter, 3 and a red for an artifact equipment with 4 Mirrodin. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Equip 3 and a red. So 4 mana 4/2 that leaves behind a medium equipment. Seems medium. Not terrible, but medium. Furnace Strider, 4 and a red for a 4/5 creature Phyrexian Beast, enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Remove an oil counter from it. Target creature you control gains haste until end. Oh! Okay. 5 mana 4/5 haste that gets to give another creature haste later on. That actually seems quite decent. That actually seems really quite decent indeed. Huh. Cool. I'm on board. Molten Rebuke. 4 and a red for a sorcery, choose one or both. Molten Rebuke deals 4 damage, deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and destroy an equipment. So basically 5 damage, blow up creature or planeswalker, and destroy an equipment. Not exciting, especially at sorcery speed, but sometimes you got nothing better to do than play a removal spell for 5 mana, I guess. Rustvine Cultivator. Green for a creature Phyrexian Elf Druid. 1/2, tap to put an oil counter on it, tap to remove an oil counter from it, and untap target land. It's not quite Llanowar Elves, but half of a Llanowar Elf is still really good and limited, so I gotta assume this is just really good and limited. Is this just uncommon so far? We started with uncommons, and now we wrapped that up and are on to commons. And then we will be doing rares and mythics next. Feels like red has great removal / tricks, but nothing great to play them on, especially on the lower rarity side. Red has like a weirdly high percentage of its good cards being 1-drops. And I feel like you kind of want to be playing other colors for your good 2-drops. Like Barb Batterfist was good. Shrapnel Slinger was fine, but not really fine in the sense that it's a recipient for combat tricks. Creatures with Menace are generally pretty okay combat tricks. Coldotha Cackler feels like the best common aggressive 3-drop. But otherwise, yeah, I think you're incentivized to play either green or white with red to be aggressive. And then blue could be aggressive, but does not look like it's got creatures that support. Blue-red looks like a weird kind of aggressive deck that is not really as much about creatures on average. It's like defensive and non-combat damage in a lot of ways. Red-black, I don't know what to expect out of. That one I do not know. Anyway, Rustvine Cultivator feels excellent for a common. I presume that you're probably going to play as many of them as you can get in the average green deck. Thirsting Roots, single green sorcery, choose one, search your library for basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle or proliferate. It doesn't feel great unless you really, really, really are desperate for fixing, because you splashed a bunch of colors. Problem with the red-white aggro is the white seems to care a lot about toxic and synergies built around that, and red just does not care about poison. I mean, at the same time, a lot of white's good cards don't. They will have toxic, but not care about toxic. Like, you can just play a 3/1 as a 3/1 and not care that it has toxic 1 or whatever. Or, in this case, you can just play Branch Blight Stalker, a 1 and a green 3/1 that has toxic 2, and just not care about the fact that it has toxic 2. I should have gotten a little closer. Would have gotten a good example for me. Yeah, I mean, that feels like a card that's pretty good if you're into attacking and pressuring your opponent's life total. And this is the kind of card that I think plays very, very well with combat tricks. Copper Longlegs, 1 and a green for a 1/3 creature Phyrexian Spider with Reach. Pay 1 and a green, sacrifice it, proliferate. So this feels like a kind of card that is built to deny your opponent Corrupted. Because this is a stat line that is specifically really well positioned to deal with all of the typical creatures that have toxic. for the first 3 turns. I don't know if that's good, but it's very interesting, especially in the context of a blue-green deck, where this just turns into the best possible way to gum up the board for the early turns while you are trying to set up your late game poison proliferate win cons. Like, I don't think this is good, but I think this actually fills the job in perhaps more decks than it ever typically would. And if your opponent uses a combat trick to kill your 2-drop, you probably don't care that much. Predation Steward, 1 and a green for a 2/2 creature Phyrexian Elf Warrior. Enters the battlefield with 2 counters on it. 2 and a green, tap, remove an oil counter from it. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. It's weird because that sounds like garbage to me. Maybe it's not supposed to be, but it sounds like it is. That's a lot of mana for not a lot of pump. And restricted. And I don't know why. I mean, maybe you play this because you need a certain number of 2-drops, and then at some point in the game you have infinity mana, and pumping your 3/3 to a 5/5 makes it into a good attack instead of a bad attack? I guess. But yeah, it's not, like, terribly exciting, is it? Ruthless Predation. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn. It fights target creature you don't control. Yeah, alright, that's removal. Requires you to have creatures with decent stats, but that's not the most difficult in green. Titanic Growth. 1 and a green. Instant. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Okay. Seems good. It's not always good, but, I mean, it's a combat trick. It does feel like it's a little lacking compared to most of the other combat tricks in this set, though, doesn't it? It's not doing anything else besides giving +4/+4. And in a sense, giving +4/+4 almost feels like an overkill. So I guess as far as combat tricks go, this is probably one of the least impressive ones in the set by the standard by which I am judging combat tricks. Adaptive Spore Singer. 2 and a green for a 2/2 creature Phyrexian Druid with Vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains Vigilance until end of turn, or Proliferate. I guess that's fine. I think that's not actually that exciting, though. Because I don't feel like giving your 2-drop +2/+2 and Vigilance is actually that exciting. Carnivorous Canopy. 2 and a green for a sorcery. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. If that permanent's mana value was 3 or less, Proliferate. I think that how good this card is going to be is pretty much completely determined by how desperate you are to answer flyers. If you really, really, really need answers to flyers, then this is not a terrible main deck way to answer flyers. And if it proliferates, that's fine, but 3 mana is a lot of mana for that. I don't think I would ever be excited to play this. I think I like the Spore Singer in a green-white deck that cares about turning on Corrupted, I guess? I mean, like, are you giving your 2-drop +2/+2 so that it gets through for Toxic 1? Or maybe Toxic 2? Maybe? But I don't feel like the first 2 points of poison, which is what this feels like it gives you, really strongly enables Corrupted. Maybe if the second one with Proliferate does? I could definitely see a world in which this isn't bad. It just feels like a bad 3-drop. It feels like a mixture of playing something that's worse than a 3-drop creature and worse than a 1-drop pump spell, and instead you get something that's like the least useful halves of both of those things. Which is to say, it's a card you'll probably play some of the time, but I don't think a card you're ever going to be really happy about taking. Meanwhile, Contagious Vorak, 2 and a green for a 3/3 creature Phyrexian Boar Beast. When Contagious Vorak enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card from among them, put it into your hand, then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't choose to reveal a land, instead proliferate on a 3-mana 3/3. This is probably the best common creature in the set. Not the best common card, because there's 2 removal spells that are better, but like 3-mana 3/3s are great, and this is a 3-mana 3/3 that either draws a card or proliferates. It's kind of busted. This pig's kind of the best. I love that pig so much. Ichorspit Basilisk, 2 and a green for a 1/3 creature Phyrexian Basilisk with Death Touch and Toxic 1. I think this card's actually very reasonable. It's like kind of hard to block with creatures that... Like, this is one of the better creatures at getting through for Toxic. Because your opponent either has to trade off a real creature that has 3 power with it, or like double block with 2 bad creatures, and then you get your choice of what you want to kill. It plays really, really, really well with combat tricks, and stat line wise is actually like a pretty good blocker. I kind of think this card's actually just like very reasonable and very happy to play most of the time. I know that 3-mana 2/2 Death Toucher is like a curve filler that's been acceptable at various points in time, and I think this is much better than that. Maze's Mantle. 2 and a green for an enchantment aura with flash. Enchant creature. When Maze's Mantle enters the battlefield, if enchanted creature has Toxic, that creature gains hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. This feels mostly like not a super great combat trick. It's too expensive to really be tempo blowout most of the time. I don't know. Seems medium, but not terrible, just on the low end of medium. Latticeblade Mantis, 3 and a green for a 4/3 creature Phyrexian Insect. Latticeblade Mantis enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Whenever Latticeblade Mantis attacks, you may remove an oil counter from it. If you do, untap it and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So 4 mana, 5/4 attacker with Vigilance that blocks as a 4/3. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, it is more than a trick in the sense that Maze's Mantle persists, but those kind of effects tend to just not be as impressive as you want them to be when they are so vulnerable to getting blown out by opposing combat tricks for less mana and opposing removal spells at instant speed for even less mana. Like, basically, so much of the typical advantage from combat tricks comes from tempo advantage, from being able to use low amounts of mana to double spell. A card like Maze's Mantle is not about double spelling, and that tends to get you blown out more frequently than other things, and tends not to have enough cheap tempo advantage to subsidize when that happens to you. Maybe that's not the case. When this would be really different is if Corrupted is a big enough deal that your opponent tries to super aggressively trade off on turn 3, their 2/2 into your 2/2, and if Maze's Mantle is a card you're playing on curve, maybe that then ends up being good. If the existence of Toxic makes people block more early, then maybe Maze's Mantle is an interesting way to blow them out for that, while also developing actual resources. Maybe. I don't know if that's the case, but maybe it's the case. When Maze's Mantle is a card you use for hexproof, it's incredible. Yeah, I don't think you get to do that very often in practice. Like, the scenarios where you leave up 3 mana are kind of Yeah, it just doesn't happen super often that you can do that without cost. Because what that tends to mean is if your opponent doesn't give you the opening to use it, like if they just play a creature and don't attack and pass, but you left up Maze's Mantle, you got blown out. And all your opponent had to do was nothing. Because the opportunity cost was you didn't spend your turn doing anything. And how good a card is on average is kind of the average of how often you get to use it as a blowout versus how often does it blow you out because you didn't get to do anything. You can just end of turn it for +2/+2. Yeah, but that also sucks. Like, that's not very good. And then your opponent just gets to remove it later on to get a 2-for-1. 3 mana, give a creature +2/+2 is not really worth a card, unfortunately. Anyway, Lattice Blade Madness seems pretty decent. Much, much, much better if you're being aggressive because a 4 mana 4/3 is not a super good stat line defensively. Plague Nurse, 3 and a green for a 3/4 creature Phyrexian Cleric with Toxic 2, 2 and a green. Each other creature you control with Toxic gains Toxic 1 until end of turn, activate only once each turn. That is such a weird card. The stat line isn't the most exciting, but it seems like it's very much trying to be a green-white card that rewards going wide and wins the game with mites. So if there is a scenario in which this is a reasonable overrun effect while also getting to be a creature some of the time, then I would feel like this is actually a decent card. I don't know how frequently you get to do that. But yeah, I don't know that this is a card you ever really want to play in a non-green-white deck, because I don't know if any other deck goes wide enough for this to actually be a reasonable use of your mana. Specifically, a reasonable use of your turn 4 to play a 3/4, which is not the most exciting stat line. Oil Gorger Troll, 3 green for a 3/4 creature Phyrexian Troll Warrior. When Oil Gorger Troll enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Then if you control a permanent with an oil counter on it, draw a card. I am so uncertain if this is good or not. If this always draws a card, it's probably pretty decent for a 5-drop. If this never draws a card, it's not playable. How often does it draw a card then? And what color combinations does it draw cards in reasonably? Like, if this is in green-white, I have to assume most of the time this is a terrible card. If this is in blue-green, I guess this is probably pretty reasonable. And blue-green is a color that's probably about being defensive, and this is a card that probably is about being defensive. Red-green probably always draws a card. I don't know if red-green is as interested in a life gain defensive 5-drop. I really don't know what to think about this card. It will be interesting to see how frequently this card ends up being desirable and how frequently it ends up being not desirable at all. Meanwhile, Tyranax Atrocity. 3 green for a 4/4 creature Phyrexian Dinosaur with haste and Toxic 3. This is very aggressive and leans into the green theme of creatures with lots of toxic. This is definitely one of those cards that is a green card saying, hey, I'm an aggressive deck who actually thinks I'm going to win via poison and not via combat damage. I don't know exactly what that archetype looks like. Like, which colors is that? Is this a green-white card? Probably, maybe. It's not doing go-wide things, though. But I mean, it's definitely pressuring your opponent. Maybe it's a green-black thing? Green-black has some toxic stuff, and a lot more removal. And more removal seems like it would be better with singular big toxic creatures to set up bad blocks for your opponent. I don't know. I'm curious to see where this actually feels like it fits in practice. I think it might be a blue-green thing? Yeah, maybe. Like you play Tyrannax when they didn't leave a blocker and then you start proliferating to finish them off? Could be. I was kind of viewing blue-green as more defensive than that, but maybe this is a way to give them a counterpunch after they expended a bunch of resources and attackers trying to get through your defensive stuff? Sky Scythe Engulfer. 5 and a green for a 6/5 creature Phyrexian beast with reach and trample. Sky Scythe Engulfer. That's just the hardest name to say they've given me so far. Can't be blocked by creatures with flying. This feels really good, right? It's just absolutely gums up the board, even if your opponent has flyers, which is usually green's kind of difficulty point, but also attacks amazingly well because it's a 6-power trampler. So if you happen to be in an aggressive position in a game, it's still fine. But if you need to be defensive, it's also good at being defensive. I think I dig it. I don't know how often you'll want 6 drops, but if you end up with enough of the Rustvine Cultivators, I feel like you definitely wouldn't mind some. Cat. We will grab the cat eventually. For the time being, if I'm going to be doing this for a really long time, though, I don't think I can get a lot of cat hair up in my eyes. It was miserable the last time I did it on one of these, and then spent the entire next 4 hours with my eyes itching like crazy. But we'll grab them eventually, for sure. Maybe like when we're on the Mythics. Basilica Skull Bomb. 1 for an artifact. 1, sacrifice Basilica Skull Bomb, draw a card. 2 and a white, sacrifice Basilica Skull Bomb. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn, draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery. So 4 mana sorcery, give a creature +2/+2 and flying. That actually sounds not bad. That actually sounds like kind of decent. Huh. Surgical Skull Bomb. 1 mana for an artifact. 1, sacrifice it, draw a card. 2 and a blue, sacrifice it, return target creature to its owner's hand, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery. 4 mana, draw a card, bounce a creature. It's not great, but again, also not bad. Seems kind of reasonable. Draw Skull Bomb. 1 in sacrifice. 2 black, sacrifice, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery. So it's 4 mana, 2 for 1. It's not great, but it's not embarrassing. Furnace Skull Bomb. Same. 1 in a red, sacrifice Furnace Skull Bomb, put 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature you control, draw a card. Okay. I mean, none of this is terrible. None of it's great, but not terrible. Maze Skull Bomb. 1, 2 and a green, sacrifice Maze Skull Bomb, target creature you control gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn, draw a card. It's probably the most situational of them so far, although probably better than Draw Skull Bomb, in the context of Draw Skull Bomb is like the one of these that is exclusively grindy instead of potentially aggressive. Furnace Skull Bomb's, I guess, a little hard to rate because it's synergistic rather than just doing its own thing like every other Skull Bomb. But yeah, Maze's Skull Bomb is pretty exclusively aggressive, but maybe less good at being aggressive than the white one. I feel like there's not a single artifact that feels great in this format. I mean, the 4-drop blue-white artifact feels pretty good. Was the 2-drop white common, the 1/3 Teeth Flyer, was that an artifact or not? Draw Skull Bomb is a divination. Draw Skull Bomb's a 4-mana divination. 4-mana divination's fine, but it also requires you to have a good creature in the graveyard before half of it is actually good. I guess what I mean to say is that Draw Skull Bomb is a divination, but it's also more of a grindy slow card and fills no other roles, whereas Basilica Skull Bomb is an aggressive card, Surgical Skull Bomb is a everything card, Furnace Skull Bomb is a synergy card, and Mesa Skull Bomb is an aggressive card. Draw Skull Bomb is the only one that's grindy and does nothing but be grindy. Of these, Surgical Skull Bomb feels like the best. Tempo plus filtration. Like, you don't want to bounce anything other than like a 4 or a 5-drop with this, but I don't think you're unhappy bouncing a 4 or a 5-drop with it. Dune Mover, 2 for a 2/1 artifact creature Phyrexian Golem with Toxic 1. When Dune Mover enters the battlefield, you may search your library or basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle and put that card on the top. So pretty underwhelming unless you're trying to make a 3 or 4 color deck work. Prophetic Prism, 2 for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, filter colors. Okay, so we have Prophetic Prism in the set. There were a couple of cards that returned your permanents to your owner's hand, or returned permanents you control to its owner's hand, which I guess are synergistic with Prophetic Prism, but I don't know if synergistic with Prophetic Prism is the same thing as being good, given that I'm not certain that Prophetic Prism is like independently good that often. Mere Custodian, 3 mana 2/3, artifact creature Mirror. When Mere Custodian enters the battlefield, scry 2, then each opponent may scry 1. Huh. Well, that seems like a very respectable curve filler. I don't know if it'll be good, but definitely respectable. Ish. Not embarrassing. I wonder how much better Scry 2 is than Scry 1. I'm pretty sure it's better, but I don't know by how much better. This is true. It's definitely not a 3 mana 3/3. It would be better if it was. Phyrexian Atlas, 3 for an artifact, tap to add 1 mana of any color. Corrupted, whenever Phyrexian Atlas becomes tapped, each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters loses 1 life. Okay. It's color fixing with synergy if you want color fixing with synergy, I guess. Mere Kinsmith, 4 mana for a 3/1 artifact creature Mirror. When Mere Kinsmith enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a Mirror card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle. I guess the joke being that you draft like 5 copies of this 4 mana 3/1 that draw another 4 mana 3/1 when they ETB. Historically, that has been okay some of the time. I don't know what to expect this time around. Then we have a set of 5 tap lands that make 1 color, enter the battlefield tapped, and can pay 2 and tap to sacrifice them and draw a card. Also, they are spheres. Is there literally any synergy for the land type sphere? I don't know. Also Terramorphic Expanse, and also some basics. There is some sphere synergy. There's one rare that synergizes with spheres. Okay. Well. Yeah, okay. There's a rare that'll never go off. So basically there isn't. Good to know. All right. I will be right back, and then we will do some rares. Alright. There we go. So now we're seeing a bit more about how those double pairs of mouths sort of maybe work. They keep trying these red-white equipment themes and they're almost always bad, right? Is this the time they're not? Maybe. I mean, the 4 mirrored in mechanic, I think, goes a long way towards making it easier to draft a reasonable number of equipments while still having a functional deck. At the bare minimum, the red-white cards do seem to come together into a cohesive aggro deck that plays equipment, but I think the key for why that actually is probably going to work this time around is because you can also build that equipment deck with 0 equipment synergies and still just have a good deck because the cards are generically good. Alright, so we've got Skrelv Defector Might. Single white for a 1/1 legendary artifact creature Phyrexian Might. With Toxic 1, cannot block. Tap a white, Phyrexian White. Choose a color. Another target creature you control gains Toxic 1 and Hexproof from that color until end of turn. It can't be blocked by creatures of that color this turn. This seems absolutely excellent, and like you would probably first pick it. Basically just sits around making your opponent's removal irrelevant if you want it to, forever. And then gives creatures unblockable if you really need them to. Although it's limited, so your opponent's probably going to have 2 colors, so not really unblockable. Mostly it sticks around making your opponent or making your creatures immune to removal forever, until your opponent can play 2 removal spells in 1 turn. Oh, I guess they just can kill the Might with their first removal spell, can't they? But if your opponent has to kill the Might before they can kill a bigger creature, that's probably fine. Like, you're not out anything as a result of that. It also means you can more aggressively use the ability on early turns, since your opponent's super incentivized to kill the Might before anything else anyway. Either way, very powerful. Solid first pick. Kemba Ka Enduring. One in a white for a 2/2 legendary creature cat cleric. Whenever Kemba Ka Enduring or another cat enters the battlefield under your control, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to that creature. Equipped creatures you control get +1/+1. 5 mana, create a 2/2 white cat creature token. This card seems pretty excellent. I imagine I would first pick this most of the time. So the red shock, the white pacifism, the green 3/3, the black exile a 3-drop or less are best commons in each color. What's the best blue common? I'm thinking I would pick Kemba over any of those commons, probably, unless there's a really strong consideration for one color being preferable over another. But Kemba has a strong incentive to be a red-white card because you want to pick up as many of the equipment with 4 mirrored in as you can to get a benefit out of the Anthem. The part that makes it strong enough to be worth playing is that it also gives you a mana sink, the blue cat. I don't even know that I'm excited about the blue cat in blue. Like the 3/2 with flash that taps something down? I'm not even sure if that's good. The counterspell we're wrong about? I did not see any playable counterspells, in addition to counterspells just not being very good and limited. I don't think the best blue common is likely to be one of those. Let's see. Aspirate's Ascent is fine. Ichor Synthesizer and Malkator's Watcher are probably okay. Oh, the bird. The bird's probably the best blue common. I mean, Viva Surgeon's Insight and Mindweb Spider both excite me, but I don't think you can ever actually have like a first pickable 5-drop. Blue looks pretty unimpressive at common is the main problem. The Vigilance 1/1's fine, but it's not like actually good, I don't think. I'd certainly never first pick this. Yeah, I guess actually blue looks kind of weak at common. But instead of like bad, it's just the absence of anything good. Gixian Raptor's a fine 3-drop. Eye of Malkador could be a decent aggressive 3-drop. Mesmerizing Dose isn't bad. Mindweb Curator isn't terrible. Meldweb Strider's pretty decent. Quicksilver Fisher's pretty decent. Insight's pretty decent. Watcher's decent. Synthesizer's decent. Aspirant's Ascent is decent. So yeah, blue isn't bad. It just kind of lacks anything actually good. Which is interesting. I guess the way I would sum it up is that blue seems like it does not have any cards that would fit in the top 10 commons, but it probably has a fair number of cards in the top 30 commons. Except the excellent... I do not believe you can call any counterspell in limited good. The idea that there would be a counterspell that's excellent is kind of... Streets of New Capenna was like the first set to ever have a counterspell be good at low rarity. And that was explicitly because Streets of New Capenna was such a weird format with the way card advantage worked in New Capenna was different from like every other set that we've had around it. Thought Collapse was pretty good. Not the 3-mana one that mills. I do not think I would call Thought Collapse good. That would be going a little too far. Thought Collapse was almost playable. Norn's Wellspring. 1 and a white for an artifact. Whenever a creature you control dies, scry 1 and put an oil counter on Norn's Wellspring. 1, tap, remove 2 oil counters from it, draw a card. Wow. Okay. Wait, that seems excellent. Whenever anything you control dies, scry 1. Whenever 2 things you control die, draw? For 1 mana? Yeah, that actually seems very, very good. Essence Scatter was very good in DMU. Essence Scatter was like kind of playable. And Essence Scatter is traditionally much, much better than Cancel and also much better than Counter unless they pay 2. But like, I feel like that proves my point that in order for a card to be playable, it needs to be much better than Cancel. And I don't think Cancel with Proliferate Upside is actually close to good. Norn's Wellspring seems very good, especially in the color that has access to mites. To just massively punish your opponent for killing mites seems like a lot of fun. My take is that the card will be 1 blue counterspell a lot of the time. Oh, you're not even talking about the Cancel? You're talking about the Quench? No. I do not think you can turn that online reliably enough on turn 4 or 5. And especially because in order to be a deck that wants to hold up Quench on the first couple of turns, then you need to not be playing creatures, which means you're worse at turning on Corrupted. I have no desire to put that card in any decks at all. I do not want to be a Quench gamer. Limited is the format that, like, super punishes trying to do Quench nonsense, and I don't think you can reliably turn on Corrupted enough for that to not be the case. Especially because if you're trying to be a corrupted deck, yeah, you just don't want to spend your first couple of turns not playing creatures. Corrupting with the 1 blue cantrip. And that is exactly my fear, is that you are playing those instead of creatures, including the quenches. And oh gosh, that does not sound like a good time to me. I don't think that's the ticket. Skrelv's Hive. 1 and a blue for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature token with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. Corrupted. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, creatures you control with Toxic have lifelink. Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's probably very reasonable. Interestingly, that compared to like a Bitter Blossom, it actually has some merit in the late game. Or rather, it has some merit if you top deck it in the late game. To give all of your other toxic creatures lifelink that you already played. Curious. I'm going to assume this is a card that's probably worth first picking, but I'll be interested to see how it plays out. Seems like a card that would be very good with Norn's Wellspring. White Sun's Twilight. White X. Sorcery, you gain X life, create X 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature tokens with Toxic 1, and this can't block. If X is 5 or more, destroy all other creatures. Okay, so this is a turbo bomb. Just always pick it, and it's amazing. The Eternal Wanderer. 4 white for a 5 loyalty legendary planeswalker. No more than 1 creature can attack the Eternal Wanderer each combat. +1, exile up to 1 target artifact or creature, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of that player's next instep. That player's next instep is a fascinating line of text, because it means that you can exile your opponent's stuff and they don't get it back to attack with in time, in addition to just being able to do flicker synergies with your own creatures. 0, create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with double strike. Okay. -4 for each player, choose a creature that player controls. Each player sacrifices all creatures that they control not chosen this way. Oh. Okay, yeah, that seems amazing. So white just gets 2 pseudo board wipe bombs at rare. That's going to make for a really fun sealed format for sure. Oh dear. I'm glad I'm not playing sealed. Blue Sun's Twilight. Blue X. Sorcery, gain control of the target creature with mana value X or less. If X is 5 or more, create a token that's a copy of that creature. That's a bomb. Mercurial Spelldancer. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 creature Phyrexian Rogue. Can't be blocked. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on it. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may remove 2 oil counters from it. If you do, when you cast your next instance or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets with a copy. That seems pretty good. Wow, that's actually like constructed interesting. Huh. Interesting. That is a card that I want to play with big score. Not because that is probably a good thing to be doing, but because that is what I want to do with my life. Blade of Shared Souls. 2 and a blue for an artifact equipment with 4 Mirrodin. Whenever Blade of Shared Souls becomes attached to a creature, for as long as Blade of Shared Soul remains attached to it, you may have that creature become a copy of another target creature you control. Oh, weird. Okay. So it's a 3-mana clone that could potentially be better than a 3-mana clone? In that you also get to equipmentize stuff? Huh. According to 17 Lands, Deny the Divine was the best blue common in TBD, and didn't say please the best blue common in Eldraine. That's not the same thing as being good cards. That just means those colors weren't good. Blade is weird because you're really happy to play it and you're never first picking it. Yeah, that kind of feels like where I'm at. I don't think this card is good enough to first pick, but it's also probably never bad. It's like a weird medium common for those purposes. Unctus Grand Metatect. 1 blue for a 2/4 legendary artifact creature for Phyrexia and Vidalcan. They almost ran out of space there. Other blue creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card. Not even a May. Wow. Other artifact creatures you control get +1/+1. Blue Phyrexia, until end of turn, target creature you control becomes a blue artifact in addition to its other colors and types. Activate only as a sorcery. Whoa. Okay. I mean, this card is good, for sure. I have no clue how good it is. Unlimited looting is very powerful. The weird clock this puts on you is the part that's really hard to figure. Because at some point you can no longer really attack with very many blue creatures unless it's going to be lethal. But this is a well-statted creature that has an anthem, and the looting at the beginning is very good. This is a very good card that will require you to play intelligently, and I am scared about how often I will fail to play intelligently. Encroaching Mycosynth. 3 and a blue for an artifact. Non-land permanents you control are artifacts in addition to their other types. The same is true for permanent spells you control, blah, 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 not playable. Mind Splice Apparatus. 3 and a blue artifact with flash. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on Mind Splice Apparatus. Instant sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each oil counter on Mind Splice Apparatus. Very interesting and constructed, not playable and limited. Black Sun's Twilight. Oh, wait. Let's, I guess, review all of the rares in white. A good card, a good card, a good card, a good card, a good card. Like a bomb and a bomb. So basically almost every rare anybody opens in white is going to make them want to play white. Meanwhile in blue, a bomb, a good card, meh, fine, unplayable, unplayable. So players are less likely to play blue based on a first pick. And very likely to play white based on a first pick, as a function of the percentage of time that they open one of those monocolored rares. Black Sun's Twilight. Black and an X instant. Up to 1 target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn. If X was 5 or more, return a creature card with mana value 5 or mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So basically this is just a 6-drop. And a pretty good 6-drop. But also a terrible anything other than a 6-drop. Huh. Is this good enough to first pick? It probably has to be, right? Hypothetically, some of the time you end up using this as like a 3-mana removal spell or combat trick, even if that's not necessarily exciting. I feel like the fact that this is really bad unless you get to 6 mana, or just really unimpressive unless you get to 6 mana, like it's Deathwind until you hit 6 mana. But it's really good once you hit 6 mana? I don't know. This feels good, but not a bomb. The flexibility is better than if this just cost 6 mana and was destroy target creature, return a creature to play. But I don't think it makes it much better than that, since none of the flexible modes are actually, like, efficient in any way. Vran Executioner Thane. 1 and a black for a 2/2 legendary creature for Phyrexian Vampire. Whenever 1 or more other creatures you control die, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. That's a bomb, and worth playing. I mean, it's somewhat vulnerable to removal, but, like, you're going to take this over any uncommon or common, I imagine. Geth, Thane of Contracts. 1 black for a 3/4 legendary creature for Phyrexian Zombie. Other creatures you control get -1/-1. 1 black black tap, return target creature from the graveyard to the battlefield again. If this creature would leave the battlefield exiled instead of putting it anywhere else, activate only as a sorcery. Oh. Huh. Is this good? This is hard to evaluate. You don't get a lot of things that shrink your creatures but not your opponents. We think this is a bomb? Maybe. I guess you can just trade it off if you need to. And it is a 3-mana 3/4, which isn't terrible. This is hard to evaluate. You don't play it on curve? Is it good if you're not playing it on curve? Yeah, maybe it's more of a green-black card. That could be the case. It might be that this is playable. Alright, I will be back in a bit. I appear to have sliced my lip open with my nail. Clearly, I need to get better at using the nail file. I've never managed to give myself a paper cut with my own fingernail before. I think that I'm probably not likely to highly pick Geth in the long run, but I probably will highly pick it early on because I want to actually gauge how good and or bad this card is, because it's very one or the other, and I don't know which. Karumonix the Rat King. 1 black black for a 3/3 legendary creature, Phyrexian Rat. Toxic 1. Other rats you control have Toxic 1. When Karumonix enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of rat cards from among them, and put the revealed cards into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So it's a 3-mana 3/3 with Toxic 1. That's not super garbage. How many other rats in the set did we have? I know there is at least the 2-mana 2/2 common that isn't terrible. Set all will be 1. Type line rat. Blightbelly rat. Ooh, Chittering Skitterling was a rat. The only other rat, but pretty decent. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of cool that Rat King, like, isn't bad independently. And also is very interesting that, like, is actively good with Chittering Skitterling because it gives that rat Toxic and has Toxic, and Chittering Skitterling desperately wants you to turn on Corrupted. And Blightbelly Rat is also pretty good with Karumonix and Chittering Skitterling. So I guess what I'm saying is some percentage of the time you're going to be a Chittering Skitterling deck, and you're going to be really happy when you just get a random Karumonix that nobody else wanted. Like, that synergy will actually turn up, and you'll have a real rat thing happening. Probably won't happen, like, super often, and it won't be, like, the best thing in the world when it does happen, but it's cute that it'll happen some of the time, and actually sort of maybe matter. Phyrexian Arena. 1 black black for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This is probably a card that is completely good. Definitely good. I don't know if it's better than good, but it's definitely good. Explicitly playable. Archfiend of the Dross. 2 black for a 6/6 creature Phyrexian demon with flying. Enters the battlefield with 4 oil counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove an oil counter from Archfiend of the Dross. Then if it has no oil counters on it, you lose the game. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, its controller loses 2 life. This feels like a bomb. Like, I know it's got the word you lose the game on it, which is kind of scary, but like, you get to have 3 turns where it can attack. It seems very difficult for your opponent to, most of the time, survive you attacking 3 times with a 6/6 before they have to kill the 6/6. Interestingly, very cool thing, if you attack with this 3 times, then on your upkeep, in response to the trigger, kill it with an instant speed removal spell after you untapped, I believe you do not die. Yeah, also you can just proliferate it, which is also very cool. So mostly this is just a 4-mana 6/6 flyer that they have to answer or they die. And also makes them lose life every time one of their creatures dies, which sounds like it makes the clock much faster. Card seems amazing. So black, we have a card I really can't tell what's going on with, a card you would not first pick, a card you would slam first pick, a card you would probably be satisfied first picking, a card you would be satisfied first picking, and a card you might first pick. I don't know. Reasonable. Not great, but reasonable. Better than blue. Even if you kill it, are you sure you wouldn't die? So, Archfiend of the Dross, if you put the trigger on the stack and Archfiend has 1 oil counter on it, you kill it. Trigger resolves. Trigger removes an oil counter, but there's no permanent, so the oil counter doesn't get removed. Trigger then has to check whether or how many oil counters are on the Archfiend of the Dross. Because there is no Archfiend of the Dross in play, it uses last known information when the Archfiend of the Dross left the battlefield. And last known information is that there were that there was 1 oil counter on it. So I believe you would not lose the game if you remove it in response to the trigger while it has 1 oil counter. That is my understanding of how last known information works. Very dangerous Archfiend. There's a card to remove 3 counters on a permanent. Yeah, I guess maybe if your opponent's playing that, you'll be sad. But for the most part, I think it just kills your opponent unless they kill it. Vindictive Flamestoker. Single red for a 1/2 creature Phyrexian wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Vindictive Flamestoker. 6 and a red, sacrifice Vindictive Flamestoker, discard your hand, and draw 4 cards. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each oil counter on Vindictive Flamestoker. So, mostly this is just a draw 4 with suspend a lot that your opponent can counter with a removal spell, but if your opponent's forced to remove your 1-drop with a removal spell instead of something that's better than a 1-drop, you're probably happy. Card seems good. There will be times where it's slow, but for the most part, you're never going to end up blown out, and you're always going to get 1 mana and a card's worth of value out of this thing, or better. Is that better than a premium common? Am I picking this over the black 2-mana removal spell, which, as far as I can tell, is the premium common? Maybe the red shock is better. Probably. It's close. If this is better, I don't think it's better substantially. But it's probably pretty reasonable. Red Sun's Twilight. Red X, sorcery, destroy up to X target artifacts. If X is 5 or more, for each artifact destroyed this way, create a token that's a copy of it. Those tokens gain haste, exile them at the beginning of the next end step. Ha! So this is very good with the equipment, or not with, really, but against. It's 3-mana Shatter. Is this first pickable? I don't know if this is first pickable. It seems like it's okay to run main deck, and there will be matchups where it's pretty solid, especially against like blue decks and blue-white decks. Like, I view, for the most part, this card is probably 4 mana, destroy 2 artifacts. And how good it is a function of how often 4 mana, destroy 2 artifacts is good or not. Like, occasionally there will be times where you get to 7 mana, and this is still probably slightly better, but not substantially better than the 4 mana version. But for the most part, I think this is just 4 mana, 2 shatters. There are definitely artifact creatures. It's kind of weird. I don't know whether there's lots of artifact creatures. Like, how often is the average board going to have 2 artifact creatures you actually care about? It's definitely fine. If you have this card and you're playing red, you play it. I don't know what the relative pick priority is, though. Like, I guess if I'm given a pack with this and the red shock, I'm going to pick the red shock over it. So I guess my instinct is that this is probably worse than the best commons, but is probably reasonable. Like, if you get this 3rd or 4th pick, you're probably happy. I don't know. Maybe I'm underrating it. Maybe 4 mana, destroy 2 artifacts turns out to be better than that. Limited, I'm sure this card makes the wheel if no one plays red. I do not expect that no one will play red. Red looks very good at common. Slowbad Iron Goblin. 2 and a red for a 3/3 legendary creature, Phyrexian Goblin Artificer. Tap, sacrifice an artifact at an amount of red mana equal to the sacrificed artifact's mana value. Spend this mana only to cast artifact spells or activate ability of the artifact, blah, 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 blah. So it's a 3 mana, 3/3. Not a very high priority pick, weaker than most commons, but fine. 3 mana, 3/3 isn't bad. It's just not a very good rare. Urbrask's Forge. 2 and a red for an artifact. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put an oil counter on Urbrask's Forge, then create an X1 red Phyrexian horror creature token with trample and haste, where X is the number of oil counters on Urbrask's Forge. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. Seems good. Seems very good, especially if you play it on curve and they don't find a removal spell for it. It's just gonna do a lot of blowing up stuff as your opponent starts to get forced to block the creature every single turn. Koth, Fire of Resistance. 2 red for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker Koth. +2, search your library for a basic mountain card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Okay, so 6 loyalty into play if you want it. Koth, Fire of Resistance, deals damage to target creature equal to the number of mountains you control. Which is probably fine. You get an emblem with, whenever a mountain enters the battlefield under your control, this emblem deals 4 damage to any target. Okay, so weirdly enough, it feels like the most likely play pattern for Koth is to, like, hope you have control of the board, uptick twice, and then ultimate, and then just start playing mountains every turn. Which is probably not that bad. That actually sounds kind of hard for your opponent to interact with. And the threat of it forces your opponent to keep swinging at Koth with their creatures. And Koth's loyalty makes it kind of hard for Koth to die. And in the meantime, Koth is thinning your deck and hitting land drops for you. This seems strong and worth a first pick. I feel like you should be pretty happy with this. Dragon Wing Glider. 3 red for an artifact equipment for Mirrodin. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has flying and haste. Equip 5. So 5 mana 4/4 flying haster that can also give other things +2/+2 flying and haste. Haste probably doesn't matter too much on the equip, but 5 mana 4/4 flying haster is pretty excellent, and this is just gravy on top of it. In 2 colors, it can be hard for the emblem to do much. I don't think I super agree with that, because The first 2 lands you drew with Koth, you're incentivized to just not play the mountains you fetched. Unless you have no lands and need to make land drops, in which case, then Koth is still doing something meaningful for you. But it's not terribly hard for the turn that you uptick Koth to 8, you just don't play that mountain that you fetched that turn. So you're always threatening to immediately do 4 damage the turn you ultimate Koth, 100% of the time. And then they either have to kill Koth, or you're just going to keep doing 4 damage every turn. If Koth is getting attacked, it's not too hard to be out of mountains. Yeah, but if Koth is getting attacked, then Koth did Koth's job. At which point you just don't ultimate the Koth. Like, yeah, the emblem's probably not going to do much at that point. But what Koth already did was worthwhile, which is draw a bunch of cards and soak up a bunch of damage. If you can't win when your opponent was restricted in that way, that's not Koth's fault. That's something else. Like, and at that point, aren't you just, if you know the emblem isn't going to do anything, and you've upticked Koth a bunch of times, then you just start -3ing instead, and now you're actually just removing creatures, because that means you put like 6 mountains into play, probably more. So Koth just gets to downtick as a Vindicate instead of getting the emblem. All in all, I think that's all just excellent. So in red we have very good, very good, very good. Not really a consideration for first picking ever. Not a consideration for first picking. Probably a consideration for first picking. It's fine. But, so 3 cards you would probably always first pick. 1 card you might first pick. Whereas black had 2 cards you would first pick. 3 cards you would probably first pick. Maybe 4 cards you would first pick. Blue had 3 first picks. White had probably 6 first picks. Green, we have Green Sun's Twilight. Green and X sorcery. Reveal the top X+1 cards of your library. Choose a creature card and or land card from among them. Put those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If X is 5 or more, instead put the chosen card onto the battlefield or into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. What? I kept expecting this to, like, do something. Isn't this bad? Why isn't this good? I thought if X was 5 or more, it was going to do something good. Oh, it doesn't care about mana cost, so like the joke is that you can, for 6 mana, put a 10/10 into play or something in Constructed, which also just seems bad. Seems bad. If X is 5, it goes straight to the field. Yeah, I thought that if X was 5 or more, it was going to put all of them into play, since that would be, like, good. But instead it wasn't. Venerated Rot Priest. Green for a 1/2 creature Phyrexian Druid with Toxic 1. Whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell, target opponent gets a poison counter. That sounds bad, because this isn't a creature that has stats that is worth playing a piece of cardboard on. I'm going to go with not pickable. Bloated Contaminator. 2 and a green for a 4/4 creature Phyrexian Beast with Trample and Toxic 1. When Bloated Contaminator deals combat damage to a player, proliferate. That's excellent. That's just very, very, very good. Strong first pick. Conduit of Worlds. 2 green for an artifact. You may play lands from your graveyard. Tap, choose target non-land permanent card in your graveyard. If you haven't cast a spell this turn, you may cast that card. If you do, you can't play additional spells this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Whoa. Okay. Is that good? Maybe? Okay, so the sequencing of this is once you're out of stuff, you play this. And then you get to cast one spell from your graveyard until you draw two things you would rather do than play a spell from your graveyard. No, but it can't be instants and sorceries either. Huh. I think that's good. It's kind of, sort of similar to like 4 mana loot away a land when you draw a land and you get to tutor something that you already played. It's awkward tempo-wise, yeah, but you also sort of are doing this. You're only activating this when you weren't going to be able to double spell anyway. So instead of playing one spell, you get to play one spell, and then on a turn where you want to double spell, because you finally can double spell, you just do the double spell instead of activating this. It also sort of plays well with instants, since you just play a spell on your turn and then play your instant on your opponent's turn. I'm going to assume this is reasonable, but it's also very much a grindy card, and nothing other than a grindy card. But, you know, grindy cards ain't terrible. Evolved Spinoderm. 2 green for a 5/5 creature Phyrexian beast. Evolved Spinoderm enters the battlefield with 4 oil counters on it. Has trample as long as it has 2 or fewer oil counters. Otherwise it has hexproof. Okay, so it's a 5/5 with hexproof at the beginning. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove an oil counter from Evolved Spinoderm, and then if it has no oil counters on it, sacrifice it. Okay, so play it, 4 oils. First turn you can attack with it, 3 oil. Still has hexproof. Swing. Second turn. Has 2 oil counters, gains trample, loses hexproof. Swing. Third turn. Still has trample, 1 oil counter. Swing. So you get 3 swings with it, 1 with hexproof, 2 with trample, and then you also get to proliferate. And if you can proliferate at instant speed, you can give it hexproof in response to stuff, potentially. Huh. Yeah, I'm going to assume this is pretty close to just great with no synergies. Like, this is a lot of turns of having a 4 mana 5/5. And a 4 mana 5/5 is pretty excellent. And green just has proliferate available to it kind of frequently with no real hoops needed to jump through, because most of your best commons just randomly proliferate anyway. So, pretty first pickable. Thrun, Breaker of Silence. 3 green for a 5/5 legendary creature troll shaman. Can't be countered, has trample, can't be the target of non-green spells that your opponents control. And as long as it's your turn, Thrun is indestructible. Okay, yeah, that seems excellent. Basically just can't die. Unless you need to block. And basically just attacks forever. This card seems incredibly annoying to deal with. Okay, so first pick, close to a bomb. First pick, very good. Probably not a first pick, but not terrible. Probably a first pick, very good card. Probably unplayable, probably unplayable. Green at rare is fine. Malkador, Purity Overseer. 1 white and a blue for a 1/1 legendary creature Phyrexian Elephant Wizard. When it enters the battlefield, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token. At the beginning of your end step, if 3 or more artifact enters the battlefield under your control this turn, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token. That sounds pretty hard to enable, but I mean, it is a 3 mana 4/4 worth of stats, which is just pretty good. No reason for that to be bad. And if you ever do get to enable it, you're very, very, very happy. Venser, Corpse Puppet. Blue and a black for a 1/3 legendary creature Phyrexian Zombie Wizard. Lifelink, Toxic 1. Whenever you proliferate, choose 1. If you don't control a creature named the Hollow Sentinel, create the Hollow Sentinel, a legendary 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Golem artifact creature token. Or target artifact creature you control gains flying and lifelink until end of turn. Okay, that's fine. The first proliferate with this making... Like, if this is just dumping out 3/3s, I guess this is good, and everything else is gravy on top of it. How many instances of proliferate will you have access to in blue-black? I don't know. But this also blocks well, because it's a 1/3 with lifelink, which is cool. Yeah, this is probably very reasonable. Kaito, Dancing Shadow. 2 blue and a black for a 3 loyalty legendary planeswalker Kaito. Whenever one or more creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, you may return one of them to its owner's hand. If you do, you may activate loyalty abilities of Kaito twice this turn rather than only once. +1, uptick, up to 1 target creature can't attack or block until your next turn. Okay, good to use that on your opponent's creatures. 0, draw a card. Okay. -2, create a 2/2 colorless drone artifact creature token with Death Touch. Okay. And when this creature leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay. This seems pretty good. I would imagine this is probably a first pick, even though it's multicolored. I don't know if Malcator or Venser was a first pick over premium commons, given that they were multicolored. But Kaito probably is a first pick. Kethic Crucible Goliath. 2 black, red for a 4/4 legendary creature Phyrexian Beast. At the beginning of your instep, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a non-legendary creature card with lesser mana value. Put it onto the battlefield, then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. That doesn't seem very good. That doesn't sound first pickable. It's a 4/4 for 4, which I don't hate, so like I'm going to play it if I'm in black-red, but I'm not going to first pick and lock myself into black-red for what is functionally pretty much just a 4-mana 4/4 for the most part. Milos's Maze Crusher. 1 red and a green for a 4/4 legendary creature Phyrexian Beast. Enters the battlefield with 5 oil counters on it. Pay 1, remove 1 oil counter, gains Vigilance and Menace until end of turn. Pay 2, remove 2 oil counters, gets +2/+2 until end of turn, which is also instant speed activatable. Cool to threaten. 3, remove 3 oil counters from it, naturalize. Okay, this is just... Yeah, I think this is first pickable. It's very, very, very good. 3 mana 4/4 is excellent, and this is 3 mana 4/4 with upside. I would probably be willing to pack 1, pick 1, go into 2 colors for that. Melira, the Living Cure, green and a white for a 3/3 legendary creature Human Scout. If you would get 1 or more poison counters, instead you get 1 poison counter and you can't gain additional poison counters this turn. Exile Melira, the Living Cure, choose another target creature or artifact. When it's put into a graveyard this turn, return that card to its owner's battlefield under its owner's control. I mean, that's very good. 3 mana, 3/3 for 2 mana with random additional upside. I don't know if that's enough value for me to want to first pick it, but certainly it makes the cut excitedly in any deck that's playing green-white. But unlike something like Maze Crusher or Kaito, Melira is not actually splashable. Like, you want a deck with 6 white sources and 6 green sources minimum, probably better, because Melira is not that exciting to play off curve. Maze Crusher and Kaito are interesting because they're the kind of cards that are still pretty impactful on turn 7, even if you wind up not actually being able to play them as your primary 2 colors. Raya Ivor, Bane of Bladehold. 2 white, black for a 3/4 legendary creature Phyrexian Knight with Battle Cry. Just the one random card in the entire set that has Battle Cry, huh? At the beginning of combat on your turn, the next time target creature would deal combat damage to 1 or more players this combat, prevent that damage. If damage is prevented this way, create that many 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Might artifact creature tokens. What? Is that good? So notably, that doesn't turn off Toxic, right? So if you have like a 3 power creature with Toxic 1, and you use this ability on it, and it goes unblocked, you put 1 poison counter on them, do 0 damage, and make 3 mites. You don't deal damage. You don't deal damage, sort of, except it's a replacement effect. Preventing damage prevents toxic. What exactly is the wording on toxic? What's the actual rules text? We don't have the actual rules text. Because if toxic is a replacement effect, you could stack it so that the toxic happens before the damage is prevented. But I don't know if they're both replacement effects. Or is it more like lifelink? Because lifelink gets prevented by replacement effects. I'm not entirely sure whether that's clarified or not. Players dealt combat damage by this creature also get end poison counters. So it's not replacing damage. I'm going to assume that this probably turns off toxic. But I would want to actually see like the real rules text when the set comes out to know for sure. Look at Bloated Contaminator. I don't know that that actually clarifies things either. The affected player gets to order replacement effects anyway. But the affected player in this case would be the person controlling the creature that's having its damage replaced, right? Are we sure? I don't think damage... I think the source of damage is the creature, not the player the damage is being dealt to. Or at least I'm pretty sure. Either way, this seems good, but it does not seem like the kind of card I would first pick. It seems good, but not good enough to first pick for the sake of the colors. And I don't know that it's the kind of card that's like hyper powerful off the splash either. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get to control how the replacement effects are stacked on your creature. I'm uncertain whether Toxic actually cares about the replacement effects or not. I would need to actually see the real full under the hood rules text for how Toxic works. Kaya Intangible Slayer. 3 white, white, black, black for a 6 loyalty legendary planeswalker. Kaya with hexproof. +2, each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. 0, you may draw 2 cards, then each opponent may scry 1. -3. Exile target creature or enchantment. If it wasn't an aura, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a +1, except it's a 1/1 white spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types. That seems like a bomb. I'd assume it works the same as lifelink. It's very likely the same as lifelink, which means if the damage gets prevented, then it doesn't happen. But that kind of depends on how the wording works. If the wording is, if this creature would deal damage, instead it deals that much damage and the opponent gets a poison counter, then it would work with Rhea Ivor, preventing the damage. Because you could just stack the replacement effects such to deal the poison before the damage gets prevented. If it works like lifelink, then it would be prevented. And I don't actually know which way it's going to work under the hood. Probably like lifelink is my guess, but maybe not. So Kaya seems like it's worth a first pick, even though it's super unsplashable and hard puts you into these colors, because that -3 that exiles your opponent's best creature and then gives you their best creature forever, except it's a 1/1, is amazing. And then you also have blockers, and your blocker you just made has flying, and also the uptick just kind of wins the game eventually and leaves your Kaya super hard to kill. This card definitely seems like a bomb. 7 mana is a lot, but yeah, you know what? Just play ramp and get there. Okiva Enigma Goliath. 5 blue-red for a 6/6 legendary creature Phyrexian Nightmare with flying, ward 3, and pay 3 life. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create X 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature tokens, where X is the mana value of the spell. They gain haste until end turn. Is this worth first picking? It seems very powerful for a 7-drop, but also it's a 7-drop. And seems like it wins the game slightly less than Kaya did. Guess part of it depends on how much colorless ramp there is. Yeah, I mean, this is a very big flyer that's fairly hard to remove, that blocks really well, and if you untap with it and have a non-creature, you probably win the game. Blue-red spells would have trouble casting a 7-drop? Yeah, but do you need to be blue-red spells? You can just be blue-red Dirtle. I don't think this is a build-around. I think this is a pretty close to just a 7-drop you would be okay playing. In the sense that, like, you don't need to make any concessions with the rest of your deck to enable this. That just automatically happens. It's mostly a question of how reasonable is it to build a defensive dirtily deck. At which point, this kind of card gives you a lot of inevitability. But if aggro is the name of the game and you're probably just going to get run over, then this probably isn't a very exciting first pick. I guess the same thing applies to Kaya, come to think of it. It might be unreasonable to first pick Kaya if it's difficult to do dirtily stuff in the format. But I will say I think it's a lot easier to do dirtily stuff in white-black than it is to do dirtily stuff in blue-red. White-black is the color with all the hyper-efficient removal. Kaya can gain 3 when she enters. Yeah, but also a 6/6 flyer gains 3 life pretty easily, functionally. Glissa Sunslayer. White, black, green for a 3/3 legendary creature Phyrexian zombie elf. First strike death touch. When it deals combat damage to a player, choose 1. You draw a card and you lose 1 life. Destroy target enchantment. Remove up to 3 counters from target permanent. This seems like a windmill slam first pick. Of all the multicolored cards, it's probably the best one so far. I think it's better than Kaido in terms of being a powerful first pick. First strike death touch is so incredibly powerful that I would be okay playing this on turn 8 or whatever. And for the most part, it's just like your opponent has to chump block it every single turn, or you're going to start drawing cards. So it's just killing 1 creature every turn until they answer it. Pretty confident this is just a very exciting slam first pick. Tyvar Jubilant Brawler. 1 black-green for a 3 loyalty legendary planeswalker Tyvar. You may activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. +1 untap up to 1 target creature. -2 mill 3 cards. Then you may return a creature card of mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Very, very excited for this card in the context of constructed. Not sure it's very enticing in the context of limited. It's meh. You're not really getting a lot of value out of bringing back 2-drops, and you're not getting a lot of value out of the haste, and you're not getting a ton of value out of the limited, or out of the vigilance. Yeah, Tyvar seems just not super stellar. Like, I could potentially see you just not playing Tyvar in a green-black deck in your 23. Jor Kadeen, first Gold Warden. Red and a white for a 2/2 legendary creature human rebel with trample. Whenever Jor Kadeen first Gold Warden attacks, it gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of equipped creatures you control. Then if Jor Kadeen's power is 4 or greater, draw a card. Huh. Definitely not first pickable. You probably are happy playing this as a 2-drop if you wind up with it in a red-white deck. Okay, wait. Gets +X/+X, which is not the same thing as where X is the number other equipped creatures. So if you put any equipment that buffs Jor Kadeen's power on Jor Kadeen, then it's drawing a card every turn. Combat tricks also cycle targeting Jor Kadeen if you use them pre-combat. I feel like this is pretty close to a card you would play in every red-white deck, but not a card that's worth first picking and going into red-white 4. Like, I cannot imagine a red-white deck where you would ever cut this. But I also don't think this rewards you enough to be worth beelining into red-white that might not come together during the draft. But whoever gets it is going to be happy with it. Izuri, Stalker of Spheres. 2 green-blue for a 3/3 legendary creature Phyrexian Elf Warrior. When Izuri, Stalker of Spheres enters the battlefield, you may pay 3. If you do, proliferate twice. Whenever you proliferate, draw a card. The +1/-1 equip enables this on curve. Does it? I don't think it does, right? Because you play that and you can't put it on Jor Kadeen, and it allows Jor Kadeen to attack as a 3/3, which, I mean, is good, but doesn't draw a card. Yeah, so this is a 7-mana 3/3 draw 2, which probably wouldn't be terrible, wouldn't be good, but also proliferate twice probably has value on top of that. Would you first pick this and then have to grab a bunch of proliferate cards to be happy? Jor attacks as a 4/2 with the equip. Yeah, but then you have to pay the equip. Oh, wait, can you equip on a turn 3? Oh, right, the 2 mana, then you pay 1 to equip. Yeah, I guess that's not terrible. I don't know if it's good, but it isn't terrible. I feel like Izuri is probably not a card you would be unhappy to get passed to you in green-blue, but I don't think this is enough impact for me to ever first pick Izuri. Not when playing it on 4 is pretty bad. Not when most of the cards that synergize with it by proliferating are cards that I don't necessarily super want to play anyway, outside of some of the random green proliferate creatures. It's weird that blue-green feels sort of non-functional, and I think that I'm missing the parts of it that really make it mesh. Because blue-green wants you to do a bunch of dirtling around and proliferating, but it does not feel like blue-green gives you the tools that allow you to dirtle in the first place. Which is to say, really good defensive options. So it feels like you're spending a bunch of time drawing cards instead of playing creatures, and then no way to recover from the tempo loss that had. I'm going to say this is not exciting, and I'm kind of underwhelmed by blue-green as a color combination overall. Like in many other sets, Simic is actually a 4-color deck. You get 3 good fixers at common, I guess. If, like, you're trying to play not actually blue-green, but you're trying to play, like, black-green, splashing a couple of blue cards that are good, maybe. Which is still to say that I would not really want to pick a blue-green card early. But maybe there's enough color fixing to do like 5-color play shocks, play 2-mana removal spells, play some decent green blockers, and then blue-green top end. So there's, in that case, there would really not be such a thing as a blue-green deck. There would just be 9 2-color combinations and then a 5-color deck. Maybe that's not terrible, but I don't know if it's good either. Monument to Perfection. 2-mana artifact, 3 tap, search your library for a land, put it in your hand. 3 Monument to Perfection becomes a 9/9 Phyrexian construct artifact creature, loses all abilities, gains indestructible and toxic 9. Activate only if there are 9 or more lands with different names among the basic, sphere, and locus lands you control. So 5 different types of basics. You need to draft 4 different spheres. Activate this thing 6 times, and your resulting benefit is a 9/9 with toxic 9. So mostly this just isn't playable. Unless, like, is there a world in which 2 mana that you can pay 3 and tap to draw a land is playable? I feel like, okay, so realistically, you will literally never activate this ability ever in Limited without, like, bending over backwards and making a bad deck for the memes to activate it. So realistically, is 2-mana artifact that pays 3 to draw a land good? Tutors a land, which has color fixing value. No, mostly it's awful, right? Is it fine to first pick this just to extrude lands from the deck? If the rate was better, if this was like cost 1 and cost 2, probably. I think at 2 and 3 mana this is unplayable. It's probably just too slow to be good. I don't think any deck is likely to be that desperate for color fixing. Soulless Jailer. 2 mana for an artifact creature Phyrexian Golem, 0/4. Permanent cards in graveyards can't enter the battlefield. Permanent players can't cast non-creature spells from graveyards or exile. Seems like a constructed card. Tablet of Completion. 2 mana artifact. Tap to put an oil counter on Tablet of Completion. Tap to add colorless. Activate only if Tablet of Completion has 2 or more oil counters on it. 1 and tap, draw a card. Activate only if Tablet of Completion has 5 or more oil counters on it. Huh. Is that good? I bet if you have a ton of looting, does that make 3 fetch a land good enough? Probably not. Needs Proliferate to do anything? Yeah, the tablet's better with Proliferate. Is it playable without Proliferate? Takes 3 turns before it adds mana. So if you play this as your 2-drop, then on turn 4 you can cast a 5-drop. And then it's awful if you top deck it later than turn 2, and also you had to not play a 2-drop. No, that seems pretty probably bad. I don't even know if with Proliferate that's good enough. I think there's exactly 1 red card that adds oil, and it's the 3 mana 3/2 with haste. Everything else I think puts oil on creatures. Is there a 1-mana artifact that puts oil on things too? That can hit non-creatures, maybe? I don't know. Either way, I don't think I'm excited about that, regardless. The Filigree Silex. 2-mana legendary artifact. Tap to put an oil counter on the Filigree Silex. Tap, sacrifice the Filigree Silex. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value equal to the number of oil counters on the Silex. Tap, remove 10 oil counters from among permanents you control and sacrifice those Silex. 10 damage to any target. Huh. So, Ratchet Bomb is okay, but probably not a card that I would be, like, super excited to first pick. But is close enough to playable that it kind of is interesting at subsidizing the 10 damage to face mode. I'm sort of on board for first picking this and then just having it be double Lava Axe. So this could be anywhere from probably fine but not really good or worth first pickingable to actually excellent, and I am going to first pick it every time for at least the first couple of drafts to find out. Certainly gives you a lot of incentive to be in red. I don't know that the other color necessarily matters that much, but it very much wants to be in red. But I gotta feel like even if you don't end up in red, this isn't terrible in blue-green or green-black. There's really no color combination this is bad in. Probably. Feel like that's the card that makes red-green aggro good and constructed. I feel like constructed has a much, much, much harder time getting to 10 oil counters amongst anything. And also, I feel like this being legendary is really hard to put more than one of in your deck. Like, in the context of the limited environment, I think this is great because removal is so much sparser. But I don't know that you're going to have an easy time making this work as a build-around in constructed. Mostly just because the legendary downside is so big. I don't know how to handle that in constructed. But in limited, you don't have to. Yeah, like you can hypothetically try to get to 10 counters. It's not impossible in constructed. The problem is the percentage of times that you draw multiple Silexes and they just all do nothing other than the first copy. And it's pretty rough if your opponent just kills your creatures. Like, it's not going to ever really do much of anything at all if your opponent's just playing removal spells. Zenith Chronicler. 2-mana, 3/1 artifact creature Phyrexian Construct. Whenever a player casts their first multicolored spell each turn, each other player draws a card. Seems bad. It's not, like, garbage, but seems bad. Mirren Safehouse. 3-mana artifact. As long as Mirren Safehouse is on the battlefield, as is all activated abilities of all lands, cards, and all graveyards. Seems bad. Argentum Masticore. 5-mana, 5/5 artifact creature Phyrexian Masticore. First strike, protection from multicolored. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice Argentum Masticore unless you discard a card. When you discard a card this way, destroy target non-land permanent and opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the mana value of the discarded card. I mean, 5-mana, 5/5 first strikers, protection from multicolored is mostly irrelevant, but 5-mana, 5/5 first striker seems pretty good. I gotta imagine this is a solid first pick, especially that doesn't actually put you into any given color. It's going to be really bad when you start just top-decking lands that you have to discard to keep this thing alive while hellbent and getting no value out of it, but I guess you weren't getting much value out of the lands at that point anyway. Just realize the green artifact lets you draw unlimited cards off 2 spheres. That's pretty actively great. What? This thing? just because you get to play spheres from the graveyard and just keep drawing. That's definitely not terrible. I don't know if that's great, though. Samsony! Thank you for the raid! Oh, I should remember to actually be able to do this. Oh. Now that this is an actual thing that Twitch lets us do. I think it will be removed by the opponent long before it becomes useless. In regards to our friend Argentum Masticore, probably. Like, if you're discarding cards repeatedly to this and your opponent isn't killing it, then they're probably dying unless they have like a 6 toughness creature. Oh, I would say that the set review is going well. We're nearly 80% of the way done. We haven't even hit the 8-hour mark, and I'm learning the set much better than I knew it before. That's all improvements. Yeah. I mean, it does seem like the kind of thing the opponent is obligated to answer. Very rarely will they ever be able to completely ignore it while you're attacking with it. The only bad position is when you have to block with it and then the opponent just doesn't attack. Then it's quite bad, but how often will you really be getting into that? I don't know. Probably not that often. Isn't Masticore bad because Braid is so highly played? Oh yeah, I would never play this in Constructed. Never, never, never. But in the context of Limited, I think it's a pretty reasonable first pick. Most of the review that I've been doing so far is in the context of Limited, because that's the set that that's the format that I got the most incentive to prep for the PT. But I gotta say, I have not seen a lot of cards that like give me any strong vibes for Pioneer thus far. Nothing that I really like want to build around, at least. I'm gonna spend the excess 4 hours for Constructed? Yeah, probably not. I haven't seen anything that seems actively exciting for Constructed thus far. Or maybe I'm just not very in tune with Constructed since I've been practicing Pioneer, and Pioneer is a miserable format because nothing fun is allowed. But when the PT ends, maybe we'll do another set review all about the exciting possibilities for Standard and other formats where fun things are allowed to be played. Maybe. Next up, Graz, Unstoppable Juggernaut. 8 mana, 7/5 legendary artifact creature Juggernaut. Juggernauts you control attack each combat if enabled. Juggernauts you control can't be blocked by walls. Other creatures you control have base power 5 and toughness 5/3 and are Juggernauts in addition to their other creature types. It's 8 mana, so it's unplayable. Land, land, land. Land, land at rare. Mirix, land sphere. Tap to add a colorless. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if Mirix enters the battlefield this turn. 3 tap, create a 1/1 colorless Phyrexia Might artifact creature token with toxic 1, and this creature can't block. This is pretty interesting. I don't think that this third ability is enough to first pick it, but I do feel like every deck that ever gets this card will wind up playing it and not being terrible. I have no clue how highly you should pick this as a result. Like, is this a pretty reasonable 4th pick? I don't think you would typically want to first pick it. Huh. I have absolutely no ability to tell how good this is. Mirrex is probably a first pickle or Rakdos sack card. But are you going to pack one, pick one this, and then move into Rakdos off of it? Is this strong enough to be worth committing to 2 colors? I don't even think there were enough Rakdos Sacrifice payoffs to make that worthwhile. Like, Rakdos Sacrifice doesn't even really have very many sacrifice cards. I don't actually think Sacrifice ends up being what Rakdos is about in this set, despite there being a couple of cards that almost look like they wanted to do that. I don't think this is better than the top common removal. No. But it's probably better than a lot of commons. Like, I could see packs where you would first pick this correctly. But I don't know how bad a pack needs to be for you to first pick it. Like, am I taking Mirrex over any blue card? Any blue common? The answer to that might be maybe. The mites don't proc the oil stuff that needs stuff to enter the graveyard from the battlefield, right? Yeah, they do. Tokens do enter the battlefield. Or rather, tokens do enter the graveyard. They cease to exist once they hit the graveyard, but they do count as dying. I don't know. Is Mirrex better than any of the sack spheres that make colors of mana? I think it is. I mean, it's worse than 2 mana draw a card, but it also never goes away. I don't know. This is a hard one to evaluate. Cards like this that would be played in every single deck no matter what, but aren't like super huge improvements, are always the weirdest cards to try to evaluate. The Monumental Facade. Land Sphere. The Monumental Facade enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Tapped, add a colorless. Tap, remove an oil counter from it. Put an oil counter on target artifact or creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. This is not a first pick. Could be that some random red deck wants it, but not by a lot. It will certainly be very late and will just randomly show up some of the time. The Mycosynth Gardens. Land Sphere. Tap to add a colorless. 1 tap to filter into any color. X tap, Mycosynth Garden becomes a copy of non-token artifact you control with mana value X. It's not, like, awful, but it also doesn't seem good. Like, if it's a land that eventually turns into a creature when you have, like, 7 lands and the game stalls out. But that just doesn't sound like it's going to be great or happen anytime soon. Seed Core. Tap to add a colorless. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast Phyrexian creature spells. Okay. Corrupted. Target 1/1 creature gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Activate only if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters. So, like, does nothing but mites, right? How many other 1/1s are there in the set? Like, it's just mites, right? Goblins, I guess. But red is also the color that's the least capable of getting your opponent corrupted. But, I mean, it's not impossible. I don't think you would ever first pick this, but I guess you do sometimes get excited to play this if you're in a white deck with mites. Black flyer, blue flyer. I guess. I don't want to play those, though. I meant, like, good cards that this synergized with. The blue flyer's not garbage. It's just also not... I guess this can be activated in instant speed, so maybe you have an incentive to be able to use it on blockers. Maybe that's not garbage. I have no clue when to pick this, though. That's so weird. Wait, what are we? Oh, these are not cards that are in the actual set. Okay. Oh yeah, there is a 1/1 Death Toucher with Toxic 1. That's true. Yeah, okay. These are all irrelevant. Oh. So how many of these did we end up with that were first pickable? Multicolored cards, we ended up with Kaido is 1 first pickable, Miglaws is 2 first pickable. Uncertain whether Kaya is first pickable or not. Uncertain whether Ovika is first pickable or not. Glissa is 3. And then colorless, we had Filigree Silex, Argentum Masticore. Lands, we had probably none. Interesting. At Mythic, we have Mondrak, 2 white for a 4/4 legendary creature Phyrexian Horror. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. 1 Phyrexian, sacrifice 2 other artifacts and or creatures, put an indestructible counter on Mondrak. That seems very good, especially because you can do it in response to removal. For 1 mana. Seems like that's worth first picking, probably. I think this might not actually be excellent. Most of the strength is the ability to be a 4 mana 4/4 indestructible. But seems good with mites. Phyrexian Vindicator. White for a 5/5 creature Phyrexian Horror with flying. If damage would be dealt to Phyrexian Vindicator, prevent that damage. When damage is prevented this way, deals that much damage to any other target. Is that strong enough that it is worth first picking this and going heavy into color fixing? Huh. On the one hand, quad white is pretty tricky. On the other hand, if you pass it, you're so likely to eventually have to play against it. There is actually a lot of removal that doesn't deal damage, though, in this set. Mono white's probably doable. Yeah, I mean, like, this is probably just good enough as a 6-drop, right? And it doesn't take a lot of fixing to make this a playable on 6 card. You could probably force mono white and pack 1, pick 1, yes. That might not be a good idea, even if you know you have to do it, though. Because you still have to win the percentage of games where you don't draw your fantastic card that still just dies to a fair amount of the removal. That said, probably worth first picking? Probably. Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines. 4 and a white for a 4/7 legendary creature Phyrexian Praetor. Vigilance. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Permanents entering the battlefield don't cause abilities of permanents your opponents control to trigger. That definitely seems worth first picking, and it's mostly for the final trigger, or the final ability. Turning off all of your opponent's ETBs seems very good and limited unless they remove the Elesh Norn. And also the stats are good and also has other synergies that are good. Ickermoon Gauntlet. 2 and a blue for an artifact. Planeswalkers you control have 0 proliferate and -12 take an extra turn after this one. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, choose a counter on target permanent, put an additional counter on that kind of permanent. Seems bad. Jace, the Perfected Mind. 2 blue and a Phyrexian blue. Legendary creature Planeswalker Jace. 5 loyalty. +1 until your next turn, up to 1 target creature gets -3/-0. -2, target player mills 3 cards. Then if a graveyard has 20 or more cards in it, you draw 3 cards, otherwise you draw a card. -X, target player mills 3 times X cards. So mostly this is 4 mana, mill 15. fairly busted. But also, this is 4 mana. How many times do you have to uptick this while avoiding it taking damage to win the game? Start out drawing 7. Say we get to turn 7. So opponent's made 14 draw steps. So we got to mill like 22, 23 to win the game. Meaning mill 8, mill 9. No, mill 7. 7 or 8. So if we play this for 4 and uptick it twice, then it probably wins the game. That's not easy, but it is powerful. Yeah, I mean, you can also just get to, like, if you live 15 turns, then eventually you top deck Jace and win the game. Oh, you know what? You can also just, like, uptick it once and then proliferate. That's pretty strong. I have to imagine this is a first pick, but I don't know how strong to expect it to be. Specifically because it's a card that wants to be played in a control deck, and I don't know how capable blue is of playing control. It's got one removal spell at common that isn't super great, but I guess synergizes with Jace, sort of, since it has Proliferate stapled onto it. Yeah. It definitely might be okay, but also might not be amazing. Probably still first pickable, though. My main concern, I guess, is that mill is at its worst when you're playing against aggressive decks, and most of this format seems to look like it's going to be pretty aggressive. Tekthul Inquiry Dominus. 2 blue for a 3/5 legendary creature Phyrexian Horror with flying. If you would proliferate twice instead. 1 blue, remove 3 counters from among other artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers you control, put in an indestructible. Oh wow, this is amazing. Stat line is excellent. 4 mana 3/5 flyer is just stellar. Proliferating multiple times is great. And it's very easy to get this thing indestructible. Oh. Yeah, that's real good. So white had 4 pack 1 pick 1s, blue has 2, black has Phyrexian Obliterator, probably a pack 1 pick 1, Drivnod Carnage Dominus, 3 black for an 8/3 legendary creature Phyrexian Horror. If a creature dying causes a triggered ability, if a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Black, exile 3 creature cards from your graveyard, put in. Oh, wow, this one doesn't even cost 1 mana. So it's very easy for this to be a 5 mana 8/3 indestructible. That seems rad. Do we think Phyrexian Obliterator is worse than Phyrexian Vindicator? I guess it's sort of more killable, but not really. I guess it doesn't fly. And there's a lot of exile removal. I guess I would say this. If Phyrexian Obliterator isn't first pickable, then neither is Phyrexian Vindicator, because I view them as pretty close to identical. But Drivnod seems very good to me. It is incredibly simple for this to just be a 5 mana 8/3 indestructible, and that sounds very, very, very good. There is a 2 mana black uncommon removal spell that can kill Drivnod, and the black common removal spell that can kill indestructible creatures, and the white pacifism, and a blue pacifism. I guess the three best removal spells in a lot of colors at common do kill indestructible creatures. there is that to consider. I think mono white is easier to draft than mono black. I would not expect to draft mono white after playing Phyrexian Vindicator. I think that is probably just worse than going 2 colors and picking up some random color fixing in both cases. Like, I think you probably sacrifice too much trying to go mono-colored without enough payoff to make your mono-white creature slightly better as a 4-drop instead of as a 6-drop. And then just be massively behind in any game where you don't draw it. Vraska Betrayal's Sting. 4 black and a Phyrexian black for a 6 loyalty legendary Planeswalker Vraska with completed. 0 mana, you draw a card, lose 1 life, proliferate. -2, target creature becomes a treasure artifact. -9 if target player has fewer than 9 poison counters, they become 9 poison counters. So if you play this as a 5-drop, it has 4 loyalty, it removes something, stays at 2 loyalty, then starts drawing cards and proliferating. That's good. It's definitely first pickable. Especially because this only costs a single black, so it's splashable. He's a good card. Is it a bomb? It's definitely not bad. I don't know if this is a bomb. How close is this to just... I guess this isn't that much better than Phyrexian Arena, is it? I mean, I guess it removes something, and then it turns into Phyrexian Arena. That's worth 5 mana. Easier to remove than Phyrexian Arena, but I guess you also get to just stop zeroing if you're going to die, which is an improvement over Phyrexian Arena. Yeah, alright. This is pretty good. Definitely first pick worthy. So black has... I feel like Phyrexian Obliterator and Drivnod are probably worse than the 2 blue mythics and all 3 white mythics. Drivnod will be interesting. In a lot of sets, Drivnod would be excellent. I do kind of feel like Drivnod lines up pretty badly against most of the common removal in this set, though. Not sure how to feel about that. Solfeme Mayhem Dominus. 2 red for a 5/4 legendary creature for Phyrexian Horror. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, deals double that damage to that player or permanent instead. 1 red, discard 2 cards, put an indestructible counter on Solfeme. So this is by far and away the worst of the indestructible counter effects. Not affecting combat damage is kind of medium. 2 red for a 5/4 is, like, pretty reasonable. Red has some sources of non-combat damage to face. This doubling would be interesting. This feels weaker than every other Mayhem Dominus, though. Or rather, every other something Dominus. Like, this isn't unplayable, and if you're in red, you probably play it. I don't know if you first pick this a huge percentage of the time. That's true, it does make Filigree Silex do 20 damage. There is that. That seems decent. I don't know, maybe it's good, maybe it's not. All will be 1. 3 red for an enchantment. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, all will be 1 deals that much damage to target opponent, creature an opponent controls, or planeswalker an opponent controls. Oh, is that good? Is that good? It works well with oil counters. And in turn works really well with Proliferate. Do you need to build around it? This does an interesting job of turning every spell with Proliferate into a removal spell. Huh. We'll need to actually play around with this, because it feels like this is the kind of card that might be worth first picking. Flavor-wise, though, very, very weird. Why is this a red card flavor-wise? If the moment is a planeswalker being completed by a white character, it is a green planeswalker and isn't completing characters like the opposite, like it's not any one color in particular, but if it is a color, it is the least red of all of the colors. I do not understand how this is a red story card. This feels very, very not red to me. I don't know. Capricious Hellraiser. 3 red, red, red. For a 4/4 creature Phyrexian Dragon, the spell costs 3 less to cast if you have 9 or more cards in your graveyard. With flying, when it enters the battlefield, exile 3 cards at random from your graveyard, choose a non-creature, non-land card from among them, and copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Oh, that's so weird. I've read this card wrong every single time that I have played it. So if you just hit 3 creatures, this does nothing. Other than be a 6 mana 4/4 flyer. And in limited, you're never going to make it cost less. Is this card actually just not good enough to first pick? What a weird card. I have no clue if this is playable in limited or not. I guess we'll have to first pick it pretty heavily to figure that out, because I want to find out. Nissa Ascended Animist. 3 green, green, Phyrexian green, Phyrexian green. For a 7 loyalty legendary planeswalker Nissa. +1, create an XX green horror creature token, where X is planeswalker's loyalty. -1, naturalize, -7. Win the game. You know what? Okay, so this is just a 7 mana win the game overrun? That seems really, really good. Like, if this is 7 mana, give all of your creatures +4/+4, and they gain trample, that probably wins the game. If it's not that, so if this is 5 mana, it's a 5 mana 4/4 that threatens to start making more creatures that are continuing to be bigger, and Naturalize is also a real card. That seems just pretty good and reasonable overall, right? I see no reason to not slam first pick this and play it in every green deck you ever get it in. I don't know how splashable it is, but, I mean, seems very, very good. It's weird. This might be the first Planeswalker that, like, a lot of its power comes from the ultimate. How does it work with the tokens? Do they grow and shrink? No. So if they were to grow and shrink, it would say create a 0/0 green Phyrexian horror creature token with this creature's power and toughness is equal to Nissa Ascended Animist's loyalty. But referencing different objects across multiple cards is usually not something they ever do. In this case, it just makes an XX. I don't know whether X gets decided when the ability gets put on the stack or when the ability resolves. I think it's when X gets put on the stack. So in that case, if you play Nissa as a 3 loyalty planeswalker, activate the +1, I believe you just get a trigger on the stack to make a 4/4, and whatever you do to change Nissa's loyalty after that fact doesn't matter. It gets put on the stack after the loyalty effect takes place, or the loyalty changing effect, because that's part of the cost of activating the ability, so it happens before the ability gets put on the stack. I don't know what would happen if you play Nissa, activate the ability, and your opponent plays a shock on Nissa, or if your opponent dealt 4 damage to Nissa in response to the ability, I'm pretty sure you still get a 4/4, because I don't think changing Nissa's loyalty after the ability is put on the stack affects the ability's resulting size. I think that's already set at that point. But yeah, this is one of the first planeswalkers to ever have an ultimate that I think might be the largest portion of its power in the context of limited. Because a huge portion of this card being amazing in limited is the fact that it's a 7 mana win the game button. I don't know if it's more than 50% of the card's power level, but it's definitely like more than 25% of the card's power level. If it were when you put it on the stack, it'd say as you activated this ability like Luca. I do not believe that is the case. Because I believe Luca has a different kind of effect. Which Luca is that? Scryfall. Because setting XX has baked into the rules kind of a different timing than referencing the power and toughness of a different card. Mana value. Text, type line, Luca. Yeah, so Luca Bound to Ruin, which we can jump ahead to, has an ability that says Luca deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers, where X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you activated this ability. Power and toughness is kind of different, because some effects under the hood can reference power and toughness when the ability resolves, but this ability specifically has a variable number of targets that depends on X, so it has to set X when the ability is put on the stack rather than when X resolves. Otherwise, it just like kind of wouldn't work as templated. But I guess, so what would happen if this was where X is the greatest power among creatures you control? That would reference on resolution, I believe. One of the weird differences there is where X is among creatures you control doesn't check a specific card, whereas this is actually checking a specific card by name. I don't know whether that's different under the hood. If you remove her from the battlefield, how you remove her from the battlefield would actually matter. If X is variable on the stack, then if they deal 4 damage to Nissa, last known information would be Nissa with 0 loyalty counters. But if you Hero's Downfall Nissa, then last known information would be Nissa with 4 loyalty counters. The release notes are out? Maybe. I don't know if they are. some of them at the very least are Control F, Nissa. The token created by Nissa's first ability has its power and toughness set only once at the time the ability resolves. Very interesting. All right, so it does work that way. That is not going to be intuitive for a lot of players. So be very sad about playing Nissa into 4 damage instant speed removal spells. Huh. Isn't there a 1-mana shock at instant speed in red that hits planeswalkers? At common? Or am I going crazy? Did that not hit planeswalkers? No, it only deals 4 damage to things with toxic. So it doesn't deal 4 damage to Nissa regardless. So not that big of a deal. Tyrannax Rex. 4 green, green, green for an 8/8 creature Phyrexian dinosaur with can't be countered, trample, ward 4, haste, and toxic 4. Is an 8/8 can't be countered, trample, haste good enough to first pick? I feel like this is worse than the blue-red card, although it's only one color. Okay, a Hexgold Slash just straight up doesn't hit planeswalkers either. That's good to know. So most of the instant speed damage spells deal 3 damage then that are playable in the format, I think. So you don't have to stress as much about your Nissa. Although if you uptick and get it lightning struck, you do still end up with a 1/1. I feel like Tyrannax isn't terrible, but also doesn't feel great. You could hit it with Shieldred's Edict, but if you hit Nissa with Shieldred's Edict, I believe they still get a 4/4. Interestingly enough, because of how last known information works. Yeah. Do we think we would take Tyrannax over a premium black or white removal spell? I don't know. Maybe? I'm not certain how to value 7-drops in general, and there are a lot of random 7-drops in this set that I'm not sure how to evaluate. I feel like Tyrannax is probably worse than Kaya and the blue-red 7-drop. I will say that. Speaking of 7-drops that I don't know how to evaluate, Zopendril Hunger Dominus. 5 green, green for a 4/6 legendary creature Phyrexian horror with reach. At the beginning of each combat, double the power and toughness of each creature you control until end of turn. Okay. Green, green, sacrifice 2 other creatures, put an indestructible counter on Zopendril Hunger Dominus. So this is an 8/12. That's pretty big. That's pretty good. But on the other hand, the tricks are not super good. Really? I kind of disagree with that. I think there's a lot of very good tricks in this set. Or perhaps not enough, but definitely a lot of premium combat tricks. And a lot of incentive to play those premium combat tricks. I feel like this is not a very good 7-drop. Despite the fact that doubling power and toughness is pretty interesting. And having reach is interesting. But I don't really know. It doesn't seem very much better than like the 7-drop 6/6 with poison or toxic 6 or whatever. Seems kind of medium. Luca, Bound to Ruin. 2 red, hybrid red-green Phyrexian, and a green for a 5 loyalty legendary planeswalker Luca. Plus, add red-green, spend this mana only to cast creature spells or activate the abilities of creatures. -1, create a 3/3 green Phyrexian creature token, beast creature token with toxic 1. -4, deal X damage, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control, split among stuff. I mean, so this is 4 mana, make a 3/3, threaten to make a 3/3 again. It's not garbage. It's not good. Is it good enough to, like, first pick? I mean, I guess the percentage of time where you play this as a 5-drop and then immediately -4 and do what, like 5 damage split amongst... That doesn't actually sound that great either. Huh. Is this not worth first picking? Because this, like, doesn't actually seem like a fantastic 4-drop. You just make a 3/3 and then probably lose your Luca. I mean, I guess that's not the end of the world. The base rate there isn't terrible. My main concern is that I don't know that that sounds very good on the draw. Pretty close to Garruk Wildspeaker? Yeah, but this is a lot worse to first pick than a Garruk Wildspeaker because it's 2 colors instead of 1. Limited doesn't have great access to Planeswalker removal? I'm not sure that's true. Limited has attacking with creatures, which is the best Planeswalker removal. And also, isn't there a common pacifism Planeswalker removal? Although I guess at that point you already got a 3/3, so that's not the end of the world. I guess this isn't terrible. But if you end up first picking this, I gotta say, this feels like a somewhat disappointing amount of power to first pick into a 2-drop, or to first pick into a 2-color card 4. But, yeah, probably worth playing. Maybe. Nihiri the Unforgiving. 1 red, red-white hybrid, and a white for a 5 loyalty legendary Planeswalker Nihiri. +1 until your next turn, up to 1 target creature attacks a player each combat if able. +1, discard a card, then draw a card. 0, exile target creature equipment card from your mana with mana value less than Nihiri's loyalty from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it. That token gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. So mostly this is a 3-mana looter, I guess? Is this bad? There's no way this is first pickable. I guess if you're in red-white, you're interested in an enchantment that loots every turn? But it's not actually, like, great. Yeah, so, like, at some point, if your opponent blows up one of your equipment, you can exile it. I guess this gets creatures back. So that's eventually good. This is mythic, though, huh? It only targets equipment and creatures in your graveyard, unfortunately, so you're never going to remove your opponent's stuff with it. Very hand is... And, oh, that's true. It is drawing a card while hellbent. That's pretty good. That improves this a lot. Huh. Is it bad to make the opponent's weaker creature attack you for free eats? No, that's pretty good. I don't know how good to expect that to be because it's not a very common effect in Constructed. Or rather, it's not a very common effect in Magic. Much less so in Limited. It's... yeah, okay. Between the discard a card thing being better than I expected and the +1 goad probably being okay, this is probably good. I don't know if you would first pick it, though. Like, I'm gonna play this if I'm in red-white, and it gets passed to me while I'm in red-white. But I don't know if I pack 1, pick 1 it. And I don't know if I would ever splash it, maybe? Yeah, also worth noting that the first ability does make them have to attack a player, so they can't attack Nahiri with whatever creature you do that on, which is kind of cool. I don't know what to think. It's not bad. I just don't know if it's particularly good. How good is it? Do not know. Atraxa, Grand Unifier. 3 green, white, blue, black for a 7/7 legendary creature, Phyrexian Angel. With flying, vigilance, death touch, and lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, draw a bunch of cards, but this is a 7 mana 4 cost card that doesn't really do enough. So, I mean, if you want to play blue-green 4 color, and somebody passes you Atraxa, you can probably do that. This is a 7 mana flying lifelink vigilance that draws a bunch of cards. So, like, it's actually, of all of these weird 7-drops that are not very good, it is probably the best one to actually resolve. And I mean, it's going to draw an instant. It's going to draw a sorcery. So, like, between instant, sorcery, and enchantment, you're probably likely to hit a lot of removal spells off of this. So even if they remove it, you're still up a lot of cards. There is a possibility that this is actually like a limited playable card. Interestingly, I think this can grab a tribal card. Because note that this doesn't say are the card types. It just says, hey, these are card types. So yeah, I don't think this is a first pick, but I guess maybe if blue-green 4 color and blue-green 5 color are easy enough to do, maybe this is actually like less horrible and limited than I was originally expecting. I believe tribal is a super type. I mean, it definitely counts as a type for whatever Tarmogoyf cares about, right? Nope, tribal is just a card type. Next up, Staff of Completion, 3 mana artifact, tap, pay 1 life, destroy target permanent you own. That doesn't seem very good. Tap, pay 2 life, add 1 mana of any color. Okay. Tap, pay 3 life, proliferate. Tap, pay 4 life, draw a card. 5 mana, untap. Oh, this is this bad? This does so many things, and I think all of them might still add up to being bad. For the most part, this is just 3 mana, pay 2 life, tapped at a mana of any color. That seems bad, probably. That seems mostly bad. This does not seem like a card you would pick. Unless you were very desperate about trying to make 5 color fixing work. And even then, it's probably worse than a 3 mana rock that just adds 1 of any color. Sword of Forge and Frontier. 3 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from red and green. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. You may play an additional land this turn. Equip 2. Busted! Always first pick. Every deck ever play. Very good. R&D thought that red-green was too powerful and limited and decided to nerf it by printing 1 sword. Is this the best pack 1 pick 1 in the set? Maybe. It's the best of the mythics, that's for sure. Maybe worse than the White Wrath at rare. But still very cool. All right. Well, there you have it. What are the final verdicts? I don't know. White seemed to have the most playable pack 1 pick 1s, and white aggro seemed to make the most default sense. Blue at common was kind of meh. Blue at rare was kind of meh. Blue at mythic was fine. I don't remember uncommons at this point. Black at common was pretty solid. Black at rare was fine. Black at mythic is fine. Not really, actually. Black at mythic. I still don't know how to evaluate these two, but the rest was good. Red at rare was fine. Red at common was good. Green at rare was solid. Green at common was very good. Green at uncommon was pretty good too. Green seems like probably alongside white, the two colors that stand out as just being the most well-rounded and good. White also seems like it's probably going to be pretty well-rounded and good. White seems like the color that the most players will get pulled into early on in the format, just as a virtue of like a huge percentage of the white rares and mythics, which is to say all of them, are first picks. People might underrate the Might and the Kemba, but like, I think any of those are first picks over any common or uncommon. Would we mind starting over? Well, we could give it a shot. This is the part where I figure out how to like set a replay and then just end the stream immediately. Which I guess I'm actually going to do, because we're definitely going to end the stream here in the next 5 minutes so that I can happily say we did not even take 8 hours to finish this stream. Let's take a second to look back at the uncommons. So what were the final results? Swooping Lookout seems... I actually did not end up seeing anything aside from one blue uncommon that made Sweeping Lookout look super good. Bladed Ambassador continued to look busted, especially in green where it gets free access to Proliferate. Flesh Cutter still seems really good. Jawbone Duelist seems better now that we know that there's a lot of good combat tricks. Ossification still feels excellent. Resistance Reunited feels pretty fine in red-white specifically. Veil of Assimilation, I'm still not sure if that actually feels good. NX Sentry is great. Against all odds, I still don't know how good that actually is. But I guess is interesting in red-white with access to all the equipment. Hexgold Hoverwings looks still good. Porcelain Zealot still looks kind of questionable. Plated Onslaught still looks great. Apostle Invasion still physically looks weird as a card. I'm still not exactly sure what to expect. Blues Uncommons... blue's weird. Trawler Drake seems really good. Retrofitter seems really good. Scheming Aspirant seems really good. Chittering Skitterling seems like it requires you to jump through hoops to enable it, but it's pretty good. Necrosquito and Feed the Infection seemed pretty good. Necrotitan seemed like it's probably going to be pretty good. Cacophony Scamp looked fine. Fuseling looked good. Churning Reservoir seemed fine. Hexcold Halberd's good. Gleeful Demolition looked fine. Magmatic Sprinter seemed at least interesting. Rebel Salvo seemed excellent. Awaken the Sleeper seemed weird and overcosted, and also overrared. Herbrask's Anointer seemed good. Skywarden seemed good. Finisher seemed good. Evolving Adaptive seemed excellent. Incubation Sac seemed fine, but slow and dirty. Tyvar Stand looked actually just excellent. Scrap Gorger looks excellent. Canker Bloom looks good. Infectious Bite seems good. Restoration, I still don't really know. Viral Spawning seemed great. Expand the Sphere seemed Venomous Brutalizer seemed great. Noxious Assault seemed fine. Battle Chair seemed good. Paladin of Predation seemed like a good 7-drop, but it's unclear how good 7-drops are. Cephalopod Sentry seemed very good. Voidwing Hybrid seemed fine. Charforger seemed good. Cinder/Ravager seemed actively very good. Slaughter Singer seemed actively very good. Vivisection Evangelist I wasn't exactly sure how to feel about, and I'm still not entirely sure how to feel about. Serum Core Chimera seemed excellent. Necrogen Rot Priest seemed good. Bladehold War Whip seemed very good. Tainted Observer, I still don't know how to feel about blue-green in its entirety, and that includes this card. Injector seemed good. Mirror Convert seemed very good. Skitterfang seemed very solid. Ickerplate Golem seemed very good. Rib's Gift seemed fine. Yeah, I think that basically covers it. Anybody know when drafts go live on Arena? Because I kind of get the feeling that'll probably be my next stream. I'm very excited for when that starts happening. Day 1 of the set, the 7th. Alright, well, I guess I will see you all in 8 days. Or 9 days? Something like that. Something like that. Maybe I'll stream Pioneer at some point and be miserable and sourpuss while I do it. And no one will have fun. But at least there will be a stream. Alright, folks. I think that's going to be it. And I am going to go desperately put some chapstick on my lips and then figure out what I'm eating for tonight. Take care. Thanks for hanging out and keeping me company. Did I get early access? Nah, not this time around, unfortunately. Maybe next time. Either way, toodles.